Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku became the key to a mystery. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. If you think they have your quirk in the other world, you should throw yourself off the rooftop. His words had been cruel. Even to someone as reckless as him, they had burned like scalding his tongue after saying them. He silenced the remorse and pretended he had done nothing wrong. Everything he did afterward he shrugged off beneath layers of indifference and superiority. He was the hero, the number one, the best. And yet, when the freckled one confronted him on graduation day, he realized he had been wrong. Izuku had answered everything he had done over months with simple words. Izuku told him that he wished he would enter UA and become the best hero, and that Izuku would dedicate himself to something else and let life carry him far away. There were no blows, insults, or accusations, only simple words that shattered every expectation and humiliated him as nothing had before. Izuku Midoriya had closed his mouth without even intending to, then turned on his heels and walked away without a second glance. Izuku watched him leave as if he had never existed, and though it stung, he knew it was for the best. In the end, all he felt was detachment. Years passed. The hero society suited him well and he rose to become one of the country's top heroes, followed only by a couple of colleagues from his old class. Everyone knew him. He was undeniably one of the most famous people in the nation and even recognized worldwide. When he walked the streets, citizens applauded and children shouted in delight. Store windows displayed merchandise with his image, and magazine covers reminded everyone of his name and face. He was at the peak of his career and nothing seemed able to knock him from the summit. Or so he believed. Despite having everything, he could not explain why his whole being trembled when he unexpectedly reunited with the green hair he had not seen since middle school. During an interview after foiling an armed robbery at a Quirk research center, every coherent thought froze when he spotted the jade-green eyes he had not seen in 8 years. The green-haired man blinked several times, maintained his serious expression, hugged the briefcase he carried, and turned on his heel. The ruby-eyed hero left the interview halfway through and followed him. He did not know why he followed, perhaps because it had been so long, or because the freckled man's expression was not one of admiration like the others. Whatever the reason, he had been naive to expect the same warm reception he had received years ago. The freckled man intercepted his path with a swift jump, almost making him lose his balance when he stopped abruptly. The freckled man swallowed and made eye contact, but did not speak. Bakugo, the blonde, was the first to ask what he was doing here. He hid his unease behind a serious face, but underneath he felt very unsettled. Izuku replied that he worked here, pointing to the logo on his outfit. Izuku's tone was cordial and free of malice or resentment, though his face did not display joy. Bakugo wondered why being called by his hero name felt so strange. It was logical they had not seen each other in 8 years and were not friends, yet it felt almost foreign. Bakugo crossed his arms and asked if it was at this Quirk research center. Izuku affirmed that it was. Izuku then said he should not take more of Bakugo's time since they both had things to attend to and wished him a good day. Izuku offered a small bow and gestured to his briefcase before returning inside the company. Bakugo swallowed hard as the curly-haired man walked away with the clear intention of going back into the building. He did not understand why, but a sudden urge to stop him rose within him, to say something that would get just a few more words. He wanted to say something foolish to avoid feeling that pathetic mix of detachment and guilt that had followed him whenever he thought of Izuku for the past 8 years. But what could he say? Why would he stop him at all? Since when did he feel so foolish over things like this? Bakugo called out death. Izuku's back stiffened for a moment before he turned to look again. Izuku asked what was wrong and stepped 2 paces closer, then requested that Bakugo not call him that anymore, explaining that so much time had passed and it felt odd to be addressed that way when they were no longer close. Bakugo snapped that they were known to each other and forced himself to breathe deeply to control his temper. He immediately corrected himself and used a more measured tone to say that, yes, they did know each other. Izuku regarded him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief at being addressed by his old nickname and seemed surprised Bakugo actually followed through. Izuku conceded that Bakugo might be right and steered the conversation away from anything that might lead to an argument, then asked why Bakugo had called him over. Bakugo admitted that he simply wanted to know more about what Izuku was doing there. Izuku explained that they studied interesting quirks at the center, analyzing their evolution, how they manifested, their consequences, and many other things he could not discuss at the moment because of his hurry. Izuku suggested Bakugo check the company's website for more information, and then excused himself. Bakugo noted almost unconsciously that the old nickname was gone, the idea of their unfamiliarity gnawing at him like a circling vulture. Izuku looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Bakugo Katsuki said that of course he would have done it. He agreed, and then, after a brief pause, the kind of pause he might once have called reckless as a teenager, he asked whether Izuku would see him again. The green-haired man would have sworn that in that instant the world he knew shifted. Bakugo Katsuki asking if he would see him again? The same boy who had been cruel to him for being quirkless, the blonde he had shared a childhood with, could it really be him? Izuku wondered what had happened to move things to this point. He even wondered if some strange gas or a villain's quirk had altered reality. Izuku replied that how could he know? He gave Bakugo one last smile and ran into the building, likely distracted by work left over from the theft incident, so he did not follow. The press arrived in that same moment. Questions, congratulations, and thanks kept coming, and for the first time Izuku answered automatically, barely registering the praise. It felt odd to him that Bakugo Katsuki did not revel in being praised. A purple-haired colleague, who resembled a tired raccoon with dark circles under his eyes, asked Bakugo for the keys to room 5. Bakugo raised an eyebrow and let out a loud sigh, asking whether he was expected to be the Demed key master. The purple-haired man explained that Momo had said Bakugo had used it that morning, so he had no one else to ask, he just wanted the keys so they could get on with things. Bakugo grumbled that nobody was going to tell him what to do, but he reached into his pocket for the key, a giant number 5 charm dangling from it. He asked why the man needed the room, since there were no scheduled meetings for that time. The purple-haired colleague replied that a few months earlier researchers from the Gift Research Center had requested collaboration with some heroes, and the request had only been seen that morning. To avoid feeling rude, he had accepted and scheduled a meeting in 15 minutes. Bakugo wrinkled his nose in displeasure at the idea of extra people with nothing to do being brought in on short notice. The company rules were strict about letting outsiders into the facilities, and he did not like accepting a project and scheduling a meeting in under a day. He could not stop replaying the brief encounter from the previous day that had left him bewildered all day. No matter how he tried to dismiss it as curiosity or coincidence, Deku kept invading his thoughts, repeating the few words they had exchanged like a scratched record. It irritated him to feel as if Deku was taking over his head without even trying. The worst part was that Deku had done almost nothing. It seemed to be more Bakugo's own unresolved feelings and confusion that bothered him. The purple-haired man insisted that the researchers were professionals and seemed like good people. He added that only Minoma, Todoroki, and he would participate, so Bakugo need not worry. Bakugo snapped back that he was already not worried, then caught the keys tossed into his hand with a quick motion. He knew the purple-haired man preferred to avoid arguments, so he let the matter drop. He did not want to quarrel over trivialities. When Bakugo turned to leave, he stopped as Uraraka entered, accompanied by the freckled green-haired man who had been on his mind since that morning. The green-haired man smiled gratefully and bowed as his companions welcomed him and another blonde woman. Bakugo made a small annoyed noise. Izuku noticed Bakugo in the same room but pretended not to and focused on his work. His own interest in the project and the excitement of collaboration kept him from dwelling on someone from his past. Hitoshi, the polite hero who had agreed to take part in the research, led them into the meeting room. Izuku had seen Hitoshi on television and read interviews. He knew him to be calm and kind, not particularly talkative but competent at his work. Hitoshi mentioned that Minoma and Todoroki would be along shortly. Izuku thanked him and adjusted his white lab coat with the company logo, then indicated for Melissa to move along. Melissa was another person born without a quirk, brilliant and innovative, a prodigy in science and engineering. They had met in university while both studying programming. One melancholic afternoon they had confessed their shared frustration at being different and unable to change it. They cried like children and afterward resolved not to isolate themselves but to contribute. They joined David Shield's company, where their talents for observation, research, and development were valued. They were happy to help society even without heroic powers. That path had led Izuku to this moment, where after so long he was reunited with Katsuki, the childhood friend who had rejected him while growing up. Izuku knew Bakugo worked at the organization. He had not been foolish about that when the project idea was proposed. He hesitated to accept, hoping to avoid any awkward encounters, and yet here Bakugo stood at the threshold watching them from the doorway. Hitoshi asked Bakugo what he wanted while indicating the seats they could take. The team exchanged glances and placed the blonde woman's briefcase on the table. Bakugo stated sharply that he was only watching to make sure everything was all right. Katsuki crossed his arms and fixed a deep gaze on the freckled young man. Melissa, unaware of his past, Izuku had never felt the need to tell anyone that he had known the great Dynamite since childhood, moved a little closer to Izuku and whispered that she thought someone was interested in him and suggested he ask for their number. Izuku returned the gesture with a small nudge and a discreet laugh, then resumed his place. Katsuki noticed the exchange but could not hear what Melissa had said to her companion. Hitoshi Shinso, wearing a tired expression, asked if Bakugo did not have some paperwork pending. Bakugo snapped that he had already taken care of it and demanded to know why it mattered to Shinso. Hitoshi sighed, but before he could continue he was interrupted by the effusive arrival of another blonde. Nito Minoma announced himself in an extravagant, mocking tone while applauding the air. He introduced himself as the spectacular Phantom Thief and said Shinso had told him about the project, so of course he had agreed to participate. Bakugo exploded, angrily calling Shinso a brainwasher and demanding why he had not been told. Minoma said he had assumed Bakugo would refuse, and Bakugo retorted that he would not have agreed anyway. A third voice joined the exchange and Bakugo leapt aside to find Shudo Todoroki standing there. Shudo offered a brief greeting and said it was a pleasure to meet them and to participate in the project. Izuku reacted with embarrassed excitement, covering his mouth with both hands and reminding himself inwardly to behave. Melissa, noticing his reaction, laughed softly and put a hand on his shoulders, apologizing for his enthusiasm and explaining that Izuku became effusive when heroes were involved. Izuku, unable to contain his admiration, praised the combination of fire and ice, the intelligence behind certain tactics, and the remarkable utility of mental control, then asked if Todoroki could demonstrate his power on him because he wanted to experience what it felt like to be under that power. Everyone present noticed that Izuku had deliberately avoided mentioning something about Bakugo, the most recognized hero in that small room, but despite the awkwardness they chose not to comment. Bakugo knew exactly why Izuku had omitted it and, although it irritated him to see such open admiration directed at others instead of himself, he pretended not to notice. Hitoshi refused to let Todoroki demonstrate his power just for the sake of it. Izuku nodded in understanding and then spoke about how reaching this moment had not been easy. Many had told him his power was more suited to villainy than heroism. Minoma added that he had been underestimated and mocked, but now he could mock those who had doubted him. They exchanged thoughts about being undervalued and the sting of other people's judgments. Melissa remarked on how cruel it could be when others claim the right to decide someone's limits, and Izuku agreed quietly, though his green eyes lingered for a moment on the man who maintained a steady stare. Bakugo felt that looked like a bucket of cold water. Shudo asked whether their conversation reflected personal experience, and Izuku admitted that it did. He explained calmly that he had long accepted a difficult reality. He had no innate gift. He had worked hard for years and learned to live with the truth, though saying it aloud still hurt and reminded him of being the kid who watched his favorite heroes' videos and dreamed of becoming like him. He confessed that for a long time he had resisted accepting reality, but eventually he acknowledged that those who had told him he could not be a hero during his school years had been right. Bakugo commented that accepting reality could be harsh. The remark, though brief, felt like a challenge. Bakugo forced a polite smile and then opened his briefcase, keeping tension subdued but present in the room. Melissa narrowed her eyes and observed both the red-eyed man and his companion with the scrutiny of a skilled investigator. Melissa then proposed to begin explaining the project, and Hitoshi encouraged her to proceed. Izuku and the blonde started to outline all the points involved in the project. It was not as complex as some of the other projects they had tackled. It was mainly gathering information, taking DNA samples, running analyses, developing equipment, and learning how to handle weaknesses. Still, they would have to visit the company several times to do the work. Even though the project looked promising and excited him, the idea of going back to that place so often dulled his enthusiasm. Unknown to him, the incident at the research center and agreeing to the project had tangled them again in the path that had bound their lives from birth, being part of each other's lives, no matter what. Melissa thanked them for receiving the team and agreeing to collaborate. The afternoon had worn on and everyone was exhausted, but fortunately they had not been called away to missions during the meeting. Todoroki modestly replied that the pleasure was his as they stood to leave. Nito remarked that it had been tiring but productive and expressed confidence that the results would boost his abilities, perhaps even displacing Bakugo at the top. Hitoshi spoke little, an introvert who tired quickly of large groups, so he simply guided them toward the exit. Uraraka could have accompanied them, but she had been called away to deal with a landslide on a mountain and was unavailable. Melissa stretched to ease her muscles and asked Izuku if the session had gone well, offering to buy him coffee. Izuku, mentally drained, almost refused, but Melissa insisted and practically forced him to accept, saying he still had to tell her where he had met Dynamite. Izuku denied knowing him at first. Melissa challenged his ability to underestimate her analytical skills, and Izuku shook his head slowly. He knew, though he pretended not to notice, that Katsuki had watched him constantly while he lingered as an uninvited presence in the meeting until Katsuki had been called away to handle an illegal fight at a junkyard. Oddly, in that look there had been no anger or hatred. That confused him. Given their history, he resented feeling that way, yet a part of his mind suggested that Katsuki might not actually dislike him now. With a defeated sigh, Izuku agreed to go for coffee. They arrived at the cafe and sat down. Izuku stirred his coffee slowly and then let loose, telling Melissa everything he had never spoken aloud before. Melissa listened intently, making faces of surprise and shaking her head in disapproval at times. She also smiled, touched when he described events from before their final year of high school. Melissa asked thoughtfully whether Izuku would speak to Katsuki to try to settle the past if Katsuki asked him to. Izuku admitted that he did not know. He was not lying when he said that, deep down, he would like to talk to Katsuki and hear him say he had changed. He still retained traces of appreciation and admiration. At the same time, another part of him resisted getting too close. He had emotions. He had never shown feelings that were not bad, but that he had locked away and hidden deep inside himself. Given their complicated history, he no longer knew how to behave around Katsuki. Melissa encouraged him to continue explaining, pointing out that while Katsuki had looked at him a lot that day, it mattered whether Katsuki had tried to approach him seriously. Izuku admitted that the previous day had hinted at that intention, but that Katsuki had left rather than dealing with it. Izuku remarked that Katsuki had said a few words that seemed meant to start a conversation, and now it made more sense to him and to Melissa. Izuku asked if it seemed right to talk about the past in front of other heroes and in front of her. Melissa fell silent, and Izuku observed that if Katsuki truly wanted to speak, he would not have tried to do it in front of so many people, at least, not if he wanted the conversation to be sincere. Melissa agreed. She suggested that perhaps it was best to carry on as they had been and ignore Katsuki until the research project was finished. Izuku decided that was exactly what he would do. Melissa declared the matter settled and then, changing the subject, asked whether he had read the ending of the book she had recommended. One of the friends said he still could not believe it had ended that way, while the other insisted it had been so obvious. Both friends continued talking about trivialities after deciding to bury the topic. In the end, the interaction between the investigator and the hero would likely not go beyond glances and hints. Or so Izuku believed. Katsuki, on the other hand, leaned against his apartment door after closing it. He sighed, crouched to take off his shoes, and then walked listlessly toward the kitchen. The clandestine fight. That afternoon had drained him more than it should have. The meetings and paperwork from the morning had exhausted his mind, and seeing Izuku for so long had stirred strange feelings in him. If he could not get him out of his head that morning, at that point he definitely could not forget him. He felt confused, regretful, and surprised. He was surprised that life had made them meet again after 8 years, surprised by the physical changes and, above all, by the different personality. Watching him, Katsuki realized those were indeed the green eyes he had always remembered, those were the freckles amusingly scattered across his face, and his voice sounded exactly as he recalled, but at the same time he felt like he was dealing with someone he did not know. Who was he kidding? He did not know Izuku Midoriya anymore. He had stopped knowing him the moment he had treated him badly and pushed him away for being different. Why did he want to believe now that he knew him at all? Katsuki muttered a curse under his breath and moved toward the living room. He had prepared a bowl of cereal just so he would not go to bed with an empty stomach, but he still had no appetite and found himself watching the chocolate rings dissolve in the cold milk. As he forced himself to eat, fleeting memories of that same day returned to him, specifically the small words they had exchanged during the meeting he had shown up to and the blunt way Izuku had moved on to praise others. Katsuki had believed he knew Izuku and was sure he was not resentful, but now he was not so certain. And anyway, it was something he had earned. He looked around his apartment, appreciated its size, and at the same time felt its loneliness. He used to have a cat, but because of the demands of his work it had ended up at his parents' house, so the only things that gave life to his place aside from a couple of plants he watered every few days were himself. He sighed and focused on a pair of awards on the TV stand, feeling for the first time that they were not enough to dispel the sense of failure weighing on him. Watching the news, he wondered if Deku lived the same way he did. Would Izuku come home to an apartment too big for him every night? Were there times when he stayed at work all night, like Katsuki sometimes did on missions? Was he at that moment eating a terrible bowl of cereal while staring miserably into nothing? Most likely, the answer to those questions was no. He stopped indulging in such thoughts, told himself to do what he needed to do, and went to change into something more comfortable for sleep. His tangled thoughts would not resolve themselves by staying awake all night. The next morning, Izuku woke later than usual after half-asleeply turning off his alarm. He showered, got ready at lightning speed, and left his apartment without breakfast. His clock already read 9:05 when he usually arrived at 8:30. Halfway there he was caught in traffic because of a car accident and, to top it off, when he was about to reach work his car ran out of fuel and he had to stop to refill the tank from the spare can he always carried. When he finally passed through the facility doors and recorded his time, Melissa greeted him sharply and immediately scolded him, repeating what he already knew: he was late. He set out again in a hurry, this time accompanied by Melissa and heading toward the Professional Heroes Company. When they were finally relaxing and thought they could breathe, they were met by the very person they had been talking about the night before. Melissa greeted Katsuki with a good morning. After Melissa nudged him, Izuku offered an apology for his tardiness and promised it would not happen again. Katsuki clicked his tongue and said that he did not care. Izuku should be apologizing to the other fools. Melissa then asked about Uraraka, saying that Uraraka was supposed to be the one to receive them and inspect daily. Katsuki replied gruffly that Uraraka was on a mission right then. He then asked, in a rough tone, whether they were going to go inside or not. They entered with Izuku feeling the hero's undivided stare on the back of his neck. They followed the route they had memorized the day before and were soon met by Minoma, who, after a short argument with Katsuki they did not fully understand, ended up taking charge of them. Izuku, already stressed and hungry, nearly tore his hair out when only minutes after starting the project, the heroes in question were recruited for an emergency mission. They had the option to withdraw, but according to the heroes, it was not a complicated mission and they would be back soon. So there was Izuku, watching a fan turn slowly while the ticking of a clock filled the quiet room. Melissa typed steadily on the computer, recalling the relevant information from the previous afternoon. Half an hour later, Uraraka appeared in the room. She wore her costume dirty and her hair was slightly disheveled. It seemed true that she was on a mission and that was why she had not received them as she ought to have. The brown-haired woman greeted them energetically, apologized for leaving them to their own devices, and then chatted with them for a while. Her conversation ranged from heroism to favorite foods, which helped pass the time. However, once again her work was required and they were left alone. By that point nearly 2 hours had passed since they had been left alone, and Izuku was beginning to lose his patience. His companion suggested that maybe it would be a good idea to go get a snack, sighing in annoyance at seeing her companion staring at the ceiling fan again. She added that wandering around was not wise, but she would do it until she found a hero who could point them in the right direction. Izuku responded firmly that no, he would go. She was busy, and if anyone was going to get into trouble, he preferred it to be him. His companion asked hesitantly if he was sure, but she still noticed the determination in her friend's emerald eyes. Izuku announced that he would be right back. Izuku left the room and glanced around the spacious area, noticing details. The floor was lined with nice marble tiles, the walls painted a white so clean they seemed fresh, round lamps in the ceiling added elegance, and the long hallway gave a better sense of how large the place was. He straightened up and, using his excellent memory, walked the corridors until he reached the main office, the same one where he had seen Kaken arrive the day before. Kaken. He could not stop thinking of him that way in his head. He had really tried not to, but since childhood he knew it was useless, so he stopped himself from saying it aloud. As he thought of Kaken, he found him in that moment. The crimson-eyed man was coming out of the office, wrapping a bandage along his arm to give it more support and perhaps to protect a recent injury. Katsuki asked where he was going just as Izuku was about to turn and head back to the room. Izuku explained that he was just looking for a vending machine or something similar, deliberately swaying on his feet. Katsuki examined him with a raised eyebrow and a frown. He did not know why he insisted on looking tough when he knew the freckled boy would not lie about something like that. He knew him well enough to be sure his intentions were not bad and he was not trying to take advantage of a situation. He wanted to believe he could still trust the image he had of the man he was looking at. At the same time, he did not know whether to trust that impression or why he wanted to keep a scowling expression if his conscience was shouting that he should be sincere and speak to him properly. Katsuki said he understood and then, rubbing the bridge of his nose, told himself to calm his impulsivity. He asked since when Izuku had the confidence to call Todoroki by his first name, expressing displeasure on his face. Izuku explained that even though it was only his second day there, Todoroki really was great. He did not speak much, just as Izuku had suspected, but he had been kind and asked to be called by his name. The bright smile on the freckled boy's face stirred something uncomfortable in Katsuki. For the second time he had heard him speak so warmly about someone else, and it cut him to the bone not with anger at being abandoned, but with unease, regret, and above all guilt. Katsuki told him to follow him and said the vending machine was down the other hallway. He set off with firm steps, looking straight ahead and feeling the weight in his chest grow heavier. If there was anything he had accepted about being separated from Izuku, it was that he did not have to confront things or himself. At first separation felt contradictory. Losing the presence of the green-haired boy suddenly had left a slight emptiness. He had told others more than once that he was better off without the Deku, as if he had gotten rid of a stone in his path, but deep down he always knew he felt bad for his actions and that, in some way, Izuku had been part of his life. Occasionally the thought of wanting to know how he was and apologizing for not knowing how to behave as he should had surfaced over the 8 years apart, only to be immediately shut down. Being away allowed him the freedom not to face his mistakes, to avoid consequences, to pretend everything was fine and that he remained focused on his goal. Most of all, it let him not face his guilt. That guilt always returned like a soft tide when he thought of Izuku and remembered their final year of high school. Now it crashed against him like a powerful wave. He stopped in front of the vending machine and watched as the other boy quickly focused on it and began pressing buttons to select a snack. Katsuki studied him silently, tracing the profile that had changed subtly over the years, counting the freckles on his skin, and noticing that he still could not tame his unruly hair. Something stirred inside him, and it was not the same as guilt. It felt different. In that moment he decided to be honest. He had been drowning in everything he had been holding in since those words at graduation and did not want to lose the chance to speak. He cleared his throat while the other boy glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and then returned to the vending machine's menu. Katsuki called him by his name, still feeling strange using it instead of the nickname he had used for so long. Bakugo understood why the other had asked him to leave it, so even if it no longer represented what it once had, he would not use it again. He repeated Izuku's name, this time louder. Izuku, with green eyes, pressed the button of the miniature pancake dispenser with a stiff motion and then looked at the hero. Bakugo could tell from Izuku's eyes, which were like transparent windows to his soul, that Izuku suspected what he wanted to say. Bakugo spoke, admitting that they needed to talk about the past, aware of the laceration to his pride but steady enough to bear it. He then admitted that perhaps Izuku did not have to talk and maybe it was only Bakugo who needed to. Izuku interrupted him, asking Bakugo to stop and explaining that his day had already been exhausting and he had not even had a decent breakfast. Izuku noted that the first thing he would eat was some cold pancakes from a metal box and used a friendly tone one would use with any companion. Bakugo noticed the lack of a spark, no anger or strong emotion, nothing approaching interest. Bakugo tried to insist that he could not wait any longer, but Izuku said again that he was hungry and quickly opened the snack and began eating. His cheeks filled comically with the bread. Izuku added that he was too stressed to talk about that now. Bakugo asked if Izuku would be willing to talk later. Izuku's voice wavered. He truly wanted to let everything out and be honest in the moment they were alone, but the other did not yield. Izuku replied that maybe later, then, still focused on eating with near desperation, praised the food, and said it was better than he expected. Bakugo pressed, reminding Izuku that he was asking a serious question. Izuku repeated that maybe later and said he was not ready to have that conversation now, perhaps it would be better if he returned to Melissa. Bakugo sighed as he watched Izuku's innocently sincere smile. He told himself he could not blame Izuku's evasion and headed toward the sitting room where the blonde woman with hazel eyes waited. The walk was short but felt eternal, broken only by the sound of Izuku eating. When they arrived, Bakugo noticed Melissa's analytical gaze and returned it, wondering how much of his history she might know. Izuku distracted Melissa by announcing that he had brought her favorite orange juice. The woman's attention shifted away, and at that moment a hand landed on Bakugo's shoulder, diverting his attention from the investigators. A calm voice commented that Bakugo seemed to be here again and asked why he appeared so interested. The speaker wondered whether Bakugo knew any of the people present or was simply trying to provoke. Bakugo replied in a sing-song tone that did not match his expression, saying it was none of the other's business, and the bicolored man noticed Bakugo's displeasure. The other noted that Bakugo knew the name and wondered why it seemed to bother him, speculating that Bakugo might know one of the two people. He studied Bakugo's expressions as if assembling one of his theories. Bakugo snapped that the other should shut up and told him not to take so long next time they stopped a stupid robbery. Another familiar voice arrived in time to trade barbs with him. Bakugo growled that he had not even missed the other's absence and announced that he was leaving because he was tired of seeing them all the time. He shrugged Todoroki's hand off his shoulder and pushed past Monoma, who wore a mocking grin. In the hallway he passed Shinso, who wisely stayed out of it and watched Bakugo walk away. It was the third day in a row Bakugo had seen Izuku, and again his thoughts grew chaotic. He wondered how far things would go. He let himself fall face first onto his mattress when he finally returned home. He had only a couple of vending machine pancakes in his stomach, a bland cup of coffee the heroes had offered, and a sandwich that had appeared mysteriously in his place in the living room after they had stepped into the company gardens to see the hero's powers. It was not enough. He was not stupid. He knew the sandwich had been left by Kaken for him, but he was unsure how to feel. He had avoided talking after realizing that, as Melissa had predicted, Kaken would try to bring up the past, and the nerves refused to leave for hours despite his attempts to appear as calm as a meditating monk. At the same time, the gesture had made him excited in a way he reprimanded himself for, and he argued with himself over whether the blonde's intent had been simple help for a bad day or an insistence on talking. He hoped it was not the latter, and he also hoped it was not simply an attempt to feed him out of pity, since that would stir the feelings he kept locked away. He was, as could be seen, a mass of contradictions. He clutched the pillow, hoping it would hide the heat in his face. After a few seconds he threw the pillow aside, turned to stare at the ceiling, and thought things over. He checked the time on his alarm clock, cursed under his breath, and decided to go grocery shopping and cook something light for dinner. The disadvantage of being an investigator was the long hours in the lab, sometimes more than 12 hours, which made it wasteful to buy much food that would spoil in the pantry. The second disadvantage of the situation, and the one that bothered him even more in that moment, was that because he had nothing at home he had to go out and get something despite being exhausted. Could the rest of the night get any worse? He forced himself into his green coat, locked the apartment, and headed for the nearest mini-market with the intention of returning quickly. When everything seemed in order and he was in line to pay, the store alarms went off and the security shutters slammed down. The few customers inside panicked and began to shout, the commotion spreading anxiety through the room. Izuku remained silent while anger burned inside him. He only wanted to pay, go home, eat, and sleep. He could not believe this was happening to him. He closed his eyes for a moment, and that brief pause was enough for someone to grab him roughly and take away his freedom of movement. By the time he realized what was happening, his groceries were on the floor and a weapon pressed near his head. The robber announced that if they did not hand over the safe's money, the hostages would suffer the consequences. The aggressor held him tightly, and the pressure at his neck made it hard to breathe. Fear began to cloud his thoughts, making his breathing erratic. His vision blurred perhaps from the lack of oxygen, hunger, or the shock of seeing the other hostages' terrified faces, and the sudden roar of breaking metal and glass filled his ears. In an instant everything went black. The last thing he thought he saw before losing consciousness was a familiar figure bursting in, furious, threatening the criminals and demanding that the hostages be released first. Izuku convinced himself it must have been a hallucination from the oxygen deprivation. There was no way someone would insist that he be freed above the others. A few hours later he woke up on his sofa. He knew it was his sofa because he would recognize the circular ceiling lamps even if he suffered complete amnesia. Relief washed over him as he thought it had been a bad dream, until an acute pain stabbed his left temple, the same side that had been threatened in the mini-market. Katsuki's deep voice told him to stop yelling because it would only make his headache worse, and Izuku jumped in surprise when he realized he was not alone. Katsuki scolded him while explaining that he had fainted because of the criminal who had taken him hostage in the store. Izuku understood then that it had not been a dream. Katsuki confirmed that he would not be there if it had been imaginary, and Izuku thought privately that maybe it had still been a dream, though he did not say it aloud. When Izuku asked how Katsuki had known where he lived, Katsuki admitted he expected such a question and then explained the events. The robber had dropped Izuku when he fainted, so the store employees had given him first aid while Katsuki and others fought and waited for the police and ambulances. Paramedics had checked him and said it was probably just shock, hospital attention was unnecessary, and after the police took his ID from his wallet they had ordered Katsuki to take him home. Izuku muttered about the disadvantages of being a civilian and then changed the subject, rubbing his temple as a quick movement made the pain worse. Katsuki swallowed awkwardly at Izuku's remark and kept his tone rough but not hostile. When Izuku asked about his groceries, Katsuki said he did not know, and Izuku complained that the whole situation stunk. Katsuki told him that the robber's power had made him literally malodorous, which sounded pathetic. Izuku clarified that he had been speaking figuratively, not literally. An awkward silence filled the apartment. Katsuki began to say something, and Izuku interrupted with how hungry he was, which cut the conversation short. Katsuki admitted he had checked the pantry and found nothing. Izuku asked if Katsuki had been going through his home. Katsuki denied being nosy and said he had only looked for something because he expected Izuku to be hungry. If he had truly cared for anything else, Katsuki added, he would not have stayed sitting there when there was nothing in the kitchen. When Izuku accepted that and still complained about being hungry, Katsuki said he had told the brown-haired classmate to bring something to eat. Izuku asked why Uraraka. Katsuki explained that she had been helping to stop the robbery, had insisted on being the one to bring him food, had been sent to drop someone else off, and then kept calling to check on him. Annoyed, Katsuki had told her to bring something to eat or not bother him. For the first time that night Izuku smiled genuinely, hiding the expression behind his phone as he checked the time. It was almost midnight when a knock sounded at the door, and Uraraka announced her arrival by calling out that she was there. He sighed with relief, thinking that their arrival would lighten the mood and also fill his stomach. He watched Katsuki stand and head for the entrance, where he soon noticed the brown-haired woman holding 2 bags bearing the logo of a well-known ramen restaurant. Katsuki took the bags while the woman slipped off her boots at the door, and Izuku watched from the sofa. As a fan of heroes, he felt almost dreamlike having 2 of them in his home, still wearing their hero outfits, though this time he resolved not to let that distract him as it had before when he visited their company. Uraraka approached him and told him she was glad he had woken up. She explained that she had been very worried when they arrived and saw he had been taken hostage, and she was relieved that Bakugo had stopped him from falling to the floor, otherwise he might still be undergoing medical examinations. Izuku acknowledged her with a shy greeting and said he did not know how he had ended up in that situation, but he was grateful to have been rescued in time. He expressed thanks for the food and admitted it was a shame he had not even been able to buy an instant soup to cook at home. Uraraka insisted there was nothing to thank her for, that a hero's job was to help those in need and bringing food was no trouble for her. She smiled warmly, and Izuku bowed his head slightly in appreciation. Uraraka began to stammer that he did not need to thank only her and that Bakugo had also been very worried. Then Katsuki cut her off with a harsh tone, ordering her to hand over the food she had brought and to stop prolonging the subject, warning that they did not want anyone fainting from hunger. Uraraka apologized and, without missing a beat, asked Bakugo to fetch 3 bowls. Bakugo grumbled and stomped off toward the kitchen while Izuku stared, jaw practically dropping, and Uraraka returned from the entrance with the bags. She moved briskly to set the disposable containers on the kotatsu and explained that, although Bakugo's personality was not the easiest and his reputation as a hero was not the most friendly, underneath all that he was cooperative and helped others. She recounted that when they began hero training he had been hostile, rude, annoying, and arrogant, but over time he had come to understand that things did not always revolve around him and had started to change. She suggested Izuku could ask Todoroki and Shinso about it the next time he saw them, smiling as she arranged the food. Izuku listened to her words, wondering whether they were entirely accurate or if Uraraka simply saw the best in her colleagues. A third voice interrupted as he was about to ask more, asking who Uraraka was talking about. An ashen-haired man set plates on the wooden surface and sat on the free side. Izuku watched him carefully, comparing the newcomer's movements and bearing with his hazy memories. The ashen-haired man's actions struck Izuku as precise and purposeful, the sort of focused energy that came from years of training. Uraraka replied that she had been talking about Katsuki. Katsuki then demanded to know why she would be speaking about him at all. Izuku shut his eyes briefly and glanced at the worn wood of the kotatsu, not wanting to be drawn into a workplace argument. Katsuki scoffed that he did not believe it and tried to appear indifferent to the way Izuku's green eyes kept following him. Uraraka laughed softly and asked how he could be so sure of his impressions, distributing the plates quickly. Katsuki answered curtly that he did not think Izuku would be interested in him. Uraraka only laughed briefly and let the small disagreement drop. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, thanked them for the food, and the 3 of them began to eat in silence. Minutes passed and their plates slowly emptied. Although they did not exchange many words, their looks spoke differently. Izuku kept glancing at the red-eyed blonde at his side, still finding it strange that this man was the same person he had shared a childhood with. It was difficult for him to accept that the man had changed so much and no longer fit the image he had once known. He wondered how deep Katsuki's changes truly were and whether he would ever notice them fully, and he wondered, too, how he had ended up sharing a meal at home with him. Katsuki, however, occupied a different emotional space. He also kept stealing furtive glances at the other a couple of times, as if he wanted to probe the other's mind and learn what he was thinking and the image he probably had of him. He wanted to talk, to apologize, to listen, to know what the other saw in him, whether he hated him, whether he forgave him, whether anything could be changed, whether he truly was not ready to speak, or whether he genuinely disliked him enough to avoid talking and find excuses. He wished, without ulterior motives, to speak plainly. He also knew it would not be that night and perhaps not the next day either. He knew, of course, that the longed-for conversation might never happen, and he understood that he could not force Bakugo to speak. Uraraka pretended not to notice the looks they exchanged or how clumsy everyone was when trying to avoid being caught. She simply acted completely focused on her food and paid no attention to the small things around her. After about half an hour, everyone finished, and the woman politely offered to take the dishes to the kitchen before leaving, which left them alone once again. This time they were only alone briefly, but unlike previous times their eyes remained fixed on each other. It was almost a contest to see who would look away first. It felt as if both wanted to slip into the other's mind and resolve their own questions without asking. The wall between them felt enormous. Ochako interrupted, offering to take him home. Bakugo replied brusquely that she did not need to take him and that he could return home using his quirk. Ochako insisted that it was late and the noise from his explosions would frighten people, and she reminded him that, in theory, he should not use it there. Katsuki clicked his tongue and stood immediately, implicitly following Ochako's order. Izuku, still seated on the floor, watched the scene with some surprise and began forming new questions. Was Katsuki like this with everyone, or did he only comply with Ochako? Bakugo said he did not want to go with her, gathered the grenades he had removed upon arriving at the apartment, fastened them on, and stretched back in his spot while Izuku watched attentively. Ochako told him to stop complaining and hurry, saying that Izuku must be exhausted, and she moved briskly toward the door. Once there she bowed toward Midoriya and thanked him for allowing them to have dinner with him and apologized for staying so long. Midoriya stammered that it was nothing and that he should be the one thanking them for saving and feeding him, which made Katsuki raise an eyebrow. Ochako warned Midoriya, carefully and not as a reproach, to avoid getting into trouble while out shopping. Midoriya answered haltingly that he would be careful. Bakugo nodded and went ahead out of the apartment. Uraraka said goodbye once more, and in complete silence they left the complex and reached Ochako's car. They were not the closest of friends. They were not on bad terms, but she was not the hero partner he was closest to, which made it stranger that she offered to drive him home. Of course he was allowed to return home using his quirk, but to avoid arguing in front of Midoriya he accepted the lie. When the car stopped at a red light, Bakugo leaned against the passenger window and, feigning indifference, asked why she had offered to take him home. Ochako replied that the person she had taken home earlier lived near her, so after learning she should bring food she had quickly gone home and taken the car. Bakugo rolled his eyes and said that he did not mean that kind of question. Ochako paused as the light turned green and then, after a brief sigh, asked what he thought of Midoriya. Bakugo was taken by surprise and looked out the window to hide his expression. He asked sharply whether Midoriya had told Ochako anything, trying to gauge whether to speak. Ochako answered that Midoriya had not told her anything. She was simply curious and wanted to know what he thought of him. She said she found Midoriya pleasant, kind, and nice, and that she wanted to spend more time with him. Bakugo raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, asking whether she liked him. Ochako admitted that it was not necessarily that she liked him romantically, but that she found him pleasant, fun, and enjoyable company. Bakugo frowned and said that it was too soon to form an opinion, his response cold and guarded. He thought her opinion simplistic compared to all that Midoriya might be. Ochako observed that during dinner she had seen them looking at each other a lot and had even thought they might know each other, but her earlier answer made her realize she had been mistaken. Bakugo offered no reply. His silence spoke for him, though Ochako would not have the tools to understand in what way he had affirmed her observation. The rest of the drive passed quickly and within 15 minutes Ochako parked in the lot of the building where he lived. Bakugo unbuckled and unlatched the door and muttered a brief thanks. Ochako responded with a modest smile and said it was nothing. Uraraka reminded Bakugo that the boss had asked her to tell him to take the paperwork to administration. He only nodded in response and walked away with heavy steps. The day had taken an unexpected turn, and he did not understand why life seemed intent on bringing him closer to Deku again. Melissa observed that misfortune really did seem to follow him as they walked the long hallways of the Hero Company, trailing behind Uraraka who was busy on the phone. Bakugo sighed and remembered that 2 days ago he had said he would simply let time pass, yet now Uraraka knew his apartment and had eaten at his table. Melissa teased him about it, smoothing her golden hair with a playful tone. Bakugo protested that it was not funny and pouted. Melissa laughed again but then pretended to be innocent. Bakugo warned with a slightly sharp tone that he did not like whatever Melissa was implying. He knew his friend well and recognized that manner of teasing. He chastised himself for having trusted her with his past. Melissa feigned ignorance, but Bakugo could see through her act. He placed a hand on her shoulder to make her stop for a moment and pulled them a little farther from Uraraka, who remained focused on her call. His expression became serious. Melissa called his attention, and Bakugo told her in a low voice that he thought there was something between Deku and Uraraka. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby before speaking. Melissa first showed disbelief, then glanced in surprise at the woman guiding them through the familiar path. Bakugo shook his head and grabbed Melissa's cheeks briefly to reverse her movement, silently reminding her of the need for discretion. He explained that yesterday Uraraka had asked him to do something. Although he had complained, he had done it almost immediately. Not only that, but she had offered to walk him home and he had allowed himself to be persuaded easily. Melissa laughed out loud, which made Uraraka pause long enough to turn and apologize. Melissa clapped Uraraka on the back and asked if she could be discreet for a moment, then promised Bakugo she would not tell anyone else. She insisted that what he suggested was absurd and argued that one small action could not prove anything, questioning why he was bringing it up. Bakugo made air quotes with his fingers and accused Melissa of using a familiar tone that he recognized well. Melissa smiled resignedly like a mother amused by a child's mischief and conceded that he might be right this time, but she still did not believe there was anything between them. She suggested that he was worrying about things that should not concern him. The past was the past. Silence followed. Bakugo knew he could not hide anything from his best friend, especially not after he had revealed the little secret he had never shared with anyone. A secret that would make him want to run away if the other person ever found out. He told Melissa to drop it, and she winked at him before hurrying to catch up with Uraraka, effectively burying the subject for the rest of the afternoon. Bakugo rolled his eyes and quickened his pace. Melissa was clever, he could not deny it. He watched from the corner of his eye as the cold-haired, half-and-half boy smiled while talking to Deku, a sight that struck him as strange because the boy was not usually so cheerful, especially with people he had only known for a few days. He scolded himself for overthinking and took a deep breath to push away the persistent thoughts. He looked away when the eager investigator stumbled while trying to test whether Shudo's quirk affected his two-toned hair, earning another laugh from the two-toned boy. When the investigator stumbled, his gaze met a pair of blue eyes that had been watching him for who knew how long. Bakugo held the stare with those blue eyes that seemed to be searching his mind, wondering whether Deku had told them everything, including the troubling details from the last year of high school and his own difficult behavior. It was not hard to imagine, considering that Deku had been invading the research space since the first day and had saved him the previous night during a robbery at a small convenience store, but Bakugo still wondered whether Deku would have mentioned that specific history. Hitoshi's voice broke the eye contact and reminded them that they could go to the gym. Bakugo remembered that his role there was to act as the villain so the research team could observe his abilities up close. Acting like the bad guy did not thrill him, and he disliked when gossip programs called him more villain than hero, but he had agreed because he wanted to stay with the team and, pragmatically, it was useful to compare progress with the others. They stepped out into the garden, following Hitoshi who chatted idly with the smug Monoma. The others made guesses and discussed items of relevance to the project that did not particularly interest Bakugo, so he fell to the back and watched everyone closely. He usually did not like staying until the end, not even when walking with a group, but this time he decided to remain to avoid Melissa's annoying bluish stare. At the reinforced gym he first faced Nito, who put up a good fight with his own quirk, but in the end Bakugo prevailed thanks to his expertise with his element. Next he fought Hitoshi, who required a specific response to handle him and did not match Bakugo's physical ability, so the match was straightforward. Finally he faced Todoroki. The duel with Shudo was tighter. Shudo was strong, clever, agile, and had a pair of powerful quirks, which always made their training interesting. They were so evenly matched that for a moment everyone thought the fight would never end, but Bakugo ultimately won again. He puffed his chest in triumph. After all, he was number one. His pride soured, however, when he caught himself looking at Izuku as he recovered his breath, Izuku seemed more interested in jotting notes on his observation board than in the recent fight. After returning to the common room and chatting a while, the visitors said their goodbyes and Uraraka appeared to guide them to the exit. Bakugo had raised an eyebrow when the brunette arrived and watched, annoyed, as she smiled and her cheeks flushed while talking specifically with Izuku. When the guests left and Uraraka returned, she found Bakugo with his arms crossed. Uraraka asked what was bothering him. Todoroki, coming from the showers, paused when he heard her question. Bakugo answered tersely that he did not know why he should be bothered and asked Todoroki what he expected. Uraraka explained that she was wondering the same thing and pointed out that Bakugo had been emphasizing that particular nickname since he found out. Ochako, thoughtful, noted that only Izuku called him that and asked whether he had told Melissa to use it too. Bakugo shrugged and said he had, but Melissa apparently refused. Uraraka then asked why the topic irritated him and pressed whether Izuku was someone he knew from before. A chill ran through Bakugo at the implication, the kind that comes when a hidden truth seems about to surface. He brushed it off as nonsense. Ochako voiced the same suspicion aloud and then brightened as if she had found an answer. That was why Bakugo had been so intent on saving Izuku first yesterday and why so many glances had been exchanged at dinner. She pointed at him, making him feel the uncomfortable heat of being the center of attention. He usually enjoyed that, but this time he did not. Ochako elaborated that it seemed strange how Bakugo and Izuku would look at each other often yet act as if the other did not exist, and how it felt like they shared a secret between the two of them. She added that Uraraka had noticed it too. Bakugo felt another shiver at how observant Todoroki could be. Uraraka then blurted out that Bakugo was interested in Izuku, which made Bakugo go pale. Todoroki showed a quiet surprise. Uraraka confirmed that she liked Izuku. She found him kind, endearing, charismatic, and his enthusiasm for heroes renewed her own motivation. She said she liked him in that friendly way and wanted to remain his friend after the project was finished. That explanation eased Bakugo's tension. Denki, sitting by the kotatsu, murmured in response as the conversation shifted. Later, at Bakugo's house with a little alcohol loosening tongues, Bakugo recounted his lingering annoyance with Todoroki and Uraraka and, without planning to, shared parts of his past with Deku. He was careful to leave out certain details, telling only what he could speak of superficially, though his friends still reacted with surprise. Kirishima commented that the situation was rough and that if Izuku had been a bad person he could have ruined Bakugo's career years ago. Mina warned that it was best not to provoke Izuku or Bakugo's reputation as the #1 hero might suffer. Shiro suggested they might be exaggerating and reminded them the incident had happened years ago. Ashido pointed out that as a professional hero, and notably the strongest, Bakugo was expected to lead by example. Bakugo finally admitted he had tried to talk to Izuku but that Izuku refused. He acknowledged he had made mistakes and would not force the issue. Kaminari remarked that it was odd to see his friend so restrained. Maybe it was just the alcohol that always made him tamer. Ijiro asked Bakugo not to be angry with Kamibro and explained that Kamibro only meant to point out that the topic seemed to cause him a lot of conflict, and he was right. Mina, leaning her elbows on the wooden table and studying him with her large dark eyes, asked why he had started picking on him in 3rd year. Hanta added that he wondered the same, reminding everyone that Bakugo had always been temperamental but that Midoriya had never seemed unpleasant. According to what they all said, Midoriya overflowed with kindness and joy. Katsuki sighed heavily, staring at the badly folded paper crane in his hands while his thoughts really wandered back to the past. He was not stupid. He now knew why he had become such a JRK to the freckled boy in 3rd year of middle school, even if at the time he had not understood it clearly. It had begun after so much time together and so many shared experiences. Something in the way he saw Midoriya started to change. He always felt a particular excitement when he met him and the other neighborhood kids to play, though he never showed it outwardly. One day his heart began to race more than usual and his stomach filled with that flutter people call butterflies. At first he did not know what it was, he did not even know the concept, and he had no idea why it made him feel so strange, so he ignored it. By chance, overhearing a pair of girls from his class talking, the idea of being in love entered his head. Those med problems began then. Thinking he was in love plunged him into inner conflict that aggravated his naturally explosive temperament. First, because he believed that as a boy he should not like another boy, at least that was how he thought things worked, and second, because he should not feel that way about such a close friend. For better or worse, he was the only one of his friends who'd experienced that, and that confusion was enough to scramble his mind. He acted on the stupid advice his fear gave him and began to push Midoriya away to kill the butterflies, using the fact that Midoriya was awkward and had been teased in the past as a way to justify it. He replaced any strange feelings with genuine rudeness, with rejection that hid different emotions. Gradually, things twisted until he lost his footing and fully stepped into the role of bully. On the last day of school, when Midoriya said he hoped life would take him far and that he would achieve his dreams, some of the feelings Bakugo had suppressed thudded in his chest and made him feel an unexpected emptiness that lasted longer than he would admit. He convinced himself once more that things were better this way, that he was in the right, and that he had no time for nonsense. He swept those feelings under the rug and walked away whistling, pretending it had never happened and that he was satisfied with the result he had worked so hard to obtain. During high school, he worked to erase every lingering feeling that came up when he remembered Deku, from uncertainty down to plain guilt. It was in that PRD that he could more clearly process what he had felt that day and why it had terrified him. Still, he pretended nothing had happened and that no strange thoughts had ever crossed his mind about his friend. He buried all traces so deeply that no one imagined his heart had once raced for the person he mocked in their last year of middle school. He hid it so thoroughly that when his mother beamed because a neighborhood girl told her she liked him, he took it as confirmation that he had done the right thing. Now, at 23, he understood what he had done wrong and why. Although he no longer had strange feelings for his childhood friend, he did not know how to process Midoriya's reappearance in his life, and his mind felt like a mess. At least one thing was clear: he regretted it and wanted to apologize. Katsuki kept the details of his reply to himself and admitted that he had been an idiot, referring to himself. Ijiro suggested not to be angry with Kamibro. Hanta, the most sensible of the group, advised that if Midoriya was as kind as everyone said, Bakugo should wait until he was ready to talk and then the matter would be settled. Denki blurted out, without thinking, that what if Midoriya hated him and was planning some sort of revenge? What if he exposed the truth and destroyed him completely? Mina warned that they did not know whether there might be a darker side hidden behind Midoriya's facade. The host of the gathering sighed and rolled his eyes to show that their speculation seemed overblown, though he admitted quietly that anything was possible even if unlikely. He urged Bakugo not to listen to their nonsense and pointed out that alcohol made them all dumber. He told Bakugo to simply apologize and to accept whatever response he received, even if that response was harsh. Someone teased Dynamite about whether he could handle apologizing, or if he would claim he could not, and the blonde clicked his tongue to let Hanta know he agreed. They thought they might only have to insist a little more to get Izuku to speak and help him shake off that nagging regret. It was the weekend, and Izuku repeated to himself that he needed asparagus as he searched among the vegetables. He could take a short break after a week that had left his head spinning. The previous day had been Friday, his third day working at the Hero Company on the new project, and if he did not rest that Saturday he felt certain he would lose his temper. The project itself was not the problem. He and Melissa had things under control. What unsettled him was having seen Kaken so close again. Seeing him in action up close the day before had made Izuku want to leave before he lost his composure watching the #1 hero move so professionally from the front row. He managed to avoid most of it by keeping his eyes on his logbook. He scolded his own foolish thoughts and the way his heart fluttered at memories of Kaken's powerful, composed movements. He reminded himself that Kaken was simply strong and impressive, nothing more. When he finally found the asparagus, Izuku felt a little embarrassed that they had been right in front of him the whole time. He headed to the checkout, then stopped abruptly and tried to hide behind a column when he heard people whispering. From a distance he recognized the imposing blonde and understood why they had been talking. Katsuki wore black pants and a matching shirt with orange stripes on the chest similar to his hero costume. He inspected the price on a packet of dried fruit, decided against buying it, and stepped forward in line. Izuku could not tell whether it was simple disinterest or professionalism, But the blonde did not seem to notice the admiring glances from the women behind him. Izuku swore that Kaken would love that kind of attention just for being a hero, yet the blonde appeared uninterested. Feeling watched, Izuku peeked cautiously and then hid again until a chorus of excited shouts from women asking for an autograph broke the moment. Katsuki granted a few photos with some reluctance, then paid and hurried out of the store. Izuku relaxed and left his hiding place, only to feel once more that life was teasing him. Back home, Izuku made himself a proper lunch and flopped on the couch. Curiosity soon pricked at him. He opened his phone and, after a few moments' hesitation, searched the number 1 hero's profile. For the past 8 years he had avoided anything related to Kaken, but now that he had seen him in person he found it difficult not to look. The hero's account was ordinary, staged hero portraits, some landscapes, and sponsored posts. What surprised Izuku was a few magazine shoots where Kaken had been made to look like a model. He never would have imagined Kaken doing that willingly, and he pictured how grumpy he must be when these offers came his way. It matched the Kaken he remembered, not someone completely changed as Uraraka had suggested. After checking tags and seeing the grocery store photos already posted, Izuku closed the app and decided he had had enough of the blonde for the day. Monday arrived too quickly. Back at the hero company, he sometimes regretted that the project was scheduled for 4 weeks. It was those moments when circumstances forced him to be in contact with Kaken that made him uneasy. Bakugu's shouting echoed down the hallway, unmistakable to anyone who heard it. Bakugu stormed that he refused to do whatever they were asking, insisting that they had no right to proceed without consulting him. A colleague reminded him that they had been requested as the stars and that the company had already signed a contract. Bakugu exploded that he would sue the administration for putting him in that position. Another person pointed out that they were all part of the administration and that his impulsiveness and hasty signatures had led to this. The argument continued in the corridor, voices rising and falling as each person made their case. An attendant reminded everyone that the sponsor was watching and told them to behave. Shouts, hurried footsteps, and what sounded like stumbling came from outside the room, and everyone in the lounge exchanged silent looks. Bakugu erupted, accusing the bald man of having no right to take up his time. The sponsor replied that the company had already signed the contract and the work had to be done, and suggested that if Bakugu had a problem he could speak with his lawyer. Bakugu started to snap back about a lawyer and something else, but a muffled sound suggested someone had stopped him from finishing the insult, which made the 3 professional heroes who had accompanied them breathe a sigh of relief. Shudo announced that this had gone far enough and rose to see what was happening. When he opened the door, the 2 people arguing outside crashed to the floor in a tangle from their struggling, and Shudo was dragged in among them, letting out a small complaint as he hit the carpet. He recognized the voice that had been with Bakugu. Red Riot was there, apparently trying to manage the temperamental blonde. From what he knew of them, the 2 usually got along, but he had not expected them to be roughhousing and scolding each other like that. Red Riot immediately stood, bowed to the assembled group, and apologized for the disturbance, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He explained that they had a small problem. Bakugu, still on the floor, demanded to know what small problem he meant. He sprang to his feet and glared at the red-haired hero and the bald man with evident fury. Shudo took a moment to rise, muttering something indistinct under his breath that sounded like an insult. Nito, seated nearby, smiled and asked what was going on, clearly entertained by the scene. Bakugu snapped back, asking why Nito cared. Nito then complimented someone as perfect, smiling widely. The bald man who had caused the clash hurried forward and, disregarding personal boundaries, grabbed the young man's shoulders to inspect his face from different angles. He prodded his cheeks and the curls of his hair, and then announced that the combination of green eyes, curly hair, and freckles was fascinating. He declared that the young man was perfect for a music video. Izuku protested that he was neither model nor actor and that his work was science, but the sponsor waved that aside and launched into his pitch. He explained the concept. All the professional heroes and Izuku would dress as medieval characters, meet, battle a horde of monsters, and become friends while music tied the scenes together. He asked what Izuku's quirk was so he could tailor the character to his ability. Izuku answered that he did not have a quirk, which plunged the room into awkward silence. Even Bakugo shifted his gaze toward a potted plant in the corner. Izuku felt a lump in his throat but forced himself to breathe and continue by saying he would be a hindrance. The sponsor brushed that off and offered to give Izuku a sword, promising to use his own quirk on it so it would glitter and feel magical. Izuku felt a flicker of hope but still insisted that a true actor with a quirk might be more fitting. The sponsor quickly sweetened the offer with money, 250,000 yen plus royalties. Melissa, who had been watching, exclaimed at the amount and insisted on speaking with Izuku alone. She guided him out of the room and peered at him sharply in the hallway. With a steady hand on his shoulders, Melissa insisted that he could not refuse such an offer. She added that perhaps it would be a chance to talk to the person he had been looking at rather than her, noting that his attention seemed heavy with that other presence. Melissa pretended to tremble and then denied that she sought an opportunity to talk to him, although she admitted she wanted to be nearby and also wanted him to keep his distance. She felt conflicted about how she reacted around Bakugo and hated feeling torn about anything related to him. As the sponsor approached again with a triumphant smile, he asked whether Izuku had made up his mind. Izuku accepted the role, resigned, confused, nervous, and, beneath it all, a little excited, while warning that he had no grace for such performances. The only time he had acted was in kindergarten, and he had been a bush. He did not ask why. A man from the production team greeted him warmly, shook his hand, and thanked Melissa for convincing him, assuring that this time he would be the star rather than a messy bush. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the choice of words. At the other end of the hall, Katsuki frowned. He asked Kirishima whether he was not supposed to be the leading star. Kirishima reminded him that Katsuki had said he would not participate. Katsuki noticed his friend's steady gaze but did not care. His attention was fixed on the freckled, green-haired investigator listening intently to the bald man explaining the details. Seeing him try to absorb everything brought back memories from high school, and at least in that respect, the green-haired man was the same. Katsuki reminded him that the contract was already signed. Kirishima glanced toward the investigator and suggested that maybe the contract mattered to him now, or that he had agreed only because the investigator had. Katsuki warned him with a sharp tone. Kirishima shrugged and said he meant exactly what he had said. Katsuki sighed, crossed his arms, and confessed that he would just take the chance to speak with the investigator. Kirishima sighed in resignation and went over to introduce himself to the freckled man and try to get to know him a little better. Katsuki watched from a distance, thinking about everything and nothing at the same time, still processing the idea of appearing in a music video. He hated having to act like a television star when he was a hero. Izuku finished adjusting the green vest provided for filming. He had stayed up all night going over the script and practicing sword movements in his living room with Melissa offering encouragement, and then he had worked through the morning. He was tired but, at least, more convinced about taking part. Uraraka complimented him on his appearance and called the outfit great, which made him smile. He admitted that he still felt strange doing this and studied his reflection, feeling out of place among so many real heroes. Todoroki joined in and told him he looked perfect for the role. He could not imagine anyone else in his place. Todoroki then confirmed that he had read the entire script and had barely slept, which worried Uraraka. Izuku began to explain his own bad habit of over-preparing when the sponsor entered the dressing area and announced that filming was about to begin. He breathed deeply, forced a nervous smile for the other heroes, and walked toward the set with the rest of the cast, gripping the sword at his belt as if to steady his nerves. Approaching the set only increased his anxiety. Every time he glanced to the side he saw important figures who made him want not to mess up. He admired the beauty and presence of the participants, from standout heroines like Creati and Pinky to more serious heroes such as Todoroki. He was afraid of letting everyone down. His stomach tightened not from fear of failure but from the presence at the end of the line who stood out among them all, Katsuki. Katsuki's style was wilder than the rest, with piercings, a fake tattoo on one arm, and a large red cape that added to his presence. Izuku swallowed hard. The director called for action, and Izuku forced his best smile as he stepped onto the scene. Filming ended quickly, to his relief, but the adrenaline lingered. It was not the stunts or the aerial movements that left him on edge. It was the scenes he had to perform opposite the investigator. By the sponsor's whim, Izuku had been cast in the lead alongside the investigator, so they spent the entire shoot close together. In one scene they shared the frame alone, leaving no extras for distraction. Being near him made Izuku notice the small gestures the investigator made toward him and, naturally, made him pay more attention to his reactions. He realized that at the start of filming the investigator had been as stiff as a board and uncomfortable with his presence. By the end, the investigator appeared relaxed and fully in the star role. Izuku's own arc had been the reverse. He had begun confidently and impressive, but ended uneasy. There was a moment during their shared scene when Izuku felt the urge to stop the take and force the investigator to talk, but he held back. The investigator was professional, even outside his usual field. Izuku still could not understand why the closer he came to the investigator, the stronger his need became to talk and clear up things from the past. It felt almost like when, as a boy, his mother scolded him and forced him to do things that bruised his pride, like apologizing or toning down his coarse language. Katsuki thought that if the old witch had found out how he treated Izuku, she would have tugged his ears and made him apologize, and he would have saved himself a lot of trouble. In short, he had never felt such a strong need to apologize. He was also annoyed that he could not get out of his head the idea that the green-haired looked genuinely good in the recording wardrobe. Katsuki always pictured him in an oversized white robe with the company logo, and the few times he had seen him off-duty the boy dressed plainly. What kind of style relied on wearing big coats and shirts that literally said, "shirt," on the front? None, he decided, shaking his head to reconnect with reality. Now he was in the dressing room area, and for his bad luck the only person left in the zone was Izuku. The extras had hurried to change when the shoot ended and those closest to Izuku had been pulled off to a mission, leaving the young man alone. Izuku had chosen to change in private. The wardrobe from the shoot did not bother him at all and, on the contrary, fit his sense of style. It was ironic that Katsuki had hated the idea of participating in something like this and yet had been one of the last to leave the studio. Pretending it had not been intentional, he turned to look at him. He had meant to strike up a decent conversation and then bring up his concern, but he fell silent when he saw the boy without a shirt. Katsuki noted that Izuku seemed to work out, though his usual clothing choices did not do him justice. Izuku must have felt the stare, because he turned and quickly put on a polo shirt that, as was almost predictable, had the word polo across the front and sat haphazardly. Katsuki wondered silently who might teach that boy about fashion. Izuku spoke first, nervous, saying that he had not noticed Katsuki was there. Katsuki detected the lie immediately but did not comment. Katsuki then answered brusquely that he had been there and that, if anything, he should be the one asking how it had gone to participate in that kind of crap. Izuku explained, a little calmer, that he was not cut out for cameras and public attention, and that the song's artist was very famous, so he did not know what to expect. Katsuki listened and felt himself breathe a touch easier. Katsuki asked, with a hint of provocation, whether Izuku was anxious about what people would say. He took the liberty of following the green-haired boy, who had grabbed his yellow backpack and was heading toward the exit. The fact that Izuku had not rejected being followed reassured Katsuki further. He no longer knew how much he really knew the boy, so he did not know what reaction to expect. Izuku declared with a dramatic gesture that someone like him had no place in that kind of scene, and he imagined it must be easier for Katsuki, who had plenty of fame and therefore could handle both fangirls and detractors easily. Katsuki raised a brow and asked whether Izuku was interested in fangirls, curious because the topic had come up. Normally he did not care much about having fans. He often took pictures with crowds he would not be able to remember individually. He cared even less about the male fans. Izuku hurried to respond that that was not what he had meant. He had been referring to experience with people and their opinions. Fangirls did not interest him, but for other reasons. He turned his face slightly, but not enough to hide the faint flush on his cheeks, and Katsuki found himself wondering what Izuku had meant by that and why it had made him blush. Katsuki, realizing too late he did not want to imply anything, said he had almost thought Izuku was the sort of person who would enjoy being surrounded by people who gushed over him. Izuku laughed, finding the idea absurd, and reiterated that it was not for him. He then asked whether Katsuki ever used his fame to get whoever he wanted. Izuku's eyes looked to the side, clearly expecting a negative answer. Katsuki admitted that he really did not. He stopped walking and looked down the street. Both of them were outside the recording studio now, and he knew that their small exchange would soon end. It felt like a shame because, for the first time since they had reunited, he could talk calmly with the green-haired boy. Katsuki decided to be more honest if he wanted to mend what had happened between them. He confessed that he had never been interested in any of them, no fans, no admirers, so that was that. He shrugged, hiding behind a serious expression his real curiosity about Izuku's reaction. Izuku suddenly asked, surprised, whether Katsuki had not dreamed of being number one and the most recognized of all heroes. Katsuki did not quite know how to feel. So much had changed since they had parted that he had not thought about the need to present who he was now. For a moment he forgot that Izuku was not the same person from high school either. Katsuki answered that it had been his dream and now he had achieved it. He explained that the victory did not leave a lasting pleasant taste. Wanting fame did not mean he wanted to know everyone who looked up to him. He had gained fame, recognition, power, and many of the things he had sought, but it was impossible to remember the face of every admirer. He kept the benefits and the satisfaction of having reached his goals, even if after that there was not much left and none of the fans were there for anything beyond applauding his work. He shrugged again, finishing his brief explanation. He watched Izuku form a small round shape with his mouth, clearly surprised by the answer. He found himself met with an empathetic look and then a wide smile. The sequence of gestures made him uneasy about saying too much. He could not help but assume the other had come out because he wanted to try to talk a little more. Izuku lifted his emerald gaze toward the moon and reflected that what people expect can end up different from what they achieve, and that the only option was to look on the bright side and set new goals. The tone he used, the moonlight catching in his expressive green eyes, and his body language conveyed everything the other had left unsaid. For a moment Izuku almost invited him for coffee or any excuse that would let them talk longer, but before he could think of a way to do it without losing face, the other said he had to go, gave a quick bow, mentioned they might see each other at the company tomorrow, and wished him a good night. He left, cutting off any possibility of a follow-up. Izuku could have followed or offered that his home was nearby so they could walk part of the way together, but instead he watched him walk away. The feeling of detachment he had not felt in a long time returned for an instant. He took a deep breath and prepared to leave his car. The radio announced the time, and he knew that if he waited another minute Melissa would give him a late mark and his pay would suffer, so he forced himself out. It was Friday again and he felt a little out of sorts. Nothing in particular had happened that night, except that his conversation with Kakin the evening before had been unexpectedly calm, almost comfortable. That alone made him want to get closer, and the urge returned him to confusion. The night before he had barely managed to end the conversation and resist the urge to turn back as he walked away. His phone lit up with his friend's number. He did not answer, but he jumped out of the car and hurried to the Hero Company. After a little more than a week working alongside them, the heroes had grown more relaxed with Izuku and his friend, so it was not a problem that they arrived separately. That suited him when his mind felt awkward and demanded time alone. Uraraka smiled and told Izuku that he was a little late and that Melissa was already with Todoroki and the others. He could meet them where they always gathered. When Izuku asked if she would walk with him, Uraraka said they trusted them enough now for him to feel comfortable, which brought him a warm sense of relief. She then mentioned, with a friendly laugh, that she knew a cat cafe a couple of blocks away and asked if he'd like to go for coffee sometime. She added, hurried and a little flustered, that they could invite someone else too if he wanted. Izuku accepted gladly and said he would see her later, guessing Melissa was probably annoyed with him. Uraraka returned the smile and left, leaving him to his luck. He walked to the room where they were working on the project in a better mood. As expected, his blonde friend was there, hiding irritation behind a polite expression in front of the others, so Izuku apologized and got to work right away. His Friday ended with the closing of another week. The day had felt especially dull after he had been late and then spent the rest of the time focused on work. He could not help thinking that part of his boredom came from the fact that Kakin had stayed out of the research all day. He did not know why, and the heroes did not seem inclined to comment on his absence, so the best he could do was speculate. Speculation fell away when, after stopping at a restaurant to pick up curry for dinner, he ran into the blonde again. This time Bakugo was coming in while Izuku was leaving, and his face and arms showed signs of having been in a fight. There were scuffed clothes and bandages, patches to cover sore spots. Nothing graphic, only the clear aftermath of a tough encounter typical of a frenetic anime-style scuffle. Izuku felt a need to greet him because they were suddenly face to face. He gave a shy good evening and asked if Bakugo was all right. Bakugo looked tired, even his voice sounded worn as he replied that he was just beaten up and exhausted. He asked if Izuku planned to stay in the doorway for the rest of the night, saying he needed to get something to eat and rest or he would collapse in the street, and he did not want that when he was still a few blocks from home. Izuku apologized and stepped aside. He then noticed a bandage wrapped under Bakugo's hoodie and small adhesive patches on his neck and face. Following his instinct, Izuku offered with a steadier voice that Bakugo could come with him. He said he had bought enough curry, he did not live far, and his car was right there. Bakugo could rest at his place and go home after he had recovered sufficiently. At first Bakugo snapped that he did not need charity and could handle things on his own, the annoyance causing a brief scowl. He then yawned in front of Izuku's attentive gaze, and his resolve wavered. Izuku told him he was only trying to help. Bakugo cut him off and, muttering in a resigned tone, agreed to go along, but only because he was about to pass out and did not want to make a scene among the others. Izuku nodded and guided the blonde in silence to his car. The rest of the way remained equally silent, even a little awkward, but he could feel Bakugo's gaze occasionally lift from the window to look at him. He could not lie, he seriously wondered what might be going through Bakugo's mind. When they arrived home, both rode the elevator in silence and ended up eating at the kotatsu in a hush that was broken only by the ticking of the clock. Izuku finished first, perhaps because Bakugo was tired enough to eat quickly, so he took advantage of the television being on and Bakugo's eyes fixed on it to study him. He rested his head on one arm on the sofa while the other hand continued eating calmly. He appreciated Bakugo's profile, his hair, and the wounds covered by white patches. He wondered if those injuries hurt and how they felt beneath the serious, even annoyed, expression he wore. Why did Bakugo seem to feel the need to act impassive all the time? Suddenly he felt the urge to help and care for Bakugo's well-being, not because he saw him as weak. He knew Bakugo was the strongest in the country and could handle anything, but because, for some strange reason, he sensed someone beneath that seriousness who needed empathy and probably company. Their conversation outside the studio the previous night had suggested the idea. His mind cleared a little and his heart raced as he realized he was falling once again into feelings he had tried to lock away. A chill ran through him at the thought. What would he do if those feelings returned? Bakugo replied in a harsh tone, wondering if Izuku had been staring long enough to make him uncomfortable and asking if there was something on his face or why he was looking at him with such a foolish expression. He remained as gruff as ever, Izuku thought. Izuku admitted in a low voice that he had just been wondering how Bakugo felt, then averted his gaze to avoid making him feel invaded. He noted that it seemed to have been a difficult fight and that Bakugo was somewhat hurt. Bakugo tensed for a moment but unclenched and answered that the doctors had already checked the wounds, it was nothing serious, and that in 2 days he could remove the troublesome patches. He explained briefly that a group of criminals had been trying to set up an illegal drag operation and one of them had a dangerous quirk involving knives, which had made the situation difficult. A strange emotion passed through Izuku's chest. He wondered whether he would also face days like Bakugo's if he had become a hero, whether he would end up with everything and nothing at once, in an alternate universe where he had a quirk and fought beside Bakugo. He sighed, knowing that speculating would likely never yield an answer and it was not worth the emotional energy. Izuku expressed that he was glad Bakugo had handled them, acknowledging Bakugo's strength but also understanding that Bakugo might not want to hear praise. Bakugo nodded and continued eating in silence, eyes fixed on the reality show on television. Although they were silent again, this time the atmosphere did not feel as tense and uncomfortable as before. Perhaps it was because they had finally agreed to speak as normal people after the exchange from the night before, which had changed Izuku's perception of Bakugo, albeit only slightly. He also remembered that the music video would be released in 2 days, so he needed to prepare mentally for whatever opinions people might have of him. When he prepared himself for the fans' reactions to the music video, he never expected what followed. He almost threw his laptop out the window when he saw all the comments about his appearance in the video. To his surprise, the criticisms were overwhelmingly positive. Many comments suggested that the newcomer in green was new to the scene and asked for his social media. Others called the man with the sword attractive, and several viewers admitted they had focused on Dynamite and the man with beautiful green eyes more than on the other heroes. One comment noted that the only unfamiliar name in the credits was Izuku Midoriya and assumed he must be the handsome one with the sword and green vest. Those were only a few of the opinions in the music video's comments. He could not continue reading because his cheeks burned. People seemed so interested in him that the artist's song had been pushed into the background. He took a deep breath, closed the webpage, and returned to writing the project article. It was Sunday night and work was piling up. He could not fall behind. It was better to forget what people were saying and focus on his tasks. Suddenly Uraraka exclaimed that Izuku had taken all the attention in the video and almost overshadowed everyone else. Todoroki added that he agreed with most of the comments, except those claiming that Bakugo and Izuku made a perfect pair. Those were completely wrong. Ochako said that was the least important thing. The important part was that their friend had total success in his first job of this kind and that many agencies would surely invite him to more projects. Bakugo finally spoke up, saying it was a pity because this was the only project he would accept. He sighed and took a seat, the first to arrive, and clarified that he could do it, but it was not his thing. Uraraka said she understood. But if one day he wanted to do it again, he would probably be able to find an opportunity easily. Izuku said that he did not understand it, but he respected it. He smiled without saying much else, and at that moment his best friend Melissa entered through the door, radiant as always. Melissa greeted everyone enthusiastically and told Izuku that she could hardly believe the commotion he had caused, joking that she felt like the best friend of a celebrity. The blonde hugged him tightly, making him sigh and know that he would likely hear the same praise many times throughout the day. Time passed, and soon the other heroes they worked with arrived, repeating congratulations and exclamations about having drawn people's attention and increased engagement on the video. At first Izuku was pleased, but as the day went on he stopped paying much attention, distracted by the steady stream of notifications on his phone. Mina Ishido, known as Pinky, suddenly appeared in the room to take Katsuki away. She explained that he was needed for a new assignment. Izuku, curious, glanced over his laptop and wondered if Katsuki was well enough to fight again. He hoped that he was. Nito Minoma soon observed Izuku staring toward the door where Katsuki had left and asked why Izuku seemed to be following Katsuki with his eyes. Shinso Hitoshi noted that the look was obvious, and Minoma added that he found it suspicious. Todoroki Shudo joined in, saying Izuku also seemed to be fixed on Katsuki and that they probably knew each other beforehand and were hiding something from the group. Todoroki said that he had asked before but Izuku had refused to tell him. Izuku felt a cold sweat. He wondered whether to invent an excuse or tell the truth. Melissa tried to rescue him, insisting that Izuku had never seen Katsuki before, but the professional's stern gazes made the attempt ineffective. Minoma pressed him further, demanding that Izuku reveal everything. Izuku attempted to rely on Melissa's words, but his awkwardness revealed his lack of skill at lying. Hitoshi accused him of lying and, in a desperate plea for support, knocked Melissa's leg under the table with his own. Melissa immediately proposed changing the subject and asked if they could hear more about the team Izuku wanted for the project. Minoma interrupted brusquely and demanded that Melissa tell them the truth, where she knew Katsuki from and what they were hiding. Melissa, clearly irritated, responded that Izuku did not have to talk about anything he did not want to and that the past should not matter to the project. She argued that whether or not they knew each other should be irrelevant and insisted they get back to work. Her words and the weight of her gaze brought silence. Izuku felt grateful when Todoroki agreed with Melissa and told Minoma to leave Izuku alone. If Izuku did not want to say anything, that choice should be respected. Shinso, weary of the commotion, asked everyone to stop shouting. Minoma scowled and turned his face away, offended, And Izuku realized Monoma genuinely wanted to know the truth even if he did not understand why. Feeling awkward, Izuku thanked them and asked if they could continue. The others nodded, but the brief confrontation left a heavy atmosphere over the rest of the workday. Once they returned to their office, Melissa could not hide her indignation and told Izuku she could not believe Monoma had behaved that way. Izuku tried to calm her and reminded her it had only been a moment. He admitted he had been paralyzed and thanked her for intervening. Melissa demanded compensation for rescuing him and refused to let the matter drop. Izuku promised to bring her favorite snacks the next day, hoping to smooth things over, but Melissa's glare made clear that it would take more than that. She remarked that Izuku's fixation on Katsuki was odd and asked why he seemed to have fallen into Katsuki's orbit. She had noticed Izuku returning Katsuki's gaze countless times and had tried to be patient, expecting he would tell her when ready. Now she asked him directly what was going on. Izuku sighed and sank back into his chair, aware of how transparent he became where feelings were concerned. He confessed that he had seen Katsuki a few times outside of work and that on one occasion he had invited him to his home for dinner because Katsuki had seemed to need a hand. He explained that their conversations on those occasions had been pleasant and that he felt as if he were unearthing feelings he probably should not be entertaining. Melissa stared at him for a long moment, giving nothing away, then lowered her gaze to the computer and began to speak as she turned back to work. That sequence of gestures left Izuku unsure what response to expect. Mina said she was not surprised. Izuku reacted with disbelief and, while fiddling with the cap of a pen, clarified that falling was too strong a word. He felt he had only begun to slip. A brief memory returned of the exact moment he had watched the blonde eat calmly, and for an instant the urge to be near him again and see him at peace swept over Izuku. Mina observed that he had begun to return the looks the other gave him. She noted it was odd because they rarely exchanged words but stared at each other too much. Izuku explained that returning those looks had been almost unconscious and admitted he often wondered what went through the blonde's head when he saw him. He added that the other had always been a wall when it came to expressing feelings, which made the question of his emotions even more intriguing. Mina asked whether they had ever discussed it directly. Izuku understood she referred to the past he had told her about, and he also knew the blonde was as aware as he was that a conversation with Japan's #1 hero was pending. He would have almost forgotten about it if his best friend had not reminded him. He shook his head in answer and said that at first he had refused to talk, and then they both simply let it slide, unaware that the topic churned constantly in the blonde's mind. Mina thought the talk was necessary, especially since other heroes had begun to notice the situation. She warned that if he fell head over heels while unresolved matters remained, it could become complicated. Izuku fell silent, admitting he did not know the answer and suspected he would keep it a secret the way he had in middle school. He then joked mockingly that he hated her, and Mina teasingly denied it. On a different afternoon, Mina had tricked Katsuki into coming to her apartment by pretending she needed urgent help. Katsuki, responding as any friend would, arrived only to find her happily practicing breakdance in her living room. He sat down on the sofa with a sour expression, paused the music on her laptop, and demanded to know why she had dragged him there under false pretenses. Mina protested and moved to sit beside him. She said she was surprised he had not seen it and wanted to show him something. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as she switched websites and displayed a news article published that morning with a sensational headline speculating that the boy from the music video who had appeared alongside heroes at the premiere had gotten there thanks to Dynamite. Katsuki grabbed the laptop roughly to read the article. The reporters who had interviewed him the day he resolved the issue at the research center had apparently watched the music video. That alone would not have been a problem, except that on the interview day they had abandoned him to chase after the green-haired boy in action Katsuki had dismissed, but the reporters had not forgotten. Now they were inventing rumors, claiming he had been responsible for the freckled boy's presence in the video, citing their perceived closeness and the boy's prominence in the clip. There was even a distant photo from the day of the reunion. Katsuki found the picture awkward but did not expect the reporter to care. He cursed, snapped the laptop shut, and shoved it back toward Mina, insisting he did not care. Mina challenged him, asking if he really intended to leave it at that. Katsuki argued that contacting the company to remove the piece would only fuel suspicion and give the media more to talk about. He had enough on his plate at work and would not indulge those parasites. If anyone should worry, he said, let the nerd with the freckles do it. Mina tilted her head and asked about the nickname. Katsuki mentally kicked himself and, with reluctance, admitted the nickname was exactly who he meant. Mina explained she had met Midoriya during the filming and found him kind. She said she would like to get to know him better and be his friend. Katsuki frowned, clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and glared. Mina laughed inwardly. She loved teasing her friends and was very good at reading people, though she sometimes failed when it came to someone from UA she liked. She poked him again, and Katsuki told her to do as she pleased, insisting it should not bother him and that no one owned the other person anyway. Mina asked if he had talked to Deku yet. She reminded him that he had said not long ago that he intended to do so. Katsuki-Bkdk stiffened. He had been obsessing over the matter for days, and yet the fact that his friends were asking made him uncomfortably self-conscious. Bkdk said that he had not found the right moment. Mina pointed out that he still interfered with Deku's work with Todoroki and the others. Bkdk muttered that interfering did not mean he was ready to talk, and he snapped for her to stop interrogating him. Mina teased him some more, insisting he act before the project ended and he lost the chance to see Deku again. Bkdk scolded her, saying she was not his mother. Mina told him he should get it over with because the moral weight would not lift until he had Deku's forgiveness. Bkdk clicked his tongue, unwilling to answer further but aware that Mina was right. A cold thought struck him. What would happen when the project ended and Deku no longer needed to come to the company? Would they still see each other? One part of him thought yes, since they did not live far apart. Another part feared they would never cross paths again, after 8 years without contact. The uncertainty offered no comfort. Shifting gears, Mina flashed a mischievous smile as she remembered something he had forgotten months ago that could be used to needle him. She asked him what about him, why he still had not told Ochako how he felt, despite the years passing. The color flooded Ochako Uraraka's cheeks immediately when the subject turned to her. She coughed in surprise and tried to hide her face with her hands. Bkdk mocked her bashfulness, accusing her of watching Deku from a distance like he was the most beautiful thing in the world but not daring to say anything. Ochako protested, embarrassed, and then admitted to herself that Bkdk had a point. Mina remembered how Bkdk had once foolishly questioned Ochako twice about her feelings for Deku, acknowledging that no one really knew Ochako's romantic interests because she had always been shy. She chastised herself for even bringing it up. In a sudden burst of impulsiveness, Mina proposed a bet. Mina suggested that she would confess her feelings to Ochako and Bkdk would confess to Midoriya. Bkdk stared at her in disbelief and demanded to know what he would gain. Mina laughed and upped the stakes. The loser would pay for a trip for two for the winner, which would ensure neither wanted to lose. Bkdk hesitated, pride making him stubborn, but the competitive spark in him flared. Mina held her ground and dared him, and Bkdk asked how much time they would have. Mina proposed a week and a half, the PRD right before the project ended. Bkdk considered the danger of accepting a bet with Mina and also recognized that he had something to lose as well. Mina had been unable to confess for years. Finally, Bkdk agreed. They shook hands and exchanged challenging looks, sealing the bet. From then on, things were about to get interesting. Katsuki told Nito to move, his gaze sharp and his arms crossed. Nito Monoma, looming too close while Katsuki sat at his desk, pinned him against the wall and stared as if he were demanding something with relentless insistence. Katsuki did not know what Nito wanted. One moment he had been comfortably working, and the next he was pressed back against the wall and his chair by Nito's presence. Nito demanded to know what Bkdk and the investigator were hiding, his tone accusing. In Nito's light eyes Katsuki could see the irritation. He did not know the precise cause of the annoyance, but the irritation spread to him. He and Nito often clashed, and Nito's intrusive, stubborn behavior put him in a bad mood. At that moment, Hanta and Ijuru arrived at the office, joking and talking about a soccer match. They smirked when they saw the scene and walked over. Hanta teased that it looked like a dramatic wall pin and asked if they had arrived at a bad time. Katsuki cut him off, telling him to stop with his tape and ordering Nito out of the way in a blunt tone. Nito stepped back, rolled his eyes, and stayed firmly by the side of the desk. Katsuki's patience was thinning at Nito's relentless push. Nito repeated that he only wanted to know how they knew each other, persistently like a broken record. Kirishima sat on the nearby desk, spinning slightly on his wheeled chair as he asked who Nito meant. Nito replied venomously that he meant the guy with the investigator and warned that he and the others had noticed something was being hidden. Bakugo demanded the source of that absurd conclusion, his hands ready as if he might create an explosion at any moment. His short fuse was about to be reached. Nito insisted that the way they looked at each other made things obvious and added that he had found an article on the internet suggesting they had known each other before the project started. Bakugo did not understand the article angle, and Kirishima considered telling Ishido to ignore the nonsense. Hanta quickly searched online and found the article Nito had mentioned. He read the headline aloud, noting the speculation that the boy who appeared in the music video with the heroes might have been connected to a well-known pro-hero, and he found a photo of them together the day of the incident at the research center. Hanta mentioned the photo with concern directed at Bakugo. Both friends realized they needed to keep Bakugo from losing his temper. His brow was so furrowed they could tell it was only a matter of seconds before he produced the first spark. A full explosion would not be convenient in the enclosed administration office. Only a month ago the same desk had been scorched during a heated argument with Todoroki, when Bakugo had yelled and Todoroki had remained calm. Nito pressed in again, cornering Bakugo and moving even closer until the smell of Nito's cologne felt intrusive. Nito asked pointedly whether the goal was to gain fame, get more jobs, or if it had nothing to do with business. His tone suggested suspicion about Bakugo's motives. Kirishima stood up quickly and told Nito that was enough, stepping forward to pull him away from Bakugo. As he moved, Bakugo was about to release a small explosion. At that exact moment Izuku appeared at the door, saying good morning. The room froze and everyone turned toward the entrance. The green-haired investigator looked uncomfortable and gripped a briefcase tightly. His brow was slightly furrowed and his eyes reflected unease. Nito detached from Bakugo and faced Izuku. Katsuki swore the green-haired young man's expression turned somber for a moment. Nito began to say they had been trying to get the truth, but a dark-haired colleague interrupted, offering to give Izuku the key and asking him to follow. As Katsuki suspected, Izuku quickly focused on the dark-haired colleague, followed him without greeting the others, and did not make his usual polite bow. With the immediate questioning avoided, a sour mood still clung to Katsuki. Inside the office Nito continued to complain until a small controlled explosion from Bakugo singed one lock of Nito's hair. Fortunately, this outburst did not cause material damage this time. Katsuki let out a heavy sigh and sank back into his swiveling chair. Hanta commented that the scene had been a mess, and Idru agreed with an exasperated puff. Kirishima watched Katsuki quietly for a moment, trying to read his thoughts, then decided to change the subject to avoid provoking him further. Years of experience had taught him when to back off. Kirishima mentioned Mina's bet and asked what Katsuki had been thinking when he accepted. He realized too late that the topic touched indirectly on the freckled, green-eyed investigator. Kirishima pointed out that it had been a little over 2 weeks and Katsuki still had not managed to get the investigator to talk. "Do you really think they will make progress in the remaining week and a half?" one of them asked. The other, addressed as Kirishima, replied that he did not know and told Kirishima to stop talking about it because he already had enough to deal with that person. The shark-toothed boy raised his hands in mock surrender and offered himself as the masculine best friend if help was needed. A bright smile lit the redhead's face before both were summoned by phone to a new mission that apparently involved a madman claiming to travel through time and some gang fights. The day passed even more tediously than the last. Izuku and Melissa tried to give their all in the project, acting professionally and doing what they did best. However, Monoma had been especially insistent that day. Nito Monoma took every opportunity to press the issue and did not waste a single one. Izuku was naturally understanding, calm, and patient, but for some reason, after seeing Monoma corner Bakugo that morning, he could not ignore it. He tried very hard to stay composed, but by the end of the day he answered grudgingly. He avoided any bait and only discussed the project. though his tone was noticeably sharper and he looked irritated, a knot forming in his stomach. With an hour left, Todoroki suggested ending the session and continuing the next day, and Shinso agreed immediately, likely as relieved by the excuse to escape the tense atmosphere. As Izuku and Melissa walked toward the exit while Melissa rubbed her temples in stress. A cheerful woman with brown hair and hazel eyes, Uraraka, stepped into their path and greeted them in a bright tone, asking if they were leaving early. Melissa replied for both of them that they were finished for the day and asked how Uraraka was doing. Uraraka admitted she still had a couple of work hours left but was about to take her lunch break, and she suggested they go have a snack together at the cafe she had mentioned earlier. Izuku remembered he had promised to go with her and his mood lightened at the idea. He had secretly wanted to go out to eat with a hero. He looked at Melissa, hoping she would accept as well. Melissa hesitated briefly, then sighed, glanced up at the company ceiling, and finally agreed with a more relaxed expression. They set off together. Bakugo had finished his shift about half an hour earlier and had stopped by one of the city's most popular cafes to pick up something sweet. He planned to visit his parents afterward since he knew they would have finished their work by then, and his mother had recently called urging him to come by. He did not care about any inheritance, and he knew his mother's threats were mostly empty, but he owed them a visit. When he heard Uraraka's voice nearby, he initially ignored it and kept walking, thinking little of it. Two other familiar voices joined hers, one belonging to a woman who also worked at the research center and another belonging to an excited customer in line. A nearby customer spoke enthusiastically about the cafe's history, explaining that it had opened 3 years ago in February and gained fame the following April after All Might had been seen buying cake and coffee there. The customer rattled off other famous visits: EDsHji in June, Genist in August, Hawks in November, and Endeavor the following April, while speculating that some of those heroes had appeared to draw attention on social media. The customer admitted trying many times to visit but always finding the cafe crowded until that day, and their high expectations were obvious. Uraraka remarked that Izuku seemed to know a lot about heroes, and Melissa teased that Izuku was essentially an encyclopedia on heroes, especially All Might, and that he could be painfully geeky in how much he analyzed them. The mention of those memories brought a soft, nostalgic smile to the blonde's face as he remembered a time he had shared with Izuku, specifically the day they both pulled the same special All Might promotional card. Izuku blushed, and Melissa let out a small, amused laugh at the sight before the line moved forward and the cashier called out their order. Izuku hurried to pay, trying to push the fanboy glow from his mind as he planned to go see his parents afterward. Just as Bakugo was about to leave the cafe, Uraraka called out to him enthusiastically as he passed by. Katsuki froze in place, despite his intention to ignore the invitation and walk away. He forced himself to turn on his heel, rubbing the bridge of his nose roughly as he demanded to know what the round-faced boy wanted. His gaze landed almost involuntarily on the green-eyed youth, who looked at him with a mixture of surprise and something harder to classify. Katsuki wondered why Deku was looking at him that way. The blonde woman called out that they had a free seat and to sit with them. Uraraka answered quickly, eyes fixed on Katsuki as if she could read his mind, and confirmed that they did not mind him joining. The blonde echoed the invitation to Izuku. The voice that interrupted him was the same one that made him change his mind almost instantly. In the next moment he was already seated at the empty spot at the four-person table, just opposite Izuku. By the time he became aware, Izuku's green eyes were watching him with genuine impression. Katsuki felt the unpleasant urge to apologize simmering inside him. Someone else broke the small moment of awkwardness by announcing the specials and offering to take orders. Katsuki turned to the two women and suddenly felt strange. It was not the discreet stares from other tables or the wink the server gave as he left. It was the situation itself. He had known Uraraka for some time, though they were not close friends despite more frequent recent interactions, while the blue-eyed blonde was barely an acquaintance and still earned a skeptical raise of his brow. As for Izuku, Katsuki still could not decide what feeling should predominate when he was around him. He kept silent and watched the others talk, cursing internally when the brunette and the blonde stood to go to the bathroom. Left alone with Izuku, who fiddled with a napkin as if the world around him might as well not exist, Katsuki regretted that they had just ordered and he could not use the menu as a distraction. After a moment, Izuku finally broke the silence and pushed the folded napkin aside. He asked whether Katsuki came here often. Katsuki admitted he did not. He explained that he was on his way to visit his older relatives and knew that the elderly woman liked sweets, so he had stopped by to buy some to shorten her scolding. He remarked that she tended to overreact about the smallest things. Izuku listened attentively and smiled in a way that tugged at Katsuki's chest. He asked whether Katsuki was going to see Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masu. Katsuki nodded. Izuku reminisced that it had been so long since he had seen them and added that Aunt Mitsuki would surely still be young and charming and Uncle Masaru still smiling at everything. Then Izuku worried aloud that they might be taking Katsuki's time, but Katsuki decided in that moment it did not matter. His relatives had already waited long enough for his visit. Katsuki answered no to Izuku's concern, half lie and half truth, claiming he might be able to make the raccoon-eyed girl owe him a favor, and pointed out that she had never said they could not interfere with each other's objectives. He offered this flimsy excuse to change the subject, though a small part of him thought the plan might be useful later. Izuku asked what Katsuki meant by raccoon-eyed, and why it sounded like they were betting on something. Katsuki did not answer directly. He simply met Izuku's eyes and thought over the wager he had involved himself in and what it might lead to. He glanced at the paper bag he had brought and then toward the women's restroom as his companions returned. The brunette announced that they were back, and Melissa nodded in agreement. Izuku acknowledged them as well and Katsuki remained silent, processing what he thought he had nearly heard earlier. Seeing Izuku's indifferent face made him suspect it had been only his imagination. The brunette then called Katsuki round-faced, and told him that the raccoon-eyed girl had asked her to give him something. She reached into the paper bag and produced a 6-pack of strawberry mochi purchased just minutes before. The brunette looked surprised at the gift and accepted it with evident delight. She hugged the package to her chest in a gesture that struck Katsuki as overly childlike. Katsuki shrugged as if he did not care, under Izuku's steady green eyes that looked almost stunned. While pretending not to care, Katsuki took out his phone and began to text the pink-haired friend with whom he had made the wager. He messaged Mina, telling her that if the round-faced boy asked whether she had sent mochi as a gift, she should say yes and consider it a favor. Katsuki added that he expected to win their bet and that Mina owed him one. He noted that the girl was smiling like an idiot and gushing her thanks. Mina replied that it was unfair and that it felt like cheating, insisting everyone did things in their own time and way. She questioned what Katsuki thought he was doing with the brunette, and said he should at least have sent a picture of the recipient smiling since he had used Mina's name. She finished by teasing that she hated him for cheating and warning him not to complain if she did the same later. Katsuki smirked at his phone and continued to tease his pink-haired friend through messages. He momentarily forgot where he was because he was thinking about how he would win the bet and did not notice the waiter bringing their orders. In front of him, Izuku's surprised expression had turned serious and watchful. Izuku watched every one of his gestures and wondered what he was typing so intently. The snack went by quickly because Ochako was in a hurry to get back to the agency, so they soon paid the bill and left the increasingly crowded cafe. Katsuki gripped the paper bag and the extra coffee he had bought, then pushed his way through fans who deliberately asked for photos and autographs, not only of him but of Izuku as well. At first he was surprised, then he remembered the fuss his appearance had caused in the video and understood everything. He had avoided giving his opinion each time a classmate brought it up, but he was still surprised by the impact the freckled boy's image had had in the clip. When Kirishima had mentioned it by message the night the video premiered, he had not believed it, and even when Minoma had talked about the boy's Instagram followers, he had been skeptical. However, when he watched the video again, he saw why so many people were talking about him. The editing had done a wonderful job, and both of them, himself included, looked great on screen. They had been made into the stars. Back in the present, he quickly understood why people wanted to know more about the freckled boy who stood rigid and red-faced among a crowd asking for photos. He knew Izuku was not used to handling that attention. He remembered Izuku's words on the day of the shoot. After making fun of the awkward smiles for a moment, he decided to step in. Katsuki told Izuku they needed to hurry, his voice firm as he pulled the freckled boy out of his rigid, uncomfortable posture, prompting a few sighs from the fans. Izuku answered loudly and began to try to make his way through the crowd clumsily. Katsuki heard him murmur apologies to fans along the way, but after the fifth, "I'm sorry, I have to go," he stopped paying attention. For Katsuki, it was easier to go straight ahead and growl when someone insisted on invading his personal space. What Katsuki did not notice was that Izuku, trying to keep up and shove people away, had unconsciously grabbed the back of Katsuki's hoodie and used it as a guide, which gave the onlookers something to talk about. Once they had passed the swarm of fans, they met Melissa around the corner. She looked at them with narrowed, accusatory eyes. Realizing the situation, Izuku dropped his hold as if it had burned him. Melissa said they should be going, and she patted her friend's shoulder to get a reaction. Izuku gave a small jump in place. He thanked Melissa loudly for getting him out of the crowd, exaggerating that he had felt suffocated, then bowed his head slightly and asked her to send his regards to Mitsuki and Masaru. Without giving anyone a chance to reply, he linked arms with his friend and began to walk. The blonde friend allowed herself to be led, giving him one last look that clearly said she knew what he was thinking now before letting go and turning at the next corner. Katsuki watched the now empty sidewalk for a few seconds. He sighed and ran a hand over his face several times to steady his thoughts, then he set off. At 7:10 in the evening, he stopped at a convenience store in Tokyo and bought fresh mochi for his mother. His emerald eyes shone in the dark from his phone's screen. He lay curled under his blankets, scrolling through all the messages and comments arriving in his Instagram inbox. He still did not understand how a single video could bring so much attention, people asking for photos in the street. He did not think he was remotely as interesting as the amazing heroes he had shared the screen with. He certainly was not as dazzling as Katsuki, who had been striking in every way that afternoon at the cafe. The editing had helped, and he had done his best in the shoot, but he wondered why, of all of them, he seemed to have captured most of the audience's attention. Even someone famous had contacted him hoping to invite him to future recordings, just as Ochako had predicted. He told everyone he would take some time to focus on what was truly his work and that he would get in touch when he was available, though he suspected he probably would not contact anyone and would wait until people forgot about him. He considered several reasons for the attention: that he was the only one there who was not a hero, that he had a leading role in the short film, and that his appearance might have drawn interest. Ochako had told him that he had practically outshone everyone and had complimented how handsome he had looked on camera. He did not fully believe it. He did not think of himself as unattractive, but he had never seen himself as especially handsome, and he still considered Katsuki the most striking in the video. Yet seeing the messages, he realized that many people did highlight his looks. He felt strange and a little embarrassed. Then things got worse when one of the messages sent him to a discussion forum where fans were speculating about his relationship with Dynamite, the country's top hero. He accessed the site out of pure curiosity, a choice he would later think was a little dangerous because it had been a link sent by a stranger, but at the moment he had forgotten that. On the forum he found opinions focused on the two of them. He also found edits and comments that made him blush, but he ignored them when he came across an article speculating about a relationship predating the video. Reading it, his pulse quickened and he felt suddenly nervous. Most of the article was nonsense, as Kaken would have said, but he felt strange seeing the photograph used to support the half-baked claim. He threw the covers off and, in the dimness of night, rolled onto his back and stared at the infinite darkness of his ceiling. The night was interrupted now and then by the streetlight outside the building that still flickered even after being reported, its intermittent glow slipping through his bluish curtains. He remembered the day he reunited with Kaken perfectly. It had been almost a month earlier, in mid-spring, the exact moment when 8 years of distance had been broken. He remembered his heart pounding, his thoughts in turmoil, and the sensation of having Kaken near him again after so long. He had not discussed the encounter in detail with anyone, not even his best friend, but even after several days he kept recalling that reunion. Sometimes he resented how those memories surfaced when he met Kaken's gaze at the agency, because they stirred conflicting feelings. That April day everything at the research center had seemed routine. He had spent the morning tidying the laboratory, monitoring a couple of samples, and finishing a report scheduled for release at the end of the month. Suddenly a loud bang pulled him out of his thoughts and, in an instant, emergency sirens were sounding throughout the facility. He remembered closing his laptop forcefully enough to leave a scratch on the screen that remained to this day and, jumping up, grabbing the most important samples and stuffing them into a single briefcase that he clutched protectively while staff evacuated and heroes arrived. He had been a bit frightened but mostly exhilarated. He had always been a fan of heroes and still occasionally wrote about them in his analysis notebook. That excitement shifted to a knot in his stomach when murmurs from a colleague revealed that, of all the heroes who could respond, Dynamite had been chosen. Part of him was thrilled, another part irritated, and overall he did not know what to feel. He moved to a safe distance so as not to interfere with the professionals and then became so absorbed in his thoughts that when he snapped back he watched from afar as the hero was being interviewed by the media. He could not tell if he had drifted there unconsciously, but if his behavior during the earlier Mudvillain incident was any indication, once again his old habits had unintentionally brought him closer to the heroes. In any case, he was there. The tingling returned as he saw Kakin in person again, distant, brows knit, answering reporters with an annoyed expression. Noticing how strong and imposing Kakin had become, and how inevitable it had been for him to reach the dream he had long pursued too, hit him like a blow of cold air to the gut. He reproached himself for the feeling, but for a moment he wanted to approach him. He composed himself and prepared to re-enter the facility after being left behind by his colleagues, but he did not expect the hero to leap into his path. His heart raced and memories from the past flooded him. Kakin wanted to talk to him and, if his intuition was correct, to learn about his life, but he could only escape the situation. Kakin had asked him to stop using the nickname, and to his surprise the blonde seemed, at least for now, to have respected that request. Back in the safety of the laboratory, he put everything away and ran his head under cold water in the restroom for a few minutes that felt like an eternity. He felt confused, nervous, and, deep down, a little resentment stirred. When Melissa arrived and asked why he was wet and looked unsettled, he lied, saying it was just nerves from the recent attack. He then helped his coworkers check that everything was in order and, returning home that afternoon, told himself it had been an isolated event and resolved to ignore it. The next day Melissa told him that his request had been accepted and that they would start working with the Hero Agency that same day. He understood then that fate was not done teasing him. Then came the incident at the mini-market, his attempts to talk with Kakin, the intrusions into the break room, encounters outside the agency, and so on. All of that led him to the moment he sat now, cheeks burning, emotions fluttering confusingly in his chest, his mind filling with questions he had avoided answering. Watching the news again, he wondered whether it was time to accept a conversation with the blonde and finally resolve his unease questions that were growing louder and threatening to spill into the outside world. The internet fans, the reporters, Monoma, Melissa, and even Ochako. Something told him that soon someone would dig deeper and unearth painful scraps of the past. He sighed and decided the best thing was to try to sleep. Midnight had fallen and he would have to be back at work in the morning. Elsewhere in the city, Katsuki tossed the sheets aside and stormed out of his old teenage bed in a fury. His original plan had not been to spend the night, but in the end he chose to stay at his old home to make up for lost time with his parents and, above all, to try once and for all to calm the woman he called the witch so she would let him be for the rest of the night. He had not slept a wink since he crawled into bed around 10. Everything, he realized sourly, was because of Deku. It was the freckled boy's fault and, if he was honest, his own stupidity for having brought up the name. He had not even made a fuss when he passed along the greeting. He had been blunt and unembellished, saying something along the lines of that the nerd Deku sent his regards. It was his mother who had dug up photo albums and childhood memories. His mother had said she was glad he was still in contact with Izuku and had feared he had scared him off with his terrible attitude. She recalled that the two had spent all their time together as children and that she and Inko had joked that they were an inseparable hero duo. He should not have been surprised, but he was. Then he remembered that his bad behavior had remained a secret between the freckled boy and the classmates who had seen it, and he felt a pang of shame. Certainly Izuku had been more considerate than he had any right to expect by not reporting him to any authority. When they graduated from high school he had felt relieved, but now he admitted he did not deserve that consideration. After noticing his scowls at the stories, his mother decided it was amusing and made Izuku the topic of the evening. His father, as always eager to please his wife, added small anecdotes that he barely remembered. The time both boys got identical special All Might cards and had come home frantic to tell them, or when they were in a school play and Deku had been a shrub while he was the lead. He protested all of it, as expected, and the night ended with him accusing them of loving Izuku more than their own son. His mother answered that they loved him like a son, not more than their son. The reply was absurd and confusing. He took a deep breath, looked out the window at the indifferent, cold moon, and returned to bed, unwilling to lose to insomnia. He was not used to losing. The next morning he woke earlier than usual, stroked the cat that had once belonged to him he had not even remembered until the night before that he had seen it again, and finally said goodbye to his parents as they left for work. On the way, staring out the taxi window, he found himself thinking again about how he would approach the freckled boy permanently. Time to win the bet was running out. The bet did not matter more than the situation, but it served as a convenient excuse to push his pride into doing what it needed to do, which helped because starting the conversation was harder than anything he had attempted before. At the agency he paid the fare and walked in, passing several coworkers and barely glancing at the raccoon-eyed detective, who chatted animatedly with the woman nicknamed Round Face and then stuck out his tongue in mockery and triumph when she was distracted. He rolled his eyes and dropped into his chair to begin work and clear some pending paperwork. At 10 o'clock, hearing the usual noises in the hallway, he looked up and noticed the investigator at a distance. The investigator barely acknowledged him with a smile and a nod, appearing preoccupied with someone on the phone. Whether because of an extra effort to style his curls, the sunglasses hanging from his shirt, or his conspicuous freckles, he seemed livelier and more radiant than usual. A small, almost involuntary smile crossed him as he thought about that attractiveness. He decided to head toward the research room while waiting to be called for a mission. Halfway down the corridor, he heard a pair of voices that made him stop and instinctively duck behind a column without considering why he felt compelled to listen. Todoroki told Monoma that Monoma must have lost his mind and that he did not believe him. Todoroki added that anyone would think otherwise seeing how Monoma kept trying to bother and provoke Deku. Monoma replied that he knew, but that after this he planned to tell Deku the truth and show his real feelings. Monoma's next words made him frown immediately. Monoma wanted to know what the freckled boy was hiding with that stupid investigator, because if it turned out those two had a relationship no one knew about, Monoma would quit the project even if they were past the halfway point and it harmed the research company. Todoroki responded by telling Monoma not to call Midoriya stupid and not to condition his work that way. He said that a relationship should not derail professional duties and urged Monoma to be professional. Monoma teased Todoroki, saying he had forgotten Todoroki was infatuated with that guy and asking if Todoroki should go after him to clear the way. Todoroki defended Midoriya, insisting that Midoriya was not only attractive but also charismatic, pleasant, and kind-hearted, and that he was surprised Monoma resisted seeing that. Monoma suggested Todoroki take the chance, implying that his feelings were obvious. Katsuki clenched his fists, irritated. He did not need to be Einstein to understand exactly what they were talking about. And soon he felt a little disgusted at the idea of Monoma liking him. Katsuki told himself he was irresistible, that even he, if he were someone else, would fall for himself, but of all the people on this blue planet, did it have to be Monoma showing interest? Irritating, provocative Monoma? He preferred someone else entirely, someone more bearable and at least minimally pleasant. He forced himself to stop indulging in stupid fantasies. Nito teased Todoroki by asking if he would do it, if he would invite him out, or if he should call him Sho. The mocking tone made Katsuki clench his jaw and interrupted his train of thought. He had been about to leave his hiding place and confront the blonde, but he paused as soon as he lifted his foot because he found himself curious about the bicolor's response. The idea of the Winterborn asking Midoriya out had made him raise an eyebrow for reasons he did not entirely understand. Todoroki answered calmly but with irritation, saying he already had enough with Bakugo emphasizing the nickname and that even if he wanted to invite him out, he would never do anything to compromise Midoriya and Melissa's work. He reminded them that personal life should not interfere with the professional. Nito pressed the point by asking what would happen if they were already a couple and Todoroki didn't even have the chance to ask him out. The question caught Katsuki's attention and made time feel endless as Todoroki considered his reply. Todoroki said he would respect their relationship if that were the case. He said no one could be forced to love someone and told Nito to take his own advice and put it into practice. He finished by challenging Nito's professionalism, asking what kind of hero he intended to be if he couldn't respect that. Nito retorted that he did not plan to be left looking like the rejected one if those two hid a relationship beyond friendship. Todoroki then admitted his patience was wearing thin and suggested they go to the office to register their arrival and then head to the room. He warned Nito to respect Midoriya's personal space this time, saying he did not know if he would be able to tolerate the tension if the atmosphere became strained again. Nito said something else that did not concern Katsuki. Katsuki waited until the others disappeared into the office, then left his hiding place and made his way toward the room. His expression was sharper now and the annoyance burned from his stomach to his palms like a familiar itch, but he did not stop. Instead, he hurried toward the green-haired young man. When he saw Midoriya sitting with his head bowed over his phone, a spark of competitiveness flared in Katsuki. He sighed, unable to name the emotion, and resolved that his conversation with Midoriya would not be long. Hours earlier in the same building, Mina walked the agency corridors lost in thought, worrying about the bet she had set in motion and which now felt like an impossible mission. She had no idea how to approach Ochako in the way she wanted. They had always been good friends, and that affection had recently shifted into something more, but Mina could not read Ochako's expression and did not know if her feelings were reciprocated. The fact that Ochako had no known partner only increased Mina's uncertainty because she had no clue what the other might like. Mina admitted that she had not thought through challenging her friend to push someone else to speak. It felt like making a deal with the devil, and she could not simply back out. At that moment Ochako appeared and greeted Mina energetically, thanking her for the mochi. Mina felt joy flutter in her chest and replied that she had made them with care. Ochako blushed with gratitude. Mina reached into a pocket inside her vest and pulled out 2 bracelets she had bought that morning on the way to work. They were simple, one fuchsia pink, one purple, and each had a small white-petaled flower in the center. Mina thought they were perfect and offered them to Ochako. Ochako clasped both hands to her face and let her happiness show, saying Mina had not needed to do such a thing. Mina smiled, relieved and pleased by the reaction, and insisted on putting the bracelet on. Ochako willingly offered her hand and Mina fastened the purple bracelet around her wrist. Ochako admired it for a moment before returning Mina's hand with a small, reluctant tug and told her it looked nice. Mina then slipped the pink bracelet onto her own wrist, feeling her affection grow a little more. Ochako thanked her sincerely and smiled, unaware that her words had stirred a complicated feeling in Mina. Ochako prepared to speak more and remarked that she still could not believe Mina had managed to get Bakugo to do something for her. She said he had come across as a bit upset but that she had not felt any real anger behind his words. Lowering her voice, Ochako added that he had seemed to be acting strangely lately. Mina replied that it had indeed taken effort to convince him. He had started growling like a trapped lion and then. A brief pause followed before they continued on with their day. Mina gave a small jump and then fell silent, urging the brown-haired woman to speak. Ochako kept her thoughts to herself, but she could not shake the idea that Bakugo had been acting oddly lately. Ochako knew the reason only in part. Bakugo had claimed he only wanted to settle something from the past, but she had a nagging hunch that he was keeping something else to himself. If Bakugo really felt unsettled about something, why would he take so long to talk about it with anyone? He was stubborn enough to force a conversation if it meant challenging his pride or making others uncomfortable. One part of Ochako thought the matter might be more delicate than he admitted, another part suspected that feelings were involved. She knew Katsuki well enough to know he could be a wall when it came to emotions, and the memory of the looks she had seen him give Midoriya during the video shoot kept returning like quiet evidence for that second suspicion. Mina confirmed that she agreed. Mina then asked what Ochako thought was the cause. Ochako answered that she believed it had to do with Izuku. Mina almost pushed for the reasons, but Ochako hurried on. Ochako explained that since the day Midoriya arrived, Bakugo had seemed to focus on him and had behaved strangely. Ochako added that yesterday, when they had gone to the cafe, she had spoken with Melissa in the bathroom and mentioned it. Melissa had told her that, yes, they knew each other from before and had an unresolved matter to settle, though she had not specified what it was. Ochako had not pressed her. Mina shivered inwardly, impressed by Ochako's perceptiveness despite her playful exterior. She wondered then if Melissa had noticed Mina's own feelings and decided to pretend she had not. Mina silently hoped that was not the case. She could not imagine how she would cope if it were. Ochako admitted she had been thinking and that maybe what they were hiding was a past romance. Mina's first impression was a sharp surprise, followed by a burst of incredulous curiosity. Ochako laid out her observations. From the moment they arrived, Bakugo had not taken his eyes off Midoriya and had acted oddly. In the first days Midoriya had been involved in an incident and Bakugo had rushed to help him before anyone else. They had later shared dinner at Bakugo's apartment and kept exchanging glances. Bakugo would refuse to say what he really thought about Midoriya and instead asked Ochako what she felt about him. On a second occasion Bakugo had suggested that Ochako might have romantic feelings. The looks between Bakugo and Midoriya had become more frequent, and Melissa had mentioned the unresolved matter. Mina fell silent, weighing the information. By coincidence and in her own reading of events, her suspicions were tilting toward a romantic explanation as well. Still, she wondered if it made sense to abandon the first theory completely and assume the secret was simply a failed romance. She asked herself if Bakugo would even be the type to have romantic interests in men, or if he was the sort of person who cared only about his hero career. She had always pictured him as single-mindedly focused. As if on cue, Mina saw Bakugo pass by and shoot a sidelong glance in their direction. Mina took advantage of Ochako's brief distraction checking her phone and offered Bakugo a teasing smile, as if to say she was about to win the bet, even though she knew she might not. Bakugo rolled his eyes and kept walking, and in that moment a new idea for testing her theory popped into Mina's head. Mina proposed a plan and captured Ochako's attention. The project was due that week, so why not hold a small party when it finished? They could invite Midoriya and S.H.I.E.L.D., and try to bring Bakugo along as well. Mina suggested that in a relaxed setting it might be easier for people to talk and possibly resolve whatever tension existed. Ochako agreed that a relaxed atmosphere could help. Mina offered to persuade Bakugo to attend, claiming she had experience handling his temper. Ochako promised to tell Melissa and the others so everyone who wanted to help would have time to prepare. They left the topic there and returned to their respective duties. Back in the present, Katsuki wore an expression of weary impatience as he watched the entrance to the room. 5 minutes after he had arrived, Monoma and Todoroki appeared. Katsuki had only just managed to greet Izuku in his blunt way and pull the younger man's attention away from his phone when the newcomers arrived. Monoma announced a cheerful good morning to Midoriya and Bakugo in a tone that felt forced to Midoriya and irritating to Katsuki. Nito Monoma taunted that missing one day seemed to have made someone arrive even earlier than those actually involved in the work, and he added with sarcasm that whatever had happened the previous morning must have been very complicated. Katsuki Bakugo wondered whether his earlier conclusions could be true. Bakugo hissed that, unlike Monoma, he did his job and called him an idiot while sharpening his gaze. It was far too early to be in a bad mood, but his temperament would not allow otherwise, and Monoma was clearly provoking him. Izuku Midoriya greeted them at the same time, trying to prevent an argument from starting. Shoto Todoroki then spoke up and took his usual seat, asking if Izuku had slept well and saying that he looked well. Todoroki's comment made Katsuki frown. He disliked the exchange he had heard, disliked the idea of Todoroki liking Izuku, disliked not knowing the reasons behind that feeling, and especially disliked that Todoroki's remark echoed what he had already thought, that Izuku looked good. He prepared to speak, though he was not sure what to say, but his words were cut off by someone else. Hitoshi Shinso entered, looking tired and carrying a folder, and Melissa trailed behind him, watching everyone with curiosity. Bakugo clicked his tongue and turned his head, unwilling to be drawn into any more nonsense. Izuku pretended he was only slightly uncomfortable and hastened to find something in his bag to distract himself. After a few seconds of silence, Izuku suggested they pick up the pace if they wanted to finish that week. His nervousness showed as he fumbled with the papers he pulled from his bag, and the others agreed, deciding to get back to work since they were in the final stretch of the investigation. Everyone cooperated throughout the hours of work, even if Monoma kept glancing at Bakugo. That did not make Izuku happy, but he swallowed hard each time he saw Nito try to provoke Bakugo. Curiously and to his own chagrin, those provocations bothered him more than Monoma's judgmental looks. Melissa announced that they were done for the day and that the remaining days would be used to define the last details, after which the teams would see their new equipment in a couple of weeks. She loosened the hair tie, holding her silky hair in a high ponytail, looking tired but satisfied with the day's results. Izuku nodded and sighed, wishing he could take a long, hot shower to relax his muscles. He unconsciously fixed his gaze on Bakugo, who was putting his phone away and giving him an assessing look. Izuku felt a flutter in his chest but decided, for his own peace of mind, to ignore it and turn to say goodbye to the others. He still felt Bakugo's stare, and his plan had been to escape and spend the afternoon soaking in a hot bath, but then someone called to him from a few meters away. He shot a doubtful look at Melissa, who shrugged, mouthed that she did not know, and winked before telling him she would wait outside and walking on. Feeling a little betrayed and abandoned, Izuku turned and faced the man who had unexpectedly stopped him. Bakugo asked if Izuku had free time after finishing at the agency the next day. Izuku answered almost immediately that he thought he did and asked why. Bakugo explained that he had heard about a small exhibition of heroes from past generations, heroes like Erased Head, Beast Genist, Woods, and All Might, and that he had found out he had free access and could bring someone with him. He then asked if Izuku would go with him. Izuku's heart quickened with a mix of emotions, the dominant one being excitement. He had known about the exhibition but had missed the chance to buy tickets a while back and had put it out of his mind. Now Bakugo was offering to share part of his access as a hero. A tiny part of Izuku wanted to refuse out of lingering resentment, but his nature won out and he brightened at the thought of going to such an exhibition. He did not know whether any heroes from past generations would attend, but that did not matter much. He enjoyed admiring heroes from a distance and was happy to add more curiosities to his personal notebook. After a few seconds of thought, Izuku decided to ignore the spark of refusal and agreed to go. Bakugo said he would wait there the next day, smiled, and turned to follow Melissa. Izuku was so excited that he forgot to say goodbye to Bakugo. When he finally left the hero agency, Izuku felt his cheeks flush again at the mischievous expression Melissa gave him. As the project's time ran out that day, Katsuki grew increasingly uneasy. He hid his nerves behind his usual scowl, but he could feel his palms beginning to sweat for no reason he wanted to admit. He had invited Izuku, known as Deku, to an impromptu geeky outing he wasn't even sure whether to call it a date. In truth, his plan had never been to attend some soggy heroes exhibition. He had not even known about the event until All Might, the hero of his childhood, had sent him a text asking two pointed questions shortly after greeting him. All Might had asked whether Katsuki was close friends with the freckled, green-haired boy from the music video, and whether Katsuki planned to attend the heroes exhibition. When Katsuki asked why, All Might's replies left him with little to say. All Might had said he had met the boy once long ago and had hoped to speak with him again, hinting that Katsuki should bring Izuku if he went. Katsuki did not answer. Further, instead he messaged Kirishima to get the full details about the exhibition All Might had mentioned. He also learned that, because of All Might's status, Katsuki could bring someone with free admission. So yes, All Might had been the reason behind the invitation, but that did not change the fact that Katsuki wanted an excuse to talk to Izuku and finally settle the heavy thing sitting on his chest every time he thought about it. A part of him still wondered why All Might, of all heroes, wanted to speak to someone like Izuku, who was mostly detached from the hero world. But the mention was clearly connected to the incident with the mud villain. It was obvious All Might was referring to that televised event in which Izuku had rushed to help. Katsuki had been embarrassed and vulnerable at the time, and although the memory no longer stung like it had left a mark he preferred not to dwell on. Fortunately, nobody seemed to remember it now. His current nerves were not about that old embarrassment though. They surfaced because the team appeared to be wrapping up details for the day. Melissa pulled him back to the room and announced that if everything went well, they could finish that part of the project in 2 days. Hitoshi replied that it had been an honor to work with them and expressed faith that the special equipment would be perfect, though his voice carried more courtesy than enthusiasm. Todoroki nodded, watching Izuku intently, while Nito ignored Todoroki and looked directly at Katsuki. Katsuki rolled his eyes and avoided Nito's gaze. Ever since he had learned about Nito's supposed feelings the day before, Katsuki had been more hostile than usual toward him. Anyone in his position would be equally annoyed. A sudden breathless interruption came from Uraraka as she ran into the room, hair a little messy. Izuku reacted instantly, leaping from his seat to check if something was wrong, and Todoroki tensed as if preparing to defend against a threat. Uraraka quickly reassured them that there were no villains. She had rushed over to say something before they left, having come straight from a small job. Monoma asked why she was in such a hurry in a tone that sounded carefree. Uraraka said she wanted to throw a party to celebrate finishing the project. Silence settled over the group. Katsuki scowled and asked why they thought a party was appropriate, asking if it was the end of a school year. Uraraka explained that Mina had suggested the idea because she thought Izuku and Melissa were great company and didn't want them to leave without socializing a bit more. Katsuki immediately frowned at the thought that Mina had set this up deliberately. He remembered the prank Mina had pulled with the candy in his name and realized she would take any chance to push him into something. He bristled at the idea of being nudged into talking to Izuku. Melissa pointed out that the party made sense since Katsuki had spent most of his time on the project anyway. Hitoshi asked them to stop shouting every few seconds and warned that he didn't much care for the fuss. Todoroki wondered if it was too soon to organize a party, and Uraraka insisted they could leave the arrangements to her and Mina, noting they had already been scouting a good place. Anyone could help with contributions, she added. Katsuki crossed his arms and declared he would not be attending, drawing surprised looks from the others and focusing his attention on Izuku. Izuku seemed to wrinkle his nose at Katsuki's refusal, which only annoyed Katsuki more. Uraraka responded firmly that Katsuki had to go at least because Melissa had said he was part of the project, and Monoma added his own exasperation at the idea. The room settled into a tense, half-amused state as plans continued to form, leaving Katsuki to wrestle with the small, stubborn urge to refuse and the larger, quieter pull that made the idea of the outing more tolerable than he would admit. He told himself to stop complaining, even though everyone here already assumed he would end up going. His blood ran hotter for a moment, and he was tempted to use the sweat on his hands to unleash his power at the other blonde, but he calmed himself. He could not lose his head over nonsense. He could not act like a child, not with Izuku watching him so intently. He needed the other to feel confident enough to talk. That was the only reason he cared about not making a bad impression. Only that. He eased the itch in his palms by rubbing them inside his pockets, then turned his gaze away from the others and back to the green-haired boy. Katsuki told Izuku that he would wait outside and that he was going to change clothes, watching both Izuku's reaction and, incidentally, the other blonde, who to his surprise remained impassive. Without adding more, he left the room, uninterested in continuing to respond to Uraraka or Monoma. His initial nerves were enough to deal with. Once he was far enough from the crowd that no one hovered around him, he sighed and headed for the locker rooms. He changed out of his usual hero costume into casual clothes that would help him blend in at a place full of fans. He checked the time on his phone and walked to the meeting point he had chosen with Deku the day before. On the way, he stopped at a vending machine and got a canned coffee for himself and an orange juice that he remembered the freckled boy used to love as a child. He secretly hoped it was still his favorite. It made him feel like he still knew Izuku better than he expected. He leaned against the wall and drank his coffee, running through everything he planned to say to Izuku and how he felt about it. He admitted to himself that he was nervous, but there was something else he could not untangle. Maybe it was annoyance at having to set his ego aside, maybe uncertainty about what response to expect from Izuku, maybe anger at being in this position, or maybe fear. Fear of a negative reaction, fear of consequences, fear of being exposed and vulnerable, fear of digging up the bundle of feelings he had buried at 15. He was not foolish, perhaps a little of that last fear was true. Izuku called out to him in a cheerful voice as he approached, gripping the straps of his backpack and with his cheeks flushed. Katsuki felt a flutter in his chest. Izuku apologized for being late and asked if he had kept him waiting. Katsuki answered that he had not, then felt his response was too abrupt, so he offered the juice he had bought to Izuku as a peace gesture. Izuku said he did not have to be so kind, a little embarrassed and modest, and then took the drink, admitting that it was still his favorite and surprised that Katsuki remembered. Katsuki reminded him that as kids he used to buy it almost every day and that his mother had to set limits or he would have overindulged. Izuku noted with a nostalgic tone that he also remembered that. Katsuki nodded, unsure of what else to say. He did not want to confess that recently he had been replaying their old life together in his head. He gestured for Izuku to follow him. At Izuku's request, they rode in Izuku's car in a companionable silence, interrupted only by songs from the radio. With so little spoken between them, both had time to think deeply about their situation. Katsuki ran through drafts of apologies and the list of things he needed to say, while Izuku allowed a tangle of emotions to slowly unravel. While Izuku focused on driving and watching pedestrians, part of his mind worked to name the feelings that made his heart beat differently. He felt excitement for the Hero Expo they were about to attend, and he hoped, perhaps unrealistically, to see one of the heroes he had admired on television. He also felt a little embarrassed about his past mistake and at the thought of seeing All Might again, even from afar. There was also a sense of detachment at being close to finishing the agency research phase, a change that would likely separate them from the hero world and return them to a more ordinary life. That idea had made the invitation to the party appealing. He wanted to stay close to the hero circle, even as a spectator. At the same time, he felt uneasy about the thought of the party because of Monoma's attitude in recent days. Monoma had stopped interrogating him since yesterday, but the memory of how uncomfortable it had been still lingered. Sometimes he even thought it might have been better if a different, more responsible hero had taken the project from the start. Then one thought crept in again, the one he resisted naming. The idea of wanting Kaken at this point, of digging up feelings from the past he'd tucked away, did not seem like a smart move for someone with his history. It made no sense that a few interactions and the habit of analyzing Kaken's behavior would make his heart race and bring a warmth to his chest and cheeks. That was a problem, considering the old wounds he had barely covered, and the conversation he had been postponing precisely because he did not know how to name or handle these feelings. On top of everything, he knew nothing about the blonde's romantic life. They arrived later than planned, but the expo buzzed with energy. They went inside and let the crowd and exhibits fill their attention. The noise and lights helped mute the tension between them for a while, giving both the space to breathe and think of what would come next. Izuku could not deny that he had thought about it more than he should. He imagined the possibility that Katsuki might have a secret partner, and the thought made him uneasy. If Katsuki were single, Izuku might be relieved, but before he could even consider approaching him, he needed to know what qualities Katsuki sought in a partner. Even before that, he had to answer a more important question: how could he be sure Katsuki was not heterosexual? A voice interrupted his thoughts and made him stop biting his lower lip, a habit he had started doing unconsciously. He looked toward the front passenger seat and found Katsuki resting his head on his palm, his forearm against the window, watching him with those intense, ruby-colored eyes that made Izuku swallow. Katsuki asked what was wrong, and Izuku forced himself to return his gaze to the flow of traffic. He explained that he had just been staring off and sighing, seeming resigned. Katsuki pointed out that he had indeed sighed while staring into space, as if resigned or something similar, and Izuku admitted that he had been thinking about how great it would be to see some heroes at the exhibition. He told Katsuki that he was a big fan of those events and was nervous about attending. Izuku caught Katsuki nodding before the blonde returned his attention to the window, as cold as he remembered. Katsuki said calmly that he did not know if there would even be heroes at the event, and advised Izuku to relax if he wanted to enjoy what was left of it. Izuku agreed timidly. The silence returned, and he resumed his internal analysis of feelings. He wondered whether Katsuki's brief attempt to calm him had been genuine or merely polite. The ideas forming in his head made his heart beat a little faster, tempered only by the sliver of common sense that remained. That sliver mixed with his pride and self-respect, and deep down it made him feel a strong rejection toward the blonde rejection for Katsuki's hurtful actions, for his words, and for their third year of middle school. Izuku told himself he must have lost his mind to care for someone he also resented so deeply. After surviving the longest car ride of his life, they finally arrived at the plaza where the event took place. They had made the trip partly because of their jobs, and it seemed they had not missed much. Izuku, eyes shining with excitement, asked if a nearby section was dedicated to All Might. Katsuki confirmed with a murmur and allowed Izuku to lead the way enthusiastically. Katsuki felt a momentary interruption but only sighed softly. He reminded himself to be patient, understanding, and to do things properly. He resolved to fix the past, repeating those points in his head like a mantra whenever he felt annoyed by Izuku, at least until he resolved the more important matter. They found themselves in the All Might area, where the merchandise did not seem particularly innovative and the timeline display recounted the symbol of Peace's history and most notable events. Izuku immersed himself in the timeline, spending the next quarter hour absorbed in every exhibit. Katsuki observed from the edge of the section, inwardly amused and pleased to see Izuku so happy at least that and the juice earlier suggested that the Izuku he remembered was still there. As Katsuki watched the green-haired boy interact with the exhibits, someone came to stand beside him and immediately tightened all of Katsuki's muscles. The new companion remarked that Katsuki had indeed brought him along. Katsuki replied that the man had asked him to come and adjusted the hood of his sweatshirt. The companion, an older man cradling a cup of tea, nodded slowly and said he had wanted to talk with Izuku in particular. The older man explained that he had met Izuku long ago and then lost track of him. He said that the mud villain incident remained one of his most memorable experiences as a hero, not because it had been difficult, but because that day he had met a kid who could have changed history if only he had been a little smarter about finding him. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the gaunt man beside him. Katsuki remembered All Might serving as a teacher years ago, when he first entered UA. He had never been the best lecturer and often disagreed with other teachers' methods, but Katsuki could not deny that he had learned from him. He recalled the excitement he felt the first day All Might entered the classroom. That moment had marked the beginning of the hero he was becoming. During that same year, All Might announced his retirement to the media, which had angered and upset Katsuki for a time until the former hero had been honest with the class and revealed his true form. All Might had explained that his mission as a teacher had been to find a successor. A quiet shift in the crowd allowed them to move on. He never found a successor, and if he had, he never told anyone, not even them, whom he called his favorite group at UA. When Bakugo, in a tantrum, demanded to be chosen as successor and entrusted with the man's secrets, arguing about how brilliant and strong he was for his age, the man gave him a paternal look that Bakugo would carry in his memory. The man made it clear that Bakugo was still too immature to understand what it meant to carry on his legacy and that there were many things he needed to change to become worthy. Over time, Bakugo accepted it and resolved to make a name for himself on his own. He lived quietly now and did not want to become All Might's successor. He did not need to. All Might had been the symbol of peace, the one and only. Bakugo, dynamite, was the symbol of strength and victory. He was not known for kindness or for trying to reform villains. He was known for not losing and for keeping the country safe. He would never be the symbol of peace, nor did he want to be. That left a space for someone else to fill that role, and Bakugo wondered who that someone would be. At the exhibition, he went straight to the point with a mocking tone All Might was used to. Bakugo asked if All Might had come to scold someone for running recklessly through the flames, and added that he was 8 years late and called him old. All Might shook his head and sipped his tea. He said that was something he would expect from first-year Bakugo at hero school. Bakugo twisted his nose. All Might then said seriously that if not for one person, he might not have acted in time and Bakugo would have ended up as nothing more than a shell at the hands of that villain. Bakugo provoked again, suggesting that All Might had only saved his reputation to avoid criticism for letting 2 high school students die. All Might denied it. All Might told Bakugo that the other man had not told him anything. Bakugo asked what he should have been told. All Might's cerulean eyes shifted to Izuku, who had already formed a small circle of fans in less than 2 minutes and seemed unaware that All Might stood less than 10 meters away. All Might asked Bakugo if in all these years the other man had never told him anything. Bakugo explained that they had stopped seeing each other after graduation and had only met again about a month ago, his hands tucked into his pockets out of habit. Bakugo said he had thought they were close friends. He puffed and asked in what sense Bakugo meant that. Bakugo bristled, assuming All Might had read internet fan theories and told him to drop the nonsense. All Might said that he had only watched Bakugo for a moment before approaching and that Bakugo had been looking at the other man a lot, but he would not claim Bakugo judged him just because he got excited about an exhibition. Bakugo was left speechless. Minutes passed in silence until All Might asked why they had drifted apart. Bakugo evaded, calling it past bullshit and pointing out that All Might did not owe him explanations either. All Might conceded that Bakugo had a point, but suggested that the other man should tell his own story if he wished to. All Might asked Bakugo to let them talk alone when he returned. All Might patted Bakugo's shoulder as Izuku said goodbye to his new group of friends and walked back over, nervous and distracted. Izuku apologized to Bakugo for making him wait, explaining that he had been carried away and surrounded by people. His voice trailed off when he saw who was with him. Bakugo would have bet half his life that Izuku would lose his composure in front of All Might, but he did not expect Izuku to fall silent or to recognize All Might without an introduction. Bakugo wondered what the two of them were hiding. All Might greeted Izuku warmly and told him he was glad to see him again, noting how much the boy had grown. All Might asked if he could speak with Izuku for a moment, and Bakugo noticed the way Izuku's hands trembled on his sleeves. Izuku looked to Bakugo for permission to be left alone briefly. Bakugo shrugged and turned his head. Of course Izuku could be left alone, and whatever they had to discuss was none of his concern. All Might announced that they would return soon and then he and Izuku left together. Bakugo found the interaction strange but took care not to overthink it. He decided to check out the exhibition and try to understand why Izuku seemed so interested. A bittersweet feeling gathered in his chest when he realized that the Mudvillain incident was one of the notable events highlighted among the last years of All Might's career. Izuku kept his gaze fixed on the path ahead, and there was a brightness in his green eyes that Bakugo had never seen before, a light that filled him with curiosity. Izuku also seemed to be swallowing every so often, if the rise and fall of his Adam's apple was any indication. Katsuki wanted to get inside his head, to find out why he was trembling a little and why his expression had changed so much since he had spoken alone with All Might. He wanted to slip into the corners of that mind and figure out what had happened and how to help if help was needed. Katsuki called Izuku's name, and Izuku made only a small sound in reply. Katsuki asked if something was wrong and noticed Izuku protest that nothing was the matter. Katsuki suggested that maybe it was because Izuku had barely wanted to see any of the exhibit after talking with All Might, or because his expression and behavior were strange. The freckled, green-haired boy slammed on the brakes, drawing an insult from another driver for almost running a red light. Katsuki realized then that Izuku was distracted enough to be dangerous behind the wheel. He scanned the area and felt relief when he saw a 24/7 convenience store across the street. Katsuki told Izuku to park at the 24/7, trying not to sound too harsh, and watched Izuku pout in response. Katsuki clarified that he was only trying to prevent them from crashing and from Izuku ending up in a cast. Izuku opened his mouth to reply, but Katsuki fixed him with a warning look that shut him up, and Izuku obeyed when the light turned green. Once they were parked in the lot and the car's interior was dim except for the store lights, Katsuki turned to stare at him. Katsuki demanded to know what Izuku had said to All Might to make him act this way. He asked directly whether it had to do with the Mudvillain incident. Izuku did not answer. Katsuki pressed, and, despite Izuku keeping his gaze turned out the window, Katsuki could picture the expression he had made when he had mentioned it. He worried he might have been too blunt, but he did not much care. Izuku stammered that it was not that. He said they had talked about something he definitely could not trust Katsuki with. The words hit Katsuki like knives, and he did not have the arrogance left to keep blaming Izuku. He knew he had earned the boy's distrust. If he had been in Deku's position, he would be reluctant to trust him too. He understood that what had been would not be again. He needed to make amends and accept that his good days were gone. He was painfully sorry. Izuku began to say that it was an issue, but Katsuki cut him off, saying he understood and that Izuku did not have to tell him anything. He told Izuku it would be best to relax and unbuckled his seatbelt, explaining that he would go into the 24/7 to buy something to eat and asked if Izuku wanted anything in particular. Izuku turned toward him and did not speak, but Katsuki saw the emotion in his eyes and understood. Swallowing, Izuku finally said that anything would be fine. Katsuki took that as an answer and left the car as quickly as he could. He needed fresh air and to calm his racing heart. The store was almost empty despite the late hour, and he forced himself not to dwell on Izuku's lack of trust or on what All Might have kept from him. He tried to focus on mundane things, but when he found his attention slipping and realized he was not looking at any of the products, he removed his hoodie, loosened the zipper at his chest to breathe, and steadied himself. He bought junk food and a couple of drinks, barely interested in the cashier's surprised look when the man recognized him. Outside, from the store doorway, he watched Izuku leaning on the car, his attention lost somewhere across the street. Katsuki wanted to know what was wrong, but the sight of Izuku there made it clear he would not get answers now. He accepted the distance as something he deserved and headed back. Katsuki announced his return and told Izuku he had only bought junk food, offering him one of the bags. Izuku thanked him with a look full of feeling that needed no words. They ate bland hot dogs in near silence, the quiet between them heavy but not entirely empty. Luckily, Deku seemed to have read his thoughts or felt the same tightness in his chest, because suddenly he turned on the radio and broke the awkward silence. The station they found was nothing special, but it kept their minds occupied. Just as Katsuki was about to make a comment about the current commercial hit to break the ice, a new program began and captured both of their attention. After that, the details blurred, but in no time they were laughing and talking about the most famous comics of the moment and the childhood classics they both loved. Amid their improvised dinner, their laughter, and their shared geeky interests, Katsuki could not help thinking how strange his interaction with Deku felt, how it swung between discomfort and ease, and how much had changed since the last time he had felt that comfortable with someone. Izuku felt a small reprieve in the sea of emotions that had been washing over him for days. For a moment he forgot his recent conversation with All Might and allowed himself to feel that things were falling into place. The last clear memory he retained from that night was the warmth he felt seeing Katsuki laugh like he used to when they had been good friends before the last year of high school. Friday arrived in the blink of an eye, which meant the investigation phase ended that day and their routines would resume. Part of Izuku was glad traveling to the Hero Agency consumed more time and energy than going to the research center, but another part felt wistful at the thought of leaving. The month had been a roller coaster of experiences. There were things he was glad were over, like having to watch Monoma hover around Katsuki at every opportunity. Who did he think he was? But he knew he would miss the new routine, especially being so close to Katsuki for so long. Since the night they had gone to the Hero exhibition and ended up talking like old friends outside a 24/7 while eating sausages that tasted like cardboard, Izuku's feelings had grown clearer. He understood that he had fallen for the person he had sworn not to care for again after only a month of interaction. He knew he wanted to keep seeing Katsuki and learn all the facets he had not noticed before. Izuku wanted to see how kind Katsuki could be in his own way, how understanding he could be when he asked for space or didn't want to talk about something, the small gestures he reserved for those he cared about, his new perspectives on life, the way he viewed the world. He wanted to get close enough to see that Katsuki had changed for the better. He wanted to know him again to erase the lingering resentment that lived somewhere beneath the surface. He wanted to quiet the wary instinct that suggested he should step away. He wanted all of that so that, once he was sure, he could learn about Katsuki's romantic life and then allow himself to pursue him. If Melissa knew all of that, she would probably scold him for rushing, but Izuku had already decided he could no longer deny the undeniable. Melissa announced that, for the moment, that was all and promised that their equipment would be shipped as soon as it was ready. She made a small bow that Izuku returned. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to collaborate on the project, acknowledging how enriching the experience had been and how much it would add to both the company's reputation and his resume. Not everything was about Katsuki. Hitoshi replied that the honor had been theirs and asked them to let him know if any problems arose. He remained as professional as always. Uraraka, who sometimes dropped in to say hello and keep them company much like Katsuki had done in the past, reminded everyone not to forget that there was a celebration planned for the next day. Todoroki agreed with Uraraka, and then, as he started to speak further, the meeting was abruptly interrupted. Monoma stood up suddenly and headed for the door with a look of determination, annoyance, and, oddly, concern on his face. Shinso asked what was happening, just as puzzled as the rest. Monoma announced that reinforcements had been requested for the mission where Bakugo was currently deployed, and he would respond to the call. He adjusted his jacket sleeves and practically ran out the door. Hitoshi shook his head and took his phone from his pocket. Uraraka jumped up and ran out after Monoma, while Todoroki remained seated and observed in silence. Melissa and Hitoshi stayed behind, watching the others leave, though inside they felt tension burning. There were two things that worried Izuku and left him feeling helpless. Firstly, Bakugo needing reinforcements, and secondly, Monoma rushing off once again to be around Bakugo and try to capture his attention. Izuku knew that behavior was not normal. He took a deep breath and pretended everything was fine even though, inside, he wanted to be the one to answer Katsuki's call for support instead of letting Monoma handle it. Todoroki commented that Monoma was quite a case, and then clarified that, despite appearances, Monoma was romantically interested in Bakugo. He had been told this recently. When Todoroki confirmed it, Izuku felt frozen, as if Todoroki had used his power on him. He had suspected it, but having someone he trusted so much confirm it directly made him uneasy. Todoroki admitted that he had not believed it himself at first. After thinking it over, Izuku concluded that the other student was not lying and asked the others to notice how he had run off a moment before. Shinso commented that it was fairly obvious, running his hands through his unruly hair. Uraraka reacted with surprise and pointed out that the student often seemed to tease Bakugo, glancing at Izuku from time to time. Izuku hoped the others would not notice his discomfort and start drawing conclusions. Uraraka then questioned whether Bakugo would ever date that student. Todoroki chimed in, already half expecting Uraraka's answer, and suggested the possibility of different preferences. Uraraka blushed and clarified that she did not mean anything about Bakugo's orientation. She only meant that Monoma did not seem like the kind of person Bakugo would be attracted to, regardless of gender. She expressed that Bakugo's tastes likely leaned toward other personality types. The emphasis in her words did not go unnoticed by Monoma, but he chose not to let it be misinterpreted. Todoroki admitted that he did not really understand Monoma either and explained that he preferred someone calmer and more cheerful, so Monoma would not be his type. He asked Izuku what he thought. Izuku froze, embarrassed for two reasons. He had been lost in thought about the same question just moments before, and Todoroki's eyes felt so focused on him that he suspected a hidden motive behind such a specific inquiry. Under pressure, Izuku triggered the ringtone on his phone that he had been preparing to use as an escape and stood up quickly, explaining that it was his mother calling and that he had to take the call. He left the room. Once out of sight, Izuku leaned against the nearest wall and exhaled, alone with his racing thoughts. His feelings had become more complicated. He was surprised to find a flicker of jealousy even though nothing significant had happened and he had no right to feel that way. Later, as they left the agency and moved far enough away to avoid curious ears, Melissa confronted him. At first he tried to deny everything Melissa suggested, but after many years of friendship she saw through his half-truths. Melissa learned about the growing feelings Izuku had been trying to suppress, about the persistent irritation and the small jealousies he held toward Monoma. Ultimately, unable to keep denying it to someone who knew him so well, Izuku confessed the things he had left unsaid, trusting that Melissa might understand. After listening, Melissa advised him that if he truly cared, he needed to sort things out with Bakugo and be clear about his feelings. Those words lingered in Izuku's mind when he later found himself facing Kaken again. Bakugo broke the silence with a crooked, mischievous smile that was still marred by a bruise on his right cheek. Izuku felt a surge of alarm at the sight of Bakugo hurt. He approached and asked if Bakugo was all right and whether the confrontation had been difficult. Bakugo downplayed it as a quirk problem and said the reinforcements had handled it, dismissing the injury as only a bruise. Izuku's concern deepened when he noticed a long dressing wrapping Bakugo's right arm, extending to his hand and covering part of his fingers. Bakugo explained that the wound would have to wait until the next day to be treated fully, mentioning that the healer known as Recovery Girl would be available then. To avoid further worrying him, Izuku changed the subject and asked why Bakugo was out at that hour. Bakugo said he had gone to the pharmacy to pick up some painkillers to restock the first aid kit at home and that he was heading back now, showing a plastic bag that looked heavier than expected and was held awkwardly with his injured arm. Izuku's concern sharpened when he noticed faint stains beginning to appear on the bandages. He wanted to let the topic drop, but Bakugo provoked him by revealing he had gone out despite being injured and had even carried the bag with the wounded hand. Bakugo scoffed that he was not going to stay home and rot in pain, and that he preferred to handle things himself rather than wait for a DLVI. He added that he had only used the injured hand briefly to show why he had come out in the first place. Izuku crossed his arms and frowned, scolding Bakugo for being reckless. Bakugo replied that he was not a nurse and then shifted from a scolding expression to one that showed he cared a little, admitting that he was somewhat worried. Izuku reminded Katsuki that he also knew basic first aid, for his information. Katsuki snorted and complained about trying to cross his arms and failing. Izuku hurriedly offered to help and took the bag from Katsuki's hands to lighten the load. Katsuki grumbled that he was not asking for help, but the pain was evident in his expression. Izuku insisted that at least he be allowed to walk him home and make sure he arrived safely. Katsuki replied that if he were afraid something might happen to him, he would not be a DMN hero. Izuku warned him with a cautious tone, and Katsuki rolled his eyes and sighed. The weight of the bag suddenly dropped into Izuku's hands as Katsuki relinquished it. Katsuki then gestured with a closed posture for Izuku to start walking, and Izuku complied immediately. Izuku asked where they should go and was surprised to learn Katsuki had been living in the nearby residential area all along. The building that stood out among the block was elegant, with well-kept gardens. Izuku noticed how large the apartments looked on every floor and how long the elevator ride felt before it finally stopped. They paused in front of an elegant dark wooden door. Katsuki tried to open it with his good hand, and Izuku could not help but think how fortunate life must be for a famous hero. He realized he was about to see the home of the country's strongest hero, a childhood dream coming true. Katsuki stepped aside to invite Izuku in. Katsuki had intended only to make sure everything was fine and leave quickly, but Izuku accepted the invitation anyway, caught in a phase where he cherished every moment spent with Katsuki. The door closed behind them and they removed their shoes to move more freely through the apartment. Izuku did not feel at ease. It was his first time there. He hesitated over where to set the bag down, and Katsuki pointed out that the first aid kit was in the bathroom at the end of the hallway. Katsuki said he would go get it and told Izuku to leave the bag on the coffee table and sit or take whatever he wanted from the fridge. Izuku asked if Katsuki was sure he could manage by himself. Katsuki reminded him that he was constantly in danger, looked him plainly in the eye, and said he had been in worse situations and could fetch the kit on his own. Izuku kept quiet and watched Katsuki head down the corridor. He knew he worried too much and that he risked making Katsuki think him weak, but worrying about those important to him had always been part of his nature. Izuku exhaled, gripped the bag's handles, and sank onto the nearest sofa. Since there was nothing else to do, he took a quiet moment to observe the apartment. It was pleasant and subtly elegant, but large and somewhat cold for one person. Maybe it only felt that way because he was used to his own small apartment. Katsuki soon returned wearing a black tank top that revealed his collarbone and arms, carrying a white box marked with a red cross. He complained that the wounds still hurt despite the paramedics saying it would be fine and said he needed to change the bandage. As he began removing the tapes that kept it in place, Izuku intervened, taking Katsuki's hands unexpectedly and fixing him with a strict, focused look as if correcting a poor procedure. Izuku offered to help change the dressing. Katsuki hesitated, and Izuku reassured him that it would be quick. Katsuki asked when Izuku had learned such things. Izuku explained that in his search for direction he had taken first aid courses and sometimes volunteered with victims of villain attacks, though he had not pursued a medical career. He added that he should wash his hands first. Katsuki indicated the bathroom again and told him to hurry. Izuku nodded enthusiastically and ran to wash his hands. Katsuki watched him go, thinking about the lingering pain and letting his mind drift. A few minutes later Izuku returned and said he was ready to help change the dressing and would then let Katsuki rest. He carefully removed the old bandage and checked the area, replacing the dirty dressing with a clean one while keeping everything non-invasive and gentle. Katsuki watched him in silence, struck by how concentrated Izuku looked, as if he were a professional. Izuku's calm, careful movements eased some of Katsuki's tension. As Izuku worked with a focused expression, Katsuki found himself reflecting on the distance of the past 8 years and asking aloud why Izuku had not pursued a medical career. Izuku paused briefly and then replied calmly, moving his hands slightly away while finishing the bandage. The gentle touch and quiet atmosphere brought a small, unspoken warmth between them that neither pushed further. Izuku immediately resumed his work. He said he was going to study something related to medicine. The green-eyed young man took his time, twisting the bandage around his arm over and over. He explained that he had been very indecisive. When he was about to sign up and prepare for the medical school entrance exam, he had thought that becoming a police officer might put him closer to justice. He laughed then, a laugh tinged with bitter melancholy, and added that later events had led him somewhere completely different, so now he found himself working as an investigator. Katsuki Bakugu stood silent for a while, thinking about how much Izuku must have felt over the years. Katsuki had always been a prodigy who never doubted what he wanted to be. He had never felt insecure about his future and had always assumed he was destined for success. Izuku, however, had shared the same dream and had sometimes desired it more fervently than Katsuki, yet life had not given him the same advantages. Chance had made Izuku quirkless, so unless some miracle granted him a quirk, he had always been set aside from the world of heroism even as he wished and prayed to be part of it. It must have been hard. Even if a quirk suddenly awakened in Izuku now, integrating into the world of heroes would be difficult for 2 main reasons. First, the ideal age to start training as a hero was 18, and that time had passed 5 years before. Second, he would have to work 100 times harder than anyone preparing from the usual starting point. Thinking about possibilities and facts was useless at that point, but the difference between his privileged life and Izuku's had never felt heavier, and the weight of how poorly he had treated him pressed down on Katsuki. Katsuki clarified that he was not complaining about his work. He finished what he was doing and said that he enjoyed his job. It had allowed him to learn about quirks he would never have encountered had he become an IT specialist or something similar. He added in a whisper that, in some way, the work had brought him back to Izuku. Katsuki lifted his gaze quickly, feeling a strange sensation in his chest that overshadowed the physical pain in his body. At the same time, he could not understand why Izuku had said that or what he meant. More than anything, and with his usual difficulty reading emotions, Katsuki felt that this was the perfect moment to finally address what he had been meaning to say. He took a deep breath, prepared to offer the most sincere apology of his life, but his voice failed him. It was as if an invisible knot had formed in his throat and left him mute. He cursed his pride for making him feel suffocated and, with as much discretion as he could manage, wiped the sweat beginning to form on his palms on the lower edge of his shirt. Izuku said Katsuki should rest, noting that the wounds did not look serious but advising care until Recovery Girl could help the next day. Izuku stood and smoothed the wrinkles from his clothes. When the green-eyed, bright, wide-eyed man looked up at him, Katsuki felt small. He tried once more, telling his voice to stop betraying him so the unsaid words could finally come out, but nothing happened. That failure made him angry with himself. He had waited so long for an opportunity like that, and now that he had privacy and Izuku calm in front of him, he felt like a coward. He hated feeling that way because he was, in every other sense, not a coward. Despite having rehearsed his apologies many times, when the moment arrived his stupid nerves and fears took control. Objectively it made no sense. Why did it feel so difficult now when just weeks before he had told Izuku directly that they needed to talk? What had changed in those weeks to make fear rise in his chest? Was it his wounded pride, or was it simply that it was Izuku? Izuku asked if Katsuki was okay. Katsuki blinked a few times, shook his head, and showed obvious confusion. Izuku observed that he seemed worried and pointed out his freckled face, saying that if he needed anything he could tell him. Katsuki lied that he was fine and told Izuku he could go without concern. Izuku replied that he would go, his tone wary. Katsuki forced on his usual expression and rose from the sofa to escort him to the door. The short walk felt endless to Katsuki. At the doorway, Izuku, standing with one foot outside the apartment, asked whether Katsuki would go to the party the next day. Katsuki hesitated. He did not really want to go, but a part of him did not want to miss the chance to see Izuku again and perhaps finally find the courage to speak. Katsuki said he did not know if he should go. Izuku looked at him with those eyes full of thoughts Katsuki could not read and with a brightness that made him want to lose himself in the other man's mind. Izuku said he understood and added that he would still like to see Katsuki there. He wished Mr. Bakugo a good night. Izuku then turned and walked toward the elevator without looking back. Katsuki remained rooted to the apartment floor until Izuku's unruly hair disappeared from view as the elevator doors closed. He was certain Izuku would never know, because Katsuki intended to keep it that way, but Izuku's departure felt like something had been taken from him, like a small severing of attachment. It was probably his chance to fix his mistakes. It was probably just the feeling that hearing his surname from the same mouth that had called him by a pet name his whole life gave him. It was probably a little of both. He ran a hand over his face, wincing at the sharp pain in his cheek, then returned to the coldness of his apartment to take a painkiller. The last thing he did before sleeping was call Mina to confirm he would go to the stupid party she had organized as a form of revenge, and he admitted to himself that he was already regretting the bet he had made with her. Izuku spent the walk home replaying what had happened in Kaken's apartment. It was not the fact of ending up there or changing his bandage and checking his wounds that occupied him so much as the brief exchange of words that had inevitably stirred old feelings. When he reached his place, he collapsed straight into bed, slipping into unconsciousness quickly from mental exhaustion. The next day he tried to keep his mind clear of everything, at least until the time of the party. The party was where they all were now. Uraraka and Ishido had arranged the celebration at one of the quietest bars in the area. A bar was hardly his ideal setting. He rarely drank, but his reasons for being there went beyond celebrating the end of the main part of a project, even if he did not dare admit that to anyone. It wasn't as if anyone besides Melissa cared, and Melissa already knew he was not there just to celebrate, even if she had accepted that explanation at first. Melissa arrived and offered him a dark glass bottle. He took it without refusing, though he avoided looking at her. She teased him that Bakugo would surely come, pointing out she could tell by the way he had been standing in the corner staring at the entrance for minutes. Izuku pretended not to know who she meant, but she pressed the point and reminded him that Mina had said Bakugo would come. Melissa urged him to stop prolonging the situation and suggested he take advantage of everyone's relaxed mood. To be honest, if anything went wrong, he could always blame the alcohol. She bumped him playfully as she spoke. He knew Melissa was partly right, yet insecurity still gnawed at him. The image of Kaken's expression from the previous night would not leave him. He could not find words to describe what he had seen in those ruby-colored eyes and tried not to think about it so he could sleep. He avoided Melissa's gaze and instead scanned the room, Ishido chatting animatedly with Uraraka in a corner, Todoroki making his way through the dancing crowd toward them, and Monoma already a little tipsy, bumping into someone on the dance floor and apologizing before sliding into another partner to keep dancing in a carefree way. The scene felt oddly off to him, but he pushed the thought aside. Shoto Todoroki stopped beside them, greeting Midoriya and Melissa and raising his glass of orange juice in a quiet toast. The three of them soon found themselves talking amiably. Shortly after, Izuku noticed that Kaken had finally arrived. He wore dark clothes that contrasted with his skin tone, a leather jacket, and a pair of discreet chains. From a glance he could tell that the bruise from the night before had vanished, leaving Kaken's usually stoic face free of imperfections. A small, private relief bloomed in him at the sight of him looking healthy. Bakugo came in with Red Riot and Chargebolt, and soon Earphone Jack and Creati joined them, all in a noticeably more upbeat mood than his own, ready to have fun. Melissa told him she would be right back and stepped away for a moment. He heard footsteps recede but did not concern himself. His attention was fixed on the person he cared about. Shoto asked for Midoriya's opinion, forcing Izuku back to the present at the exact moment those ruby eyes met his. He felt embarrassed because he had not been paying attention. He apologized and lowered his head. Shoto waited a moment and then waved off the question as nothing important. The silence settled between them for an instant. Then Todoroki reached out and rested a hand on Midoriya's cheek in a quiet, comforting gesture. Something in the two-toned boy's gaze changed, and Izuku immediately understood the message. The boy liked him. Shoto began to speak but stopped. Izuku kept his distance. He liked Shoto and had grown fond of him during the time they'd known each other, and Shoto was one of the heroes he admired most in the industry. Still, none of it felt right, and Izuku did not want to pretend. He could not explain why he suddenly felt bolder. He had never refused anyone so directly before, but he did not care. The two-toned boy furrowed his brow, unusual for him, and turned to look at the point Izuku had been watching. At the same moment, Katsuki averted his eyes with a similar gesture that Izuku interpreted as anger, though the dim light made it hard to be sure. Izuku almost decided to tell the two-toned boy directly that the feeling was not mutual and that he liked someone else, but something held him still for a moment. Monoma, increasingly uninhibited, stopped dancing in the center of the floor and wound his way through the crowd until he called Katsuki's name. Izuku knew he should have behaved and kept his composure, but his body reacted when Monoma approached Katsuki in an intrusive way and surprised him. A brief pause followed. Katsuki murmured that he did not know why he had agreed to come to this nonsense as soon as they entered the bar and the atmosphere hit him. Denki exclaimed that everyone needed to have fun sometimes and asked when Katsuki had last taken a break from work, reminding him that he had not even taken a vacation this year. Kaminari hung from one of his shoulders, teasing him, and Kirishima backed the suggestion by draping a hand around his neck and urging him to enjoy himself, mentioning an unresolved bet with Mina that made this their last chance. Katsuki scowled in disapproval and began to protest, but Denki pointed out casually that the object of Katsuki's attention seemed to be watching him. Katsuki did not want to appear obvious, yet since setting foot inside the place his senses had been on edge, searching for Deku among the crowd. It bothered him that Kaminari had spotted him first. A ponytailed girl and another friend greeted them, interrupting the complaint and irritating Katsuki slightly. He did not pretend to be social. He ignored the rest of their conversation and finally gave in to the temptation to look toward Deku. He was not wrong. The freckled boy in the crowd was watching him intently. Katsuki returned the stare rather than lose his composure. He scanned Deku's clothes, simple jeans and a mint hoodie that seemed out of place there, yet suited him. Just then, when their gazes met, the two-toned boy moved to Deku's side and drew Deku's attention away. Katsuki felt a prick of annoyance. Denki shouted that they should have fun and pulled on Katsuki's arm to force him through the crowd, and Katsuki allowed himself to be dragged along. The smell of artificial air freshener and the press of people did not calm him. When they reached Mina and Uraraka announced they would be right back and hurried away with Denki toward the drinks. Only minutes had passed since he arrived at the poorly organized party, and Katsuki still felt observed. He knew it was Izuku watching, which filled him with a strange mix of pride and a sense of violated privacy. Mina taunted him, asking if he was ready for defeat. Katsuki snapped back that she was terrible and that he did not need a push, but Mina reminded him that they had discussed the bet before and that this was his last chance. Ashido chimed in with a cough and a sidelong look that hinted at something else, and Mina suggested canceling the wager when the exchange stalled. Katsuki considered the idea for a moment and deliberately returned his gaze to Izuku, only to see the two-toned boy touch Deku's cheek in a manner that annoyed him. He could only see the other's back and colored hair, but it did not take a genius to read the foolish expression that love printed across a face. In an instant something flared inside him, part disgust and part frustration. He did not understand why it happened then. He had known for days about the winter student's feelings for Izuku, and he knew he did not like it, but he could not explain why watching someone try to get romantically close to him felt so disturbing. It made no sense. What business was it of his who Todoroki might pursue? Or worse, why should it matter who the freckled nerd chose? Nothing. And yet the feeling remained. Bakugo finally answered, averting his gaze from the syrupy display that bothered him more with every second. The woman beside him sighed, perhaps looking at the same scene or perhaps not. then recovered her composure and reminded him to think about where he would send her with the 2 tickets they had bet. He turned toward the woman and was about to reply to her teasing when someone in the crowd called his name. He barely had time to turn again before an intrusive arm wrapped around his waist and pulled him forward. He reacted instinctively, stepping back to put distance between himself and the face that swung close, and only then realized the person holding him was Nito Monoma. Bakugo told Monoma to get his disgusting hands off. He gripped the hand that remained on his body and pushed it away. Monoma, swaying as if unsteady, explained that he had wanted to tell him something for a long time and could no longer keep it in. The words dragged on in a sing-song cadence that made Bakugo register, with a snap, that the other was clearly not in his right state. The only conclusion he drew was that Monoma was drunk, absurd given the party had only just started, so Bakugo planned to shake him off and leave him somewhere until staff found him. He could not. Someone else slipped between them and interrupted. Midoriya appeared, hanging an arm over Monoma's shoulder and putting on a wide, obviously forced smile. Nito pulled away from Bakugo, annoyed by the interference, while Katsuki glared at him. At least that gave Bakugo a small, selfish relief. Midoriya asked what they were talking about, trying to keep his voice steady so his irritation would not show. Monoma replied that he had been speaking about one of the latest battles, the one where he had attended to Bakugo. He said he had been worried to see Bakugo hurt and had made sure that the villain would not try something like that again. Monoma then placed his hand on Bakugo's chest as a gesture meant to show protectiveness. The motion unsettled the others, first because Monoma seemed to be crossing a line, and second because Bakugo did not like anyone getting that close to him. Bakugo said that at least the medics had done their job and that he would not forgive anyone who had let him leave without proper treatment. Monoma protested and tried to take credit for helping, insisting he had accompanied Bakugo home and checked his injuries. Izuku contradicted him, claiming he had seen footage and that Bakugo had only stumbled, adding that he had personally finished the medic's work. When Izuku finished, a sharp, uncharacteristic smirk creased his lips. The expression confused Katsuki and silenced his retort for a moment. Monoma crossed his arms and looked at Izuku with thinly veiled suspicion. Monoma demanded to know what Izuku had supposedly done, folding his arms with a swagger Bakugo did not expect. Izuku maintained that he had accompanied Bakugo home and ensured his wounds were tended, speaking with a confidence meant to needle Monoma. His tone became boastful as he enjoyed the irritation now painted across Katsuki's face. Bakugo, fed up, snapped at Monoma in a voice that carried a chill, ordering him to shut up and leave him alone. He made it painfully clear he had no interest in Monoma romantically, that he did not return anything and barely tolerated the other most of the time. The words were blunt and harsh, delivered in a way that startled Monoma back toward sobriety. A small, triumphant smile tugged at the corner of Izuku's mouth, even though he knew feeling pleased at someone else's humiliation went against his better instincts. Monoma responded by insulting Izuku, calling him a fool and saying it was low to prefer someone quirkless over a hero like him. He threatened to remind Midoriya of the harsh views he had held about quirkless people in their first year at UA, implying he could make those opinions known. The brief pleasure Izuku had felt was replaced by the cold dread of public humiliation, which quickly gave way to a hot, bubbling anger at being insulted. Ultimately, what could Monoma say that Izuku had not already experienced firsthand from being born without a quirk? Even as a new surge of emotion began to fill him and 1,000 replies formed in his head to defend himself, his rational part reminded him that acting like this made no sense and that diminishing his own words was not who he truly was. For a moment he did not want to listen to that voice. Monoma had started to taunt him about being quirkless, but Katsuki stepped in, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder and warning him to calm down. Monoma responded with a cutting remark about Katsuki's supposed boyfriend and why Katsuki had been in the research space so often. Katsuki inhaled deeply, pretending not to have heard the last jab and steadying himself by focusing on the green eyes that looked back at him. Before tensions could rise further, Hitoshi arrived, jokingly dancing as he handed a drink to Nito. Nito accepted reluctantly after a pointed look from Shinso, and Hitoshi told them he did not know why they were arguing and did not care to find out, but urged them to stop making a scene and enjoy the party. He then took Monoma by the forearm and led him away. Once the two had been ushered off, with Nito muttering insults under his breath and Hitoshi dragging him like a stubborn child, Katsuki exhaled and let go of the accumulated stress, folding his arms to look at Izuku, whose brow still furrowed in a way Katsuki found oddly displeasing to see. He joked that if Izuku kept scowling he would look like an old man at 25, trying to coax him into relaxing. Izuku replied after a pause with a wry smile and a concession, then suggested they get something to drink. Katsuki, in turn, declined, stating that he did not drink alcohol. Izuku urged him that one night would not hurt, and Katsuki, surprised, noted that he had seen someone else drinking earlier. Izuku pointed out the table where Todoroki was talking with Red Riot and reminded Katsuki they might as well go for a drink. Izuku's tone shifted and his smile took on a playful, intentionally charming edge. He was not drunk, he was fully aware of his actions and, unusually for him, did not mind how bold he was being with a fellow hero. Katsuki snorted a laugh and lowered his head in disbelief at the situation, a reaction uncharacteristic for him but one Izuku secretly liked. Katsuki agreed to accompany him only on the condition that Izuku would have something non-alcoholic. Izuku pretended to consider this and then agreed, placing his hand lightly on Katsuki's shoulder and nodding toward the bar. They settled into a corner of the bar and talked for around 2 hours, drinking juices and sodas and sharing the occasional bar snack. From time to time other guests, heroes and civilians alike, since the event planners had not reserved the venue exclusively for heroes, tried to join their conversation, but most eventually moved on to mingle elsewhere. Around 9, when the atmosphere had relaxed and some civilians who had to work the next day began to leave, Ashido called everyone together for a toast to a project she claimed to be celebrating. Izuku did not need to be a detective to know the project was only an excuse. Hardly anyone had mentioned it before, but he did not mind. He had Katsuki beside him, calm and laughing like old times, and that was enough. He assumed Ashido had no ill intentions and chose not to overthink her motives. After the toast, the guests drifted back to their spots and the music shifted. The lights dimmed and a slow song filled the room. Both Izuku and Katsuki felt the mood change. Katsuki muttered that whoever had reinterpreted that song was a villain, leaning back on the worn leather sofa where they had been sitting. Izuku agreed and mirrored the relaxed posture, hands behind his head. They listened to the melancholy melody, watching some classmates sway in slow dances and others quietly enjoying snacks at distant tables. The bar felt quieter now, with far fewer civilians than earlier, which added to the peacefulness. Izuku surveyed the room and, when the song neared its end, turned to look at Katsuki and found himself momentarily speechless at how close they were. Katsuki's gaze was distant, fixed on some point in the crowd, so Izuku focused on his profile and the small marks and freckles that hinted at the life Katsuki led. He held back a soft sigh, lingering on the view longer than he should have, until Katsuki finally turned and returned his look. He first saw Kaken frowning and then, almost immediately, his expression softened. Izuku was mesmerized, completely absorbed by Kaken's ruby eyes, which seemed to mirror the whirlwind of thoughts racing through him. His heart began to race, his hands felt clammy, and his mind spun with a jumble of feelings. He had Kaken so close, calm and available, that his head felt light with the intensity of the moment. He tried to steady himself, aware that much about Kaken's life remained unknown, but he could not entirely control the rush of emotion. Time passed and the tension between them only grew. He leaned closer, then they both paused, sharing a quiet, unspoken instant. He reached out and touched the bruise on Kaken's cheek with simple, awkward concern. He watched the red eyes that looked back at him, bright and waiting, and wondered what Kaken was thinking. When he moved a step closer and the distance between them narrowed, neither one pulled away. Their brief closeness became a gentle, mutual pause, full of exposed feeling and little restraint. Neither of them was under the influence of alcohol or any other substance. The moment remained clear and raw, a calm exchange of emotions that neither tried to hide from onlookers. When they took a breath after that pause, the freckled Izuku suggested going to his place, speaking in a slow, teasing tone that contrasted with his usual cheerful demeanor. Kaken replied that his own place was closer and allowed himself to be touched on the face again, answering with the same quiet intimacy. They stood up a few seconds later and drew the attention of a few bystanders before heading toward the exit, Kaken walking in front of Izuku as they wove through the crowd and ignored calls from acquaintances. When they stepped outside, the cold air hit them both and made their skin tingle, but it did not dampen their intention to leave. Near the corner of the parking lot, Kaken saw his best friend. Ashido stood chatting with Uraraka. Uraraka was eating something that looked like a mochi, while Ashido looked more nervous than usual. Their eyes met for a moment and Ashido gave them both a quick thumbs up, her smile shaky with nerves. Izuku hesitated before nodding and turning his attention back to Kaken, who was looking up at the dark sky. Izuku commented quietly that the moon was beautiful that night. Kaken glanced up and saw the full moon, bright and round, and agreed. As they resumed walking, Kaken felt Izuku's hand find his and allowed their fingers to link. The unexpected contact quickened his pulse, but he chose not to overthink it and let Izuku's scarred hand remain intertwined with his. When they reached Kaken's cold apartment, Kaken went straight to the kitchen for water while his guests settled on the sofa. As Kaken filled the glasses, he paused and tried to make sense of the strange mixture of emotions churning in his chest. He felt flushed and his heart pounded as if he had just finished an intense training session, though the cause was something else entirely. He steadied himself against the sink and took a deep breath, attempting to sort through the feelings that made him feel so different from his usual self. From the living room, Izuku called out with an uncommon note of impatience, asking if everything was all right. Kaken heard him and answered, still working to collect his composure. Katsuki did not answer. He preferred to take the glasses and hurry back to Izuku, all the while trying to steady the faint blush on his face. When his eyes found the freckled youth again, his breathing grew heavier, and when a bright smile and a soft thank you greeted him, he realized that maybe, just maybe, remnants of the feelings he had fought to bury since high school were still there. He shook his head and sat down beside Izuku again, setting his glass and his phone on the coffee table and then watching Izuku mirror his movement. Once Izuku's hands were free, Katsuki turned his full attention to him and, taking a small liberty, cupped his face. Katsuki knew very well that if Monoma had done the same he would have reacted explosively, yet he had lost count of how many times that night he had allowed Izuku such closeness. He did not understand why he treated Izuku differently from others, but he felt no urge to question it. They shared a quiet, tender moment together and then settled into a calm stillness, letting themselves be wrapped in the peace of being near one another. After a few minutes they decided to take a breather and sat looking forward, breaths uneven, eyes bright with emotion, each lost in thought while sharing the silence. As Katsuki finished the last of his water, a thread of thought made him realize that this was the perfect opportunity to apologize. Izuku then broke the silence by saying that it was strange to talk about All Might after so much time. Katsuki let him continue and asked what he meant. Izuku explained that almost 9 years had passed and he had not expected to be remembered after so long. He then mentioned the day of the incident with the mud villain and, looking uncomfortable, admitted that he had never told Katsuki before but felt he should now. The villain's attack had been his fault. He offered an apology, saying he regretted it from the moment he saw Katsuki being attacked and that he also regretted making Katsuki feel vulnerable by running toward him. Izuku covered his face with his hands and leaned back, recalling that the incident had been one of the most embarrassing and stressful episodes of his life. He explained that he had hidden in the bathroom of the first mall he found that afternoon and had remained there until a security guard asked him to leave because the place was closing. Katsuki, surprised, confused, and a little stunned, leaned back too, unable to understand why Izuku was suddenly confessing all of this and why he had been acting so differently that day. Izuku continued, saying that he usually avoided remembering that day, the trembling and the crying, because it was when he had finally given up the foolish dream of becoming a hero after hearing All Might's words. He took a breath and added that he had not expected Katsuki to take him to meet All Might the other day. Katsuki demanded to know if all of Izuku's odd behavior was because of that mud villain incident, his tone sharpening with doubt. Izuku replied immediately, meeting Katsuki's gaze with eyes that expected nothing else. He said he had told him because while Katsuki went to get water he noticed a vase painted in All Might's costume colors and that seeing it made him think of All Might, which always led him to think of Katsuki. He explained that they had grown up together sharing everything related to All Might and that on the very day he met All Might he had gotten Katsuki into trouble and then given up his dream. Izuku raised his voice slightly to insist that he was not asking for condescension or for Katsuki to trivialize his mistake. Katsuki let out a sharp curse in response. Katsuki demanded that Deku calm down, saying he had been perfectly fine until a few seconds ago and asking why he was suddenly so angry. He regretted using the familiar form of address he had promised he would stop using almost immediately. Izuku crossed his arms and created distance between them, refusing to listen. He made it clear that he did not want the nickname. Katsuki tried to stop him and called out for him to wait. He noted that Izuku had returned to the nickname despite having been told not to use it. Izuku insisted that the nickname had slipped out by mistake and would not change his expression of anger. Katsuki interpreted the slip as proof that Izuku still thought of him as Deku unconsciously, and asked if that was the case. Izuku reacted with indignation and denial. He pointed out that Katsuki had not forgotten the nickname either. Izuku then argued that the difference between how they used those names was intent. He claimed he had called Katsuki by his nickname out of affection, while Katsuki had used a cruel term to hurt him for years. Katsuki studied him for a moment and realized he had to stop the argument before it escalated. Seeing the anger in Izuku's green eyes, he recognized they were walking through a minefield and that a single misstep could ruin everything. Katsuki admitted he did not want to lose his temper with Izuku or let things fall apart between them. He suggested the argument was absurd and that they should move on. Izuku shot back that it was not absurd to be upset about being called useless for years while he had only used a nickname out of affection. He accused Katsuki of never really seeing him as anything other than Deku, of believing he would never measure up or even be capable of taking care of himself, even in something as small as avoiding becoming a hostage in a petty store robbery. Every word hit Katsuki in a place that burned. He had not thought of Izuku that way for years. Over recent days he had even come to admire Izuku's intelligence, and in the weeks before that he had finally been able to put himself in Izuku's shoes and recognize he owed him an apology. Hearing Izuku base his conclusions on the worst PRD of their past enraged him. Katsuki raised his hands and, exasperated, admitted defeat. He apologized and insisted he had been searching for a way to approach Izuku and say sorry for treating him poorly all those years, but that Izuku's avoidance had kept delaying the conversation. Izuku accused Katsuki of making it his fault and of always evading the topic. Katsuki snapped that Izuku was being irrational and that he should stop acting like a fool and listen. In the middle of their argument, a phone buzzed on the table. Both lowered their gazes at the screen and saw Mina's name briefly appear and then disappear as if she had changed her mind. Katsuki muttered that it was far too early for her to be interfering with the bet, then grabbed the phone and turned it off without considering the possibility of an emergency. The silence after that made the words hang in the air. Izuku heard the mutter and felt mocked. He demanded to know what Katsuki meant by bet. Katsuki explained that it had been a stupid bet he had gotten into with someone nicknamed Alien-Faced, a bet born out of their mutual inability to talk to the person in question. Izuku, hurt and furious, asked if he was a bet to Katsuki. He was nearly steaming with anger. He stepped forward to block the door as if to prevent anyone from leaving, but then stood his ground with his arms crossed. Izuku connected the bet to an earlier incident at the cafeteria and accused Katsuki of being kind only because his pride was on the line. He suggested all the attempts to get close and talk had been motivated by that pride. Katsuki denied the accusation, calling Izuku irrational and losing his temper. Izuku asked how he was supposed to be happy about Katsuki telling his hero friend about their past and then making a bet about it, and whether Katsuki had ever tried to see things from his perspective or if he remained inconsiderate of Izuku's feelings. Katsuki replied that he had spent the entire month agonizing over how Izuku must have felt. He finally gave in to the anger that had been building in him and demanded, angrily, that Izuku hear him. And then Katsuki asked, with intensity in his voice, if Izuku understood what that had felt like. Katsuki told Izuku that he was behaving like a DMN child. Izuku replied by asking whether Katsuki had ever cared at all, whether reuniting with him over the past month had meant anything. Katsuki pushed himself in front of the door when Izuku began to walk toward it and put on his shoes, telling Izuku that he was being an idiot and that if Izuku would not let him speak, then he was still the same pathetic crybaby he had been as a kid. Izuku stood up, glaring with red-rimmed eyes as he breathed heavily and clenched his fists. Katsuki felt a chill at the sight of those green eyes full of anger, disappointment, and something close to sadness. Izuku shouted that he should have suspected nothing had changed in all those years, calling himself foolish for believing Katsuki would change and for falling in love with him again. Katsuki had been blocking the door to stop Izuku from leaving, but the confession stunned him into barely noticing Izuku bend down again to finish tying his shoes. When the ringing in his ears cleared, Izuku was already preparing to leave through the door. Katsuki grabbed his wrist just as he put a foot outside. Katsuki, whispering in disbelief, asked what Izuku had said. Izuku pulled back into the apartment, freeing his wrist, and rolled his eyes at Katsuki. He accused Katsuki of being cold and of remaining the same person he had been in their third year of high school, and then demanded to be let go so he could leave and never see him again. Katsuki, his voice low and unsteady, focused on the part about Izuku being in love. Izuku replied that he had fallen for Katsuki again after living with him and believing he had become someone different, waving his hand to demand release. He told Katsuki to forget it, to continue with his life, and warned him not to cross paths with him again. Katsuki argued that their meeting at the research center attack had not been planned and that he had been doing his job. He did not even know Izuku worked there, and 8 foolish years had passed since they had last seen each other. Izuku shouted that it did not matter and ordered Katsuki to return to his life as the most successful hero and disappear from his life. He then left the apartment, turning back to say that Katsuki should not follow him or try to find him at his place, threatening to tell everything to the press. Katsuki slammed the door in a childish, angry reply and sank to the floor against it, hands covering his face in despair, anger, and deep frustration. He could not understand how things had gone from a moment of closeness to shouting like madmen. He could not figure out what had happened that night to make them both act out of character, nor why his chest and mind were suddenly heavy with a deep sadness. Katsuki arrived at work in the worst mood he had had in a long time. It was Sunday, but he went to the agency anyway because there were always responsibilities to cover and extras to handle. Staying home all day would only increase his gloom, and he preferred to pretend he was unaware of how low he felt. The fight with Izuku had left him with a pounding headache that kept him from sleeping and only worsened his temper. He slammed his locker shut and headed to the office in his hero suit, determined not to tolerate nonsense from anyone. As he walked through the glass doors, Kaminari noticed him immediately and, full of energy, approached and draped an arm around Katsuki's shoulders in a brotherly, proud gesture. Katsuki tensed at the contact. Kaminari excitedly told the group that their friend Blasty had finally gotten involved romantically and that he had seen Izuku take the initiative with his own eyes, dramatically pretending to wipe away invisible tears. Katsuki ignored him and focused on the work ahead, still weighed down by the events of the night before. Denki shouted that he had seen who kissed whom first. At the mention of that, Kirishima felt his heart constrict with a mix of anger, disappointment, confusion, and sadness. His expression must have shown it, because he immediately moved closer and urged Denki to give him some personal space. Over the years, Kirishima had developed a skill for reading him just from his eyes, and he knew how to ease the situation when Denki could not do it himself or at least not calmly. Kirishima told Denki to calm down. He noted that Denki was clearly agitated. Denki insisted that his excitement was justified because he was happy for his friends, especially for those closest to him. Bakugo, taking in a deep breath to try to steady himself, glared at Denki with a look that made it clear how angry he was and how wise it would be for everyone else not to interfere. Shiro, who had noticed the tense atmosphere like Kirishima, asked Bakugo if anything had happened after they left, taking advantage of his distance. Bakugo answered coldly that nothing that concerned them had happened. The coldness in his voice was more unsettling than his usual shouting, because a quiet Katsuki was more worrying than an explosive one. At that moment, Mina walked into the office wearing sunglasses indoors and still in civilian clothes. Denki, eager to deflect attention, blurted out that Mina had finally confessed her feelings and mentioned seeing both of them leaving the bar the night before. He told everyone to ask Mina for details. Mina raised a hand to signal him to be quiet, then moved silently to her desk and buried her face in her arms. EDsHji, genuinely concerned, asked if she was all right, but Mina only shook her head against her pink arms. EDsHji suggested to the group that they talk about whatever had happened the night before, referring to the bet that had involved several of them. Bkg snorted and took a seat, and Mina ignored him. Denki and Siro exchanged looks, then decided to step away. Denki offered to get something from the cafeteria and invited Siro to come along. Siro accepted immediately, hopping up and following Denki like a loyal pet. The others watched them leave in robotic synchrony, and the office air turned heavy. Uraraka called Kirishima. When he turned to look at her, he saw that she too lacked her usual brightness. She seemed uneasy. Uraraka asked if he could join a mission scheduled for that day, clearing debris from a mine collapse. She thought his power would be helpful. Kirishima checked his list of tasks and said he had no emergencies, so he would be available. When he asked what time they would leave, Uraraka said in an hour and that the rest of the team would be waiting at the back entrance. Kirishima said he would prepare immediately. Uraraka replied that she would go deliver the hero's report to the civil protection agents and then left the office, leaving Kirishima alone. He sighed, feeling powerless about how to approach his friends without touching sensitive nerves and without enough time to do it right. He glanced again at his friends and noticed Mina still in the same position, as if asleep, and Bkg staring at his computer monitor with a fixed frown that made him uneasy. Resigned, Kirishima left the office to carry out his duty. Once the glass doors closed, Bkg tore his gaze away from the monitor and focused on his best friend. He sensed that Mina, nicknamed Raccoon Eyes, was down. Bkg admitted to himself that he was worried even though he had no desire to bother anyone else. He hesitated, then decided to ask. Bkg asked Raccoon Eyes if she had a hangover or if something bad had happened. Mina grumbled and shifted so that only her hair was visible, like someone annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of a nap, but Bkg knew she was awake. Mina said that she had not wanted to explain things to Kiri, and finally straightened up enough for him to see her face, though the dim lighting made her emotions hard to read. Bkg, sighing loudly, asked if she would explain it to him instead. Katsuki asked Mina what had happened to Uraraka after he left. Mina countered by asking Katsuki if he would tell her what had happened to Midoriya after they left. Silence filled the space between them. Mina sighed resignedly, and Katsuki sensed she was not really interested in his problems with Midoriya. She stood up and shook off her civilian clothes even though they showed no sign of dirt. She said she was going to attend to a collapse, stretching and yawning as she did so. Katsuki felt the yawn spread to him but quickly suppressed it. He asked if she had planned to go to that task already and whether it might be awkward for her to work with Uraraka after their argument. Mina reminded him that she had promised to help the previous day on the way to the party and that, annoying or not, work was work. She added that she had asked to keep their conversation to work matters only, and claimed she would be fine. Katsuki did not entirely believe her. He knew her well enough to see that, despite the smile she offered, she was burning inside. Mina joked that she would use the time to change and hide the dark circles under her eyes, quipping that if he saw them he might think she had 4 eyes. Katsuki scoffed at the bad joke and watched her walk toward the exit, pausing just before she left. Katsuki asked Mina if she would be all right, his voice free of caution and filled with genuine concern though he did not turn to look at her. He and Kirishima had been the only ones who had thought to give him space rather than immediately press him for answers. Mina assured him she would be fine almost at once, but the certainty did nothing to erase the way he felt like garbage in that moment. Mina laughed with a trace of weariness and began to walk away, determined to leave him alone for the rest of the day. Before she disappeared, Katsuki called her name and asked to talk about it later. Mina acknowledged him with a nod, her pink hair swaying, and then she left. In one of the research center's many laboratories, the sound of glass breaking punctuated the morning for the 3rd time. Izuku muttered in frustration, and Melissa chided him for not focusing, noting it was the 3rd beaker he had smashed that morning. Melissa took a 4th beaker from his hands and scolded him for sloppiness, insisting he at least try to do his work properly even if he did not want to talk about what was bothering him. Izuku grumbled that the low temperatures required for the tests made things difficult and that some materials could be wasted if they wanted to develop proper support equipment for Shoto. Melissa asked why he kept using glass if that was the case, and he insisted he knew what he was doing despite being aware he was making mistakes. He felt tense that morning. The day had started badly. A headache in his temples had brought back the memory of his argument with Katsuki. He could not say exactly what had triggered the fight. He only remembered the intensity of his emotions the night before. He had felt overwhelming excitement and affection and had said and done things he normally would not, but then resentment that he usually kept in check had surfaced explosively. The result was a swirl of unease, anger, sadness, and a lingering guilt. Izuku did not want to recall Katsuki's words because they hurt, whether for being insulting, like calling him a pathetic crybaby, or because they highlighted how reckless Izuku had been in his reaction. He could not tell how much of what Katsuki had said was sincere and how much was part of a thoughtless bet. He wondered whether Katsuki had asked him to stop seeing himself as useless, to think seriously about his own feelings, or to feel compelled to apologize. The uncertainty gnawed at him. Melissa asked him to look her in the eyes, and when he did not, she grabbed his face gently but firmly and made him meet her gaze. She demanded to know what had happened, her tone sharp but underlaid with genuine concern. Caught off guard, Izuku's voice trembled and he began to cry. Melissa moved quickly and wrapped him in a comforting, fraternal embrace. Izuku hiccuped and, startled, let a beaker fall. The glass shattered across the floor, and the noise seemed to make his tears come harder. Between hiccups, Izuku admitted that he thought Katsuki had only been kind because of a bet and that Katsuki had used the insulting nickname he had used in middle school. Melissa reacted with surprise and stepped back, her eyes wide at the revelation. Melissa invited them to sit down and talk things through. Izuku accepted, more because he needed a breather than because he wanted to discuss the situation, and both of them went to one of the rooms designed for resting. A few colleagues glanced at them with curiosity when they noticed Izuku's red eyes and the handkerchief he clutched, but no one dared to ask what had happened. One of the colleagues, surprised by the news, reacted with disbelief at the idea that Bakugo could have behaved that way and asked how the argument had started. She added that from what she had seen earlier it had looked like they were getting along that evening. Melissa answered the question with concern and then encouraged him to tell the whole story. Izuku inhaled deeply and began to recount the events from the beginning to his best friend, his voice breaking with tears and a mix of emotions. Melissa listened attentively to every word and patted his back when he finished, letting out a long sigh as if part of the weight had been lifted. Melissa expressed shock that Bakugo would declare his feelings in the middle of an argument and hid her face in her hands as she processed everything he had missed that morning. She wondered why he would speak without any restraint and not think about his dignity. Melissa then admitted she had been convinced they might end up together because of how fixated they seemed on each other. She had insisted that Izuku speak to him properly, and now the idea of seeing him again made her angry. She said she would tell Bakugo off if she had to. Seeing Melissa angry was unusual, but it comforted Izuku to feel that someone shared his pain. Still, he preferred to keep the resentment toward the number one hero to himself. Izuku asked Melissa not to confront Bakugo, saying he would handle it. Melissa warned that if the truth came out it could damage Bakugo's public career. Izuku objected that ruining his career would be cruel and could harm public safety, since Bakugo's top position deterred some villains. He insisted he would not stoop to that. After a moment of reflection, Izuku decided he would simply remove himself from anything related to Bakugo and forget they had ever been close. He resolved to distance himself completely, to pretend they had never shared a bond and to act as if the previous evening had not happened. A short neutral sentence bridged the change in his feelings. He told himself he could choose to be angry and distant, even if it went against his peaceful nature, though deep down he knew he could never truly hate him. Later, Jiraiya informed Bakugo that Detective Tsukachi was looking for him and that Monoma had just spoken with the detective and had not looked happy. Bakugo responded brusquely, annoyed at the gossip. Jiraiya reminded him that the job came first, and Bakugo begrudgingly accepted that someone was right for once. He stood up and asked where the old man was. Kyoka pointed in the direction he needed to go, and Bakugo grunted at the vague gesture before setting out to find the detective himself. As he was about to leave, Kyoka offered a teasing remark about his recent changes and his connection with Midoriya, which landed like a punch to the gut. Bakugo firmly denied that there was anything between him and Izuku, insisting there was nothing more to it. Kyoka commented that even if it had been nothing serious, it was good to see him acting differently, and Bakugo turned away without responding further. The only thing that stopped him from giving her an explosion was that he did not trust the girl enough to do it, and he still had to see Tsukachi and find out what he wanted. The woman replied that what he had just said did not make sense, making it clear she did not find his comment amusing, and she added that it was not a one-night thing and he should stop spreading rumors. He answered that he had not intended to spread anything and pointed out that more than one person had seen them, which made the woman turn to him directly. When she looked into his eyes, Katsuki could have sworn realization appeared on her face. She asked if something had gone wrong afterward and offered to help despite them not being close friends. Katsuki interrupted her with a firm no and told her to forget it. The woman insisted she was serious and only trying to help. His dark eyes showed sincerity, but he was not in the mood to talk, so he did not respond and simply started walking down the corridor. As soon as he left the office, he ran into Monoma, who, as Jiru had anticipated, looked upset. Monoma narrowed his brow when he saw Katsuki and passed by, pretending not to exist. Katsuki rolled his eyes and kept walking. He already had enough problems without worrying about the annoyance from Class B. When he found Tsukachi at a hallway intersection, the detective received him with a frown and crossed arms. Tsukachi always seemed stressed when Katsuki saw him, but that day he also looked terribly tired, if the dark circles under his eyes were any indication. Tsukachi said he had been told that Katsuki was looking for him and went straight to the point. Tsukachi asked how it was possible that Katsuki had not noticed that everyone at the bar where they had been celebrating was under the influence of a quirk the previous night. Katsuki was immediately taken aback and asked what quirk he meant. Tsukachi explained that Monoma had copied a man's quirk without realizing it and had activated it unknowingly. The detective said the quirk appeared to intensify emotions, and that their review of the records suggested it worked in a somewhat complicated way and seemed to affect people with certain blood types more. Katsuki interrupted, demanding to know if Tsukachi was saying that everyone had been under the influence of a quirk because of Monoma. Tsukachi expressed surprise that Katsuki had not noticed. Katsuki asked for a straight answer, impatient and not in the mood for sarcasm. Tsukachi confirmed the suspicion and added that he could not believe Katsuki had been oblivious. When Katsuki pressed on whether this was somehow his fault, Tsukachi compared the quirk's effects to those of Namuri Kiyama, known as Midnight, inspecting his phone as he spoke. He reminded Katsuki of Midnight and suggested the mechanism might be similar. Katsuki acknowledged remembering the well-known teacher, but he still did not understand why any of this was his problem. He had not been on duty. Tsukachi asked rhetorically if Katsuki would let things go to hell if a war broke out while he was off duty. He pointed out that Katsuki was the hero carrying the most weight at the moment and needed to stay aware of his surroundings. Katsuki snapped back that being a hero came with a lot of garbage and that comparing the weight of a war to a single quirk was absurd. He demanded to know how Tsukachi had obtained this information. Tsukachi explained that minor incidents had been reported at various points in the city the previous night and that all the reports traced back to the same bar. He said there was other information he could not share. Katsuki asked sarcastically whether he should find someone who could rewind time so he could have been aware earlier. Tsukachi denied that and instead said they needed more information in their reports. Police databases were superficial, so they needed Katsuki to go to the Quirk Research Center and see if they had records of the quirk in question. The suggestion made Katsuki's blood run cold. He refused immediately, saying under no circumstances would he set foot in that place, at least not for a long time. Tsukachi urged him to go simply to request the information. The research center compiled comprehensive data on the city's quirks and was legally obliged to provide information when requested. Katsuki admitted he did not actually know that. Katsuki demanded to know why he had to go when Monoma was the one who had copied the quirk. Tsukachi told him to stop shouting and explained that Monoma had been sanctioned and placed on rest for 2 months. They could not revoke his license because there were too few heroes at the moment. Katsuki complained that fewer people wanted to be heroes because of the pointless rules, then insisted Tsukachi find someone else to retrieve the records. Tsukachi said they had decided on Katsuki for the task. When Katsuki protested that Monoma probably copied the quirk before he arrived, Tsukachi responded with a dry remark that it was the mystery of the situation and instructed him to go directly to David's shield, who would likely be able to provide the information they needed. Katsuki suggested it would be easier simply to find the person with the quirk and ask how it worked, but Tsukachi said that would take more time and that locating someone was not as quick as it seemed given how busy staff were these days. He asked Katsuki to obtain the information as soon as possible. As Tsukachi checked his phone again, he added that although he did not intend to interfere in Katsuki's personal life, he recommended Katsuki be more discreet about the relationship he had with that boy. Katsuki reacted sarcastically to the recommendation, thinking that was just great. As if things weren't bad enough, Tsukachi also mentioned that idiot Deku. The blonde, stunned, asked what was happening. The dark-haired detective explained that rumors had been growing on internet forums and in gossip magazines, and now images of the two of them from yesterday had started circulating, turning rumor into fact. The blonde ran his hands over his face, growing more irritated by the second. Tsukachi clarified that he was not forbidding him from seeing anyone, only advising caution because the job was dangerous not only for him but for those he cared about. The blonde snapped that he did not even love the other man and trailed off in frustration. Before he could finish, the older man turned and left, leaving him with no answer and in an even worse mood. "He did not come for you," a voice said as someone approached. Izuku reacted with visible annoyance and demanded why the newcomer was there when he had never come to this place before. The newcomer said he was looking for Shield. Melissa Shield stepped forward and asked what that had to do with her. The visitor named David Shield and faced the blonde woman, his boots thudding as he walked. The visitor had only 2 minutes at the Quirk Research Center and had been unlucky enough to run into Deku and Melissa at reception. After Tsukachi had practically ordered him to get information the day before, he had planned carefully how to get to the facility without meeting Izuku. That was why, besides a couple of missions, he had not come the previous day. All his plans collapsed the moment he found Izuku giving him a glare and Melissa's shield standing behind him. He knew she would side against him, even if he still did not fully understand the core of his argument with the green-haired man. He did not care much about Melissa's anger. He told Melissa that he was there on a request and asked her to call her father. Melissa refused, saying the receptionist was on lunch and to wait until she returned. Izuku inserted himself into the exchange, putting his hands on his hips in a gesture of complaint and asking why this person was being given attention. The visitor replied that it was the chief detective's decision and that Izuku should take his complaints up with him. Izuku fell silent, eyes flashing with anger. The freckled young man linked arms with his best friend and they walked toward the exit, Melissa casting one last accusing look that he met with an eye roll. Left alone in reception, the visitor sighed and sank into a waiting chair, exhausted and emotionally drained. Since the previous day he had not been able to feel better. He had assumed his morning low mood was normal and might lift over the day, but it did not. His mind tormented him with vivid recollections of Deku's words and how that night had made him feel: regret, guilt, excitement, warmth, affection, confusion, bitterness, anger, sadness, surprise. It was too much for someone used to handling less than half of those emotions, and he longed for the version of himself from 2 months ago who barely remembered Deku and focused happily on his work. He could not decide how to feel about the NTMT confession that had happened in the midst of their heated argument. He questioned why he had not stepped away when the other's affection became clear, whether he had acted without thinking, and whether it was the quirk he now sought information about or his own hidden feelings. He did not know the answers and was not sure he wanted to know. After what felt like an eternity but was only 10 minutes, an attractive woman appeared at the other side of the reception desk. She must be the receptionist the visitor had been told would arrive. She apologized for the delay, gave him directions, and, before letting him go, asked for a photograph for her social media profile. He followed her in and waited for the scientist to finish his work. David Shield took time consulting records, and the visitor thought things would be quick, but the man continued to browse through the files. David Shield explained that the quirk had been one of the first researched when he founded the center. He showed a hologram with the information and noted that, as Tsukachi had speculated, the quirk affected people differently depending on blood type. Their studies had shown that people with blood types O and AB experienced stronger effects, but only type O showed a longer duration. The average duration recorded was about 6 hours. Broadly, the ability spread like airborne spores from the skin. Anyone who inhaled them experienced heightened emotions and feelings. That could become a problem because people might take risks they normally would not, or suffer anxiety and panic from being overwhelmed, sometimes even leading to collapse. The ash-haired man raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. That explained why Deku had been so volatile and changeable in such a short time. Still, it raised more questions and forced Katsuki to face his own reality. The older investigator explained that they had looked into the case before because another incident had occurred in which someone close to the subject had ended up in the hospital after an extreme anxiety attack. He added that he supposed something similar must have happened the previous day for the police chief to request additional information. Katsuki nodded, confirming the investigator's suspicions. The investigator said he would give Katsuki a copy of the report so he could take it to the police. Katsuki quickly searched a drawer for a USB drive and plugged it into the computer to copy the detailed file. While the investigator typed with practiced fingers, Katsuki watched him with a frown and crossed arms. Katsuki asked whether the quirk could produce false emotions. The investigator answered that it did not create emotions, it only amplified those already present. If someone appeared very happy, it meant they had been happy to begin with. If someone expressed intense anger, something had previously triggered that feeling. Hearing this left a bitter taste in Katsuki's mouth for a moment. He had briefly thought the freckled subject might have been coerced into showing resentment and anger by the ability, but knowing that it amplified existing feelings troubled him. Katsuki asked whether feelings mattered. The investigator confirmed that they did. Feelings drive actions, so they could assume the quirk amplified whatever emotions were present. Love, hatred, resentment all would increase exponentially when the quirk was active, whether the feelings were new or old. Katsuki then asked if there were levels. The investigator explained that emotions of any strength would be amplified, though weaker feelings tended to manifest less intensely than initially strong ones. He noted the quirk's intensity could be complicated and there could be exceptions, but that exceptions did not make the rule. Katsuki stared at the black USB in his hand and thought, for a moment, that it might not have been so bad that Tsukachi had forced him to come. The investigator asked if there was anything else he wanted to know. Katsuki answered honestly that there was not. The investigator said he would return to his work. Katsuki took that as a hint to leave. He said goodbye and headed for the exit. As he passed, he heard the scientist remark about him and one of his researchers, but Katsuki pretended not to understand and hurried out. At the reception area, he checked his phone and realized he had spent more time than he wanted. Just as he decided to put his phone away and rush off, he almost collided with someone who stood awkwardly disguised with sunglasses and a black hat, clearly hoping not to be recognized. All Might promptly removed his disguise and explained that Tsukachi did not know he was there and that he was relying on Katsuki not to tell anyone. Katsuki bristled and asked if All Might had been sent to follow him. All Might clarified that his visit had nothing to do with police business and asked if Katsuki had been told about the matter by Izuku. Katsuki shook his head even though he had no idea what All Might referred to. All Might admitted he had assumed Katsuki had come to see Izuku. Katsuki scoffed, rolling his eyes and crossing his arms, uninterested in indulging the older man. All Might said that photographs had reached him accidentally and that he would not interfere in Izuku's private life if they did not want him to. When Katsuki asked whether All Might had come looking for Izuku, the older man confirmed that he had. As All Might spoke, Katsuki followed his gaze and saw Izuku standing in the doorway of the corridor Katsuki had just walked through. Izuku no longer wore a lab coat but a hoodie themed after All Might. Seeing him made Katsuki feel oddly self-conscious. The green-eyed boy's expression, unlike earlier, did not show anger. Instead, Katsuki thought he saw a strange mixture of remorse and surprise in those eyes. All Might called out to Izuku, forgetting for a moment that Katsuki was there. Katsuki felt displaced and decided to leave. He told them he did not know what they needed to work out and that he was going. He insisted that whatever they were hiding was not his concern, then adjusted his gloves and left. He knew that if he stayed long enough for Izuku to approach him, he might not be able to breathe. Izuku watched Katsuki go as if he truly needed to get away quickly. He felt a twinge of guilt for that, but a part of him reminded him of how he had been used as the subject of bets and mocked under false displays of kindness. He thought that perhaps he felt ashamed of his own actions, trying to dismiss the accusing sting of that feeling. Still, Izuku could not deny how he had felt earlier that day. Only a couple of hours before, he had left the lab to get lunch and encountered Katsuki at reception. His legs had turned to jelly and his heart had raced. The wound of that afternoon was still fresh, so his first reaction upon seeing Katsuki again had been anger. Melissa's anger had been shared and fed when she openly confronted the blonde. His brief annoyance had kept him from realizing how unjustly hostile they had been until they found themselves eating together. He had at least tried to eat, though appetite had deserted him, and he replayed every word in his head. Melissa had found it strange how he shifted from complaining about the situation to falling silent and staring into his bento box, but she said nothing. For that reason they finished earlier than usual and chose to return to the laboratory, where he did his best to be functional and hide the urge to go find the blonde and apologize. The bitter memory of their heated argument held him back. Everything would have stayed that way if the receptionist had not called to say that a man named Yagi Tashinori was looking for him. Hearing that name flooded him with nerves and he had no choice but to apologize to Melissa for leaving work a couple of hours early. Melissa threatened to deduct more from his pay, but he could not explain why the visit demanded his full attention. Under her disapproving gaze he shrugged out of his lab coat, tied the laces of his favorite red shoes, and set off without a clear destination. He had put off deciding where to go because of the many emotions he was dealing with and the weight that topic carried. As if lifted from a childhood dream, All Might himself had appeared to propose that he become his successor, inherit his power, and train to become the next symbol of peace society needed. He remembered being left speechless, staring into space for minutes, feeling a tumult of excitement, shock, uncertainty, and anxiety. He remembered Kaken looking worried at his stunned expression and trying to soothe him. Mostly he remembered the doubts. How could he become a hero at his age when everyone trained from 15? Why him when others had powerful quirks? How could he fit into a society of quirked heroes after 23 years without one? All Might had explained why he had chosen him, words that had moved him and filled his heart with emotion. Still, he was not sure he wanted to give up his whole life for a dream he had longed for but never believed he could reach. All Might suggested taking a few days to think and promised to return, leaving the possibility of the profession of his dreams open if he was willing to forego his current life. During their meeting at lunch, All Might asked how he was, prompting him to shake his head to reconnect with reality. All Might then apologized for interrupting his work and offered to leave if there were problems, asking for contact details to reach him later. He quickly assured that it was not necessary and proposed they eat lunch to talk more calmly. All Might accepted with a warm smile. Later, All Might asked if he had made a decision, setting down his glass of fresh orange juice. He sighed, feeling guilty for not having decided yet, and explained that too many things had happened lately and he still felt too unsure to choose. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to avoid imagining a disappointed expression from his childhood hero. When he opened them, All Might looked at him with understanding rather than anger. All Might then asked whether he had consulted with Bakugo. He flinched at the name and silently denied it. When he wondered aloud why he would have consulted Bakugo, All Might explained that he had thought Bakugo would be someone he might talk to, since he was already in the field and knew better than anyone what being a hero entailed and the many challenges it brought. Based on recent news circulating, All Might had assumed he would have discussed it with him. Embarrassed and nervous, he dropped his hands to his lap and felt his cheeks burn. All Might mentioned the photos and articles that had been seen recently and apologized if they made him uncomfortable. He responded that it was complicated. All Might then asked whether they had fought. He remained silent. All Might said he had suspected as much. All Might went on to explain that when he had found Bakugo earlier he had initially thought Bakugo had come to visit him, but after speaking with him he realized that was not the case and that Bakugo had seemed conflicted. He added that Bakugo often looked angry because that was his natural state, but that today All Might had noticed more than anger, and Bakugo's refusal to say he was there for him made the conflict evident. He lifted his head and searched All Might's face for any hint of a joke or teasing but found none. He was not reassured, and a trace of distrust lingered. He asked if Bakugo had asked All Might to tell him those things. All Might hurried to say that Bakugo had not. All Might told him that speculating was not the best way to resolve his problems with Kaken. Izuku admitted that All Might had a point, but he still felt offended with Kaken. Izuku explained that he had reasons to ask and asked All Might to forgive him, because there were things about Kaken the older man did not yet know. All Might replied that he would not meddle in personal matters, but offered himself as a source of counsel if Izuku ever needed the advice of someone older. He then returned to the reason he was there and asked if Izuku had an answer. Izuku took a deep breath, leaned his head back, and admitted that he was not ready to decide, especially while still clouded by other emotions. Izuku asked for more time. All Might thanked him for his honesty and proposed something else. He offered to explain his power so Izuku could understand it better and make a more informed decision. He framed it as a way for Izuku to learn without any formal record. Izuku was surprised, eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and excitement. When Izuku asked why All Might had chosen him, All Might said that he trusted him and believed Izuku could become a true symbol of peace if he set his mind to it, because that was what society needed. Katsuki informed a coordinator over the phone that he would attend the raid scheduled for May 25th and ordered that the invisible girl be sent on patrol that day in his place so the pieces would fall into place. He hung up without a goodbye. Long-term planning was always complicated, but necessary to keep the agency and the city functioning. He then addressed the tired black-haired man in the room with clear disdain and told him not to ask for anything. Katsuki tossed the USB that David Shield had given him that afternoon toward the man, who disapproved with a small shake of his head. The detective noted that Katsuki still had character problems and seemed especially annoyed today. Katsuki grumbled that his temperament was simply his personality. The detective observed that had likely caused many problems and said he would notify him if he was needed for anything else. Tsukachi muttered that he had told him not to, but then shrugged, his frown fading as he left the office. Izuku sighed, mentally drained, and let himself close his eyes for a moment to relax. The day had been exhausting and he had only been on duty for a little over 5 hours, which meant there was still a long shift ahead. He leaned on his desk, thinking he might nap before being called to another mission, hoping that sleep would ease the budding headache and the persistent bitterness he felt. Before he could rest, Kirishima burst into the office, loudly calling his nickname Blasty. Kirishima's arrival meant hours of animated conversation were coming. With Kirishima came Ashido and Kaminari, the latter returning from a mission that day while the other two had spent the previous day and part of the night dealing with the mine problem. Izuku had initially refused to join what promised to be a serious talk, but Mina, exhausted and tear-streaked, reminded him they had a pending conversation, and he reluctantly agreed to go out with them despite wanting to keep working. He felt responsible and uncomfortable leaving his tasks unfinished, but mentally and physically drained. They ended up at Mina's house in an awkward gathering. The three of them listened as Mina, finally able to show the strain on her face, cried while recounting what had happened with the zero-gravity hero. After an hour of that, they encouraged Izuku to share his own experience. He resisted at first but gave in after more gentle insistence. Denki commented that he would never have imagined Midoriya in that state, and Kirishima sat beside Izuku, patting his shoulder and offering encouragement. Kirishima reminded him that not everything was lost. Izuku leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, hoping to ease the sting around them. He had thought that talking would bring relief, but it took time. He also felt awkward being so open. It pushed him out of his comfort zone. Denki suggested that talking directly might help and proposed sending a message. Mina, calmer now, suggested trying Instagram, noting that Midoriya's account had grown after the music video and would be easy to find. Eijiro agreed that it was a good idea. Izuku sighed and fished his phone from his pocket. He did not like the idea and did not even know what to write in that first message, But he recognized that his stupid friends might be right, so he took a deep breath, set his pride aside, and typed her name into Instagram's search bar. He had to start somewhere. As the woman had said, her account was unmistakable and topped the search results, not only because of the number of followers which, to his surprise, was high, but because she also seemed to be followed by the few pro-heroes he followed himself. He glanced at Mina with a frown when he saw that she was one of her followers, then opened the profile. Curiosity made him tap through the stories almost automatically. The first story had a link to a freshly published scientific article that did not interest him, so he swiped until one caught his attention. What he saw next made his chest tighten. He noticed the boy had asked his followers to leave questions for him to answer. He had requested that they be about his work, but predictably many followers were more interested in his personal life. Because Izuku always wanted to please, he began answering some questions. Katsudon was his favorite food, green his favorite color, his favorite shoes were red, things he already knew and did not find interesting. Then he reached that story. The question asked who his favorite hero was. The answer said he could not choose just one because he was a fan of them all, but working with Shudo had been very rewarding, and the story included a selfie with the hero. He could not tell when the photo had been taken, but it hardly mattered when his heart lurched. He frowned and put his phone away without writing a message. Idro asked what had happened, watching his reaction closely. Denki asked why he had not sent the message, showing concern. He brushed them off, saying he had not wanted to and told them to drop the subject. He threatened to blow up the apartment if they did not stop, then said he was hungry and stood up to leave. Panic followed. Idru suggested that Kaminari and he get something to eat for the four of them so the others could relax. Kaminari looked at Idru and finally agreed. Mina asked if they were sure. The boys nodded once more. Mina said she would calm Bakugo. Bakugo was about to complain about being decided for without his opinion, but his friends were already heading for the door, so he crossed his arms and stared straight ahead. The silence that settled was long. It was not uncomfortable, both of them somehow needed it, but it was long. After a few minutes with the door closed for good, Ishido took her phone and went straight to the same Instagram profile the blonde had looked at, finding the same stories. She understood then why he had decided not to send a message. She whispered that it had been because he had said Todoroki was his favorite hero. The apartment was quiet enough that the person beside her heard the question clearly. He replied that Izuku had not said Todoroki was his favorite. She insisted that he had implied it. Of course, that had been the reason he chose not to send any message. In his head he imagined Izuku siding with the bicolor out of spite. The idea upset him for two simple reasons. His relationship with the half-cold, half-hot hero had never been good, and if Deku liked him, why would he go to Todoroki unless it was out of spite? He was being irrational and dwelling on nonsense, but he still had not recovered mentally from their fight. Mina asked if he had expected Izuku to say that he was his favorite. Katsuki felt a cold sweat. That was exactly what he wanted, but he knew it made no sense to expect such an answer. He had admired Izuku for years and had told him he had strong feelings. They had even shared a public moment, but they were fighting and might not reconcile. He muttered that it made no sense to expect anything like that Izuku hated him, and maybe that was fair. Mina reminded him that he had said he had been cruel to Izuku during their last year of high school, yet Izuku had said he had strong feelings for him. He said it made sense that Izuku had not forgiven him deep down and cut her off. As if a lock on his memory had opened, recollections from that time began to flood his mind without restraint, reminding him of every small cruel thing he had done. Then one memory in particular made his skin crawl, one he had buried along with the disgust from that day. He admitted that he had once told Izuku to jump from the rooftop. Horror and guilt showed on his face, and for a moment his expression darkened. Mina's face registered shocked dismay. He explained that in high school he had told him that if he wanted to have a quirk he would probably succeed in another life, so he suggested he try jumping from the roof. As he spoke, the same burning sensation filled his mouth and his mind replayed the scene. Tearful eyes, bowed head, a frown to hold back crying, and trembling hands. Then he recalled the burned notebook and, for an instant, he could swear he felt the texture of the paper under his fingertips, the same prickling sensation he had felt that day. He then remembered one of the extras who used to follow him everywhere telling him he had gone too far that day, and he had answered by crushing the can of his drink. He moved on to the memory of the mud villain, the incident he had been unconsciously avoiding. The memory was so vivid that he felt again as if sticky mud was trying to take his breath away. He recalled Izuku's tearful, desperate face as Izuku ran to save him despite having nothing in his favor. Izuku had rushed toward him even though hours earlier someone had destroyed one of Izuku's most precious things and had said terrible words to him. He felt like a monster. His friend cried out in concern and, with cold hands, pressing gently on his cheeks, brought him back to the present. The contact made him realize he was crying. He did not know when the barrier had broken or when his friend had found a handkerchief, but his eyes were wet and everything looked blurred. When he wiped his eyes and faced his dark-eyed best friend, he felt pathetic and disgusted with himself. Negativity flooded his mind and he started to berate himself for calling himself a hero after being so cruel to someone who had never abandoned him and who had loved him unconditionally back then. Even the sycophants who had always applauded his behavior and sworn eternal loyalty had forgotten him shortly after graduation, but Izuku had been the only one to return to his life after 8 long years and had agreed to live with him despite everything he endured and received. And now Izuku had pulled away for good. He knew he deserved it, and the knowledge made him want to run away from himself and his mistakes. He muttered that he needed fresh air, got up abruptly, and stumbled toward the balcony he had been looking at a few minutes before, leaving his friend filled with worry. His phone rang a third time. He ignored it until the screen went dark. He knew that if the number 2 hero was calling it was because he himself had caused it, but he did not know what to say. He had just ended yet another call with his mother, trying to explain that he was not dating Katsuki and that whatever had happened had been a mistake, but nothing he said seemed to completely satisfy her. He knew his mother, with all her kindness, had not fully forgiven the only son of the Bakugo family, and hearing her warn him about what could happen if he got romantically involved with him only added to the mental exhaustion he had been carrying for days. Trying to distract himself by interacting with people who had recently started following him on social media had only brought questions about Katsuki. For every 10 questions, 7 were about that hero, so he barely managed to answer a few that had nothing to do with it. Then, as if everything were part of a snowball, one of those questions led Shoto to look for him. The phone lit up a 4th time. Feeling guilty for being evasive, he finally sighed and answered. He apologized to Shoto for not picking up earlier. Shoto replied in a calm voice that he was sorry for insisting. He only wanted to say hello and chat for a moment, and asked if he had time. Shoto explained that it was his lunch hour and wondered if he could join him. He suggested meeting at the cafe where he had been seen with Uraraka and Bakugo. He took a second to consider the invitation, glanced at the clock, and decided it was a good moment to get a break. He told Shoto he would be there in 15 minutes. Shoto made a confirming sound, they ended the call, and he hurried to grab a coat before heading to the cafe. Luckily the place was not far, especially by car, and he arrived exactly 15 minutes later. He scanned the room and found the two-toned hero, Shoto, looking stoic at the menu and idly folding a paper napkin. Seeing him made him feel embarrassed again, this time because he remembered leaving Shoto speechless at the party. Shoto looked up and said he was glad to see him, then took a seat across from him. He seemed genuinely calm and showed no sign of anger, but the other man still felt ashamed of his earlier behavior. He returned the sentiment, reached for a menu to distract himself, and asked if Shoto had ordered. Shoto replied that he had been waiting to order with him. They summoned the nearest waitress and both ordered a light meal to accompany their conversation. He barely felt hungry but wanted something to focus on in case the talk became awkward, so he chose the first thing he saw on the menu. To break the ice, he asked Shoto how he had been. Shoto admitted the past days had been heavy with work. When the food arrived, they thanked the server and began to eat. He realized he had to address what had happened that day, though he wished, for once, that Shoto would not be so direct. Still, the words were out and he answered properly. He murmured an apology for acting so brusquely and for leaving so suddenly when he hesitated, stirred his chocolate drink with the straw, and trailed off. Shoto finished the sentence for him, observing that he had been in the middle of a confession of love. Shoto took a calm bite of his dessert and said he had been confused at first but later understood why he had reacted that way. He reassured him that he was not upset. Shoto nodded in affirmation. Something told Midoriya that there had been an unusual spark between him and Bakugo, perhaps that they already knew each other. After seeing Midoriya jealous that day and then watching him so affectionate, Todoroki understood why Midoriya had not even let him finish his sentence. Midoriya apologized, fumbling his hands on his lap and lowering his gaze in a bow. He said he did not know what had happened that day and that he would never have openly declared himself in the bold way he had. It had felt like something had made him act that way. Todoroki agreed that he had felt the same. He admitted that he had not known Midoriya well enough, yet still found himself cupping Midoriya's cheek and speaking as he had. Todoroki then scanned the cafe and lowered his voice. He explained that he had discovered Monoma had accidentally copied a quirk that amplified emotions. He had few details because Monoma had been very angry when asked, but it seemed that was what had caused their behavior. Midoriya asked if that had really happened, and Todoroki confirmed that it had. He added that no one knew how it was possible that Monoma had not noticed, but apparently Midoriya had not been the only one affected. Midoriya fell silent for a moment, recalling his time with Monoma at the party and quickly deducing that the hero had likely copied the quirk by accident when they had bumped into each other on the dance floor. He admitted that something about it had always felt strange. Todoroki asked whether acting under that influence had led them to act without thinking. Midoriya replied that it had felt more like their actions had been relieved of weight, as if consequences had seemed lighter. He nodded in agreement, aware that he had acted without considering the consequences, treating gains and losses as if they were easy to take or let go. Midoriya still felt bad about being rude and not letting Todoroki finish before rushing toward Bakugo. Todoroki said he did not understand why, of all the people Midoriya might have chosen, he had chosen Bakugo, pointing out how different they were and how a relationship between them would be strange and probably difficult for Midoriya. Todoroki sipped his espresso calmly and added that he was not bothered by being rejected for Bakugo, but cautioned that if things went wrong Midoriya should not think he could come back and use him as a second option. Midoriya protested that he would never do such a thing. He admitted privately to himself that he had avoided mentioning Bakugo in his social posts and stories, using Todoroki indirectly as a diversion. He clarified that Todoroki was an impressive hero, but not necessarily his favorite of all. There was a brief pause before Todoroki asked how long Midoriya and Bakugo had been together and whether they had been a couple in the past. Midoriya choked on his food and flushed, taking a few seconds to compose himself. He insisted that they had not been a couple before and were not a couple now. Todoroki, usually serious and unreadable, looked surprised. He pointed out that others had seen them together several times and that what had happened that day left an impression. Midoriya interrupted to say he knew what had happened that day, but reiterated that they were nothing, not even friends. Todoroki remained quiet, studying Midoriya over his coffee as if analyzing every movement and gesture. Midoriya felt the scrutiny and became rigid, scanning the cafe with his green eyes. Todoroki then asked whether they had fought. Midoriya was taken aback and flushed again. He had not expected such a deductive leap. Todoroki explained that it must be difficult to have a romantic relationship with Bakugo, that both of them seemed to keep secrets, and that those secrets could reflect poorly on Bakugo. He mentioned overhearing Kirishima, Ishido, and Kaminari earlier, talking about needing to support Bakugo and Ishido, and noted that Bakugo had been in a sour mood since the party despite not having spent much time with Ishido. Midoriya asked if that was really true, and Todoroki simply nodded, which made Midoriya suddenly wonder how much Todoroki had inferred about him. Midoriya thought about the consequences of being serious and quiet. Midoriya decided to move on and said that whatever had happened with Bakugo was in the past now. Todoroki reflected for a moment and then said he had to return to work. Midoriya expressed that it had been nice to see him again and apologized once more for his earlier behavior. Todoroki reiterated that he was not upset, stood up, and signaled the waitress to bring the bill. Midoriya sprang up, hopeful, and asked if they could remain friends, protesting that Todoroki did not have to pay for him. Todoroki waved it off and led the way to the exit, saying not to worry about such things and that, yes, they could be friends. Midoriya sighed with embarrassment and relief as Todoroki turned and gave him a small, discreet smile. Todoroki then added that he hoped things between Midoriya and Bakugo would get better. Todoroki told him that he did not like seeing him like this. The protagonist asked if Todoroki meant seeing him like that. Without another word, Todoroki walked away and left him with the question hanging in the air. Once Todoroki's two-toned hair disappeared around the corner, he released a fragment of himself in a long sigh. Things with the hero of fire and ice had gone well, at least emotionally, but the issue of Kaken still left him uneasy. He wondered what he should do, what Todoroki had meant by that last comment, whether Kaken had sent him to say something or if Todoroki had been sincere, and whether he had overreacted or had every right to feel the way he did. Just as he was beginning to sink into a sea of doubts, his phone vibrated in his pocket to remind him of a scheduled meeting with All Might. Time kept moving, and 2 weeks had already passed since the celebration that had left a bad taste in his mouth. He spent every day focusing on work to distract himself from his feelings, and while that strategy worked during the day, nighttime in his large apartment only amplified his thoughts until they became both enemy and ally. Unintentionally, suppressing his feelings had begun to affect the one thing he relied on to escape: his job. That was why he had just been reprimanded by the head of the police department. The chief had warned him that he needed to control himself, that he had been more brusque than usual for several days and had been using more force than necessary when dealing with criminals. The chief reminded him that villains were still people and that a hero had to measure his strength and control himself, even threatening to suspend his license temporarily. Those words had come after he had brought in a pair of drag dealers from Tokyo's slums. He felt the rebuke was unfair. He was the best at his work and was catching criminals that had slipped past his colleagues. They should have been grateful that, despite his tangled thoughts and constant publicity, he continued to keep the city under control. The crime rate had even dropped that month compared to the previous one. Mina called out his name to snap him out of his grumpy thoughts. He turned quickly to see who it was so he could respond the way he always did, sharp and impatient. He barked at the woman who had run up to him, using his usual insult about her raccoon-like eyes. Soon after, Hantashiro and Eijiro Kirishima appeared down the hall, both radiating cheerfulness as always. He asked what they were up to, rolling his eyes as they gathered around him. Ashido Mina explained that she had been talking with the others and they had come up with an idea to finally get him to relax a little. He insisted he did not need to relax and was fine. Shiro immediately pointed out that he had been more irritable than usual for 2 weeks, and that this had shown in the rougher way he had been stopping criminals. Kirishima supported that observation, saying he had to admit he was more irascible than normal. He bristled and replied that the drop in crime rate was thanks to his methods, so everyone should be grateful. Kirishima countered that criminals were probably afraid of him, but emphasized that he could not keep going like this and asked when he had last slept properly. He rolled his eyes again at the lack of support but knew, deep down, that his friends were right. He had been harsher than necessary and had not been sleeping well. Annoyed, he demanded that they get to their idea. Mina raised her hands in mock surrender and explained that since she had already bought the tickets they had bet on, he and she should take the trip. He was unimpressed and asked if that was their great plan. Hanta clarified that they never claimed it would be marvelous, and reminded him that Mina's purchase tickets would be wasted otherwise. Mina admitted she had assumed she would lose the bet and had gone ahead and bought tickets for something she thought everyone might enjoy. She laughed nervously and said it would be good to disconnect for a couple of days. He asked where and when the tickets were for. Mina told him it was a small 5-day cruise from the 18th to the 23rd of the month. He objected because he had a raid scheduled for the 25th. Hanta teased him that the 25th was not a problem, and then drifted into daydreams about the sea, sun, delicious food and the number of attractive people they might meet on a 5-day trip. Shiro waved a hand as if imagining the trip for himself, even though he was not included. Katsuki wrinkled his nose and looked skeptically at Shiro. Kirishima quickly intervened to save Shiro from any backlash, insisting that Katsuki should just go and have fun. Kirishima reminded him that it was complicated for him to deal with everything right now, but he would never solve anything if he did not take a moment to calm down and think clearly. Mina sighed and called him stubborn, saying that administration had also noticed he was tense and would probably grant him a couple of days off. She pointed out that he would be back in time for the raid on the 25th and urged him to stop making excuses. Katsuki growled to himself for a moment, tempted by the idea of getting away from everything for 5 days, even his thoughts for once. Eventually he gave in and agreed to use the tickets. A short neutral bridge sentence closed the space between that decision and what came next. Katsuki admitted that it was not as bad as he had imagined as he lay in the sun on a beach chair. Sunlight warmed skin already protected by sunscreen, and dark sunglasses shaded his eyes. For the first time in weeks he felt he could relax a little. After reluctantly taking sudden leave and going on a short trip, he had finally freed his mind enough to do nothing for a few days. Part of him still felt odd being away from his all-consuming work, but he tried to hold on to the idea that the urge to be busy would pass. Mina Ishido reminded him that they had told him so, and she explained that although she had hesitated at first, she did not regret buying the tickets. She said she could not imagine having cancelled. If she had, she would not be able to forget everything now. Mina stretched contentedly, eyes closed beneath her own dark sunglasses. She wore a flamboyant violet hat with white spots and a playful zebra-striped swimsuit that suited her energetic style. The designs did not exactly match, but she felt wonderful and did not care. They fell into a comfortable silence, listening to the ocean, the soft hiss of salty air, and the distant murmur of other passengers. Katsuki's gaze drifted around. A pristine white metal wall behind them, a laminate wood floor beneath their feet that also served as the ceiling for the dining area below, and a steel railing about waist-high keeping them safe from the deck drop. Corridors wrapped around the cabin and stairs led down to the deck. His ruby eyes narrowed on the deck, where a few extras lounged on sunbeds, others nibbled snacks, and some simply enjoyed the view while chatting. He breathed deeply, letting the salty air fill his lungs, and closed his eyes to try to nap. For a moment he thought he could disconnect from the world, his work, the troubles Tsukachi had caused him this week, Minoma's resentful looks, his guilt, and his fight with Izuku. But the thought of Izuku kept creeping back in. He was mentally exhausted. It showed in his mood and the dark circles that were beginning to mark his pale face. He tried to push Izuku out of his mind, but he could not. He frowned at himself for returning to the same topic, and his phone began to vibrate on the wooden armrest. He opened one eye and saw that his mother was calling. He sighed and stared at nothing, weighing whether answering was a good idea. Mina noticed and propped herself up to look at him. She asked why he did not pick up and wanted to know if he had at least told someone he was on vacation. Katsuki said he had told his father. Mina asked about Mitsuki. Katsuki, not looking directly at her, knew his expression betrayed confusion when he heard the name. He could not blame her. Mina got along well with his mother despite how rarely they saw each other. He had been avoiding his mother's calls for a reason he felt was absurd. He simply did not want to face her. Katsuki said his father had probably told her. Mina pressed him on why he had not answered and whether they had recently argued. Katsuki admitted that they argued all the time, but when Mina clarified she meant something more specific, he told her they had not argued this time. He then explained that his mother had called after photos from a party went viral and reached her. When he picked up, the first thing his mother shouted, before even greeting him, was that he was dating Izuku and asked why he had never told them he did not like women and was dating the dear son of Inko. He said he put the phone down immediately and had not spoken properly with her since. Mina told him she was sure Mitsuki did not mean any harm. Katsuki agreed but said he knew Mitsuki. She loved Izuku, preferred that he date a girl, and would likely be upset. He worried she would jump to conclusions and make a scene. He added that things had already gone wrong that night and that he did not know how to explain the situation to his mother without it sounding scandalous. Mina asked how he could be so sure. Katsuki replied that they had practically grown up in the same neighborhood and had attended the same middle school, so it was natural they would be close. Mina scolded him for missing the point and repeated that Mitsuki would prefer he date a girl. Katsuki scoffed and said it was obvious. At some point Bakugo had learned that a girl from the neighborhood was interested in him, and Mina had rejoiced like crazy. He did not remember those times very well, but Mina had even once organized a movie afternoon without telling him beforehand. Mina believed people would assume something between the idiot Izuku and him, not because she hated Izuku but because it was an easy conclusion. Mina made a face and held her chin, thinking for a few seconds before saying that perhaps the girl only wanted to see him happy and know that he loved someone in that way, which explained her excitement back then. Bakugo tossed his head back and clicked his tongue, not before remarking that everyone knew he was slow when it came to matters of the heart. Mina said it was no surprise his mother felt proud watching him grow, and he shouldn't fear what she might think about him and that boy. Bakugo fell silent for a moment. He admitted that the observation was probably true, but complained that it did not help if people communicated so poorly. Mina snapped that he was just like his mother. Bakugo huffed and insisted that things had gone to hell that very day. He denied that he liked Izuku in that way and even more strongly denied that he loved him. Mina had wanted to tell him to repeat it until he believed it, but she bit her tongue and scolded him instead, saying that Midoriya was an idiot but Bakugo was certainly a fool, and that trying to deny it at this point was foolish. He knew it. Even if he did have feelings for Deku, his guilt, regret, and desire to punish himself felt stronger. He said that even if it were true, the best thing was to leave him alone. He had already messed things up enough before, and he felt that hatred was the only fair thing he deserved in return. Ashido, who had been listening closely, noticed the change in his voice and detected the resignation and remorse. She told him she no longer recognized him. A few days ago he had been fierce, kicking villains' backsides, and now he could not even answer a call from his mother. She attacked his slacking behavior and urged him to pull himself together, find Izuku after the trip, and talk things through like adults. Bakugo snapped back that he had already tried to apologize and it had not worked. He rose, intending to walk away from the uncomfortable reprimand. Ashido, not willing to let the topic die, jumped up and followed him to the railing, where both of them leaned with their forearms. Ashido continued that sometimes apologies were not enough. She said it was Deku's decision whether to forgive, but it would help if Bakugo found a way to make amends. He started to answer but stopped, unable to bring himself to speak. For a short while the only sounds besides the distant bustle of other passengers were their thoughts. Bakugo wondered quietly what he could do to make up for the things he had said and done. He asked himself what he could offer to show genuine remorse for telling Izuku to jump from a rooftop, for calling him quirkless so many times, and whether money could possibly buy forgiveness. Mina admitted she did not know and honestly told him to use his head to come up with something that might work. He did not respond aloud, but he took the advice and decided to change the focus of his thoughts. He would continue to think about Deku, their fight, and the guilt he felt, but this time he would try to find a way to fix the past and earn forgiveness instead of merely punishing himself and asking himself pointless questions. He agreed to go get something to eat to stave off his hunger, and he fell into step behind the others. After that he planned to return his mother's call and confront things as he used to. Mina had been right. The situation had turned him into someone different, and although he did not say it aloud, he appreciated that she had the courage to tell him to stop acting like an idiot. At another time and place, Izuku frowned when Melissa gave him an accusing look and then turned her attention to the carrots she was slicing, a vague attempt to escape the reprimand. Melissa asked when he had last done any cleaning and cleared off a couple of mugs with old coffee stains from the counter. Izuku, with freckles evident on his face, lied that it had only been a couple of days. Melissa sighed and put the mugs in the sink. She reached for a paper bag from a well-known restaurant that she had spotted from the corner of her eye and said she had bought that lunch a week ago because he had overslept again and had not had time to eat breakfast. Izuku tried to argue that maybe it had been 2 weeks, but Melissa teased that he was not usually so messy. Normally, his only real mess was at his desk, where papers and pens were scattered and brittle post-it notes clung to the edges from late nights fueled by coffee. Otherwise, he took care to keep things clean and rarely let chores slide for more than a few days. Now the disorder had spread from the entry hall through the kitchen, laundry area, bathroom, living room, and into his bedroom, the place that was normally always tidy. At that moment the bedroom was the messiest place in the small apartment. Dirty and clean clothes strewn across the floor, an unmade bed, curtains looking sloppy, shoes out of place, papers on the nightstand, and other items scattered around the room. He promised he would clean soon and said he had not had much free time. Melissa asked what he had been doing after work. Izuku hesitated and did not finish his sentence. Izuku thought he had been busy with other things and that time was slipping away. Melissa did not answer and instead intercepted him on his way back to the island, her gaze carrying a trace of displeasure behind her glasses. She asked bluntly whether he was still obsessing over that man. Unable to reply with words, Izuku looked away. Melissa told him he should turn the page, that the man was probably relaxing on vacation while Izuku kept worrying. Her words stung, but he did not contradict her. Although she sounded mocking, Izuku had found the internet algorithm insisting on every item of news related to the country's most famous hero in recent weeks. He had tried hard to ignore the articles and not click tempting links with the hero's name. Some days he succeeded, but Melissa kept bringing the subject up and unraveling his effort. Izuku said calmly that it had nothing to do with the hero. Melissa replied that he needed to accept the truth, that the man was not right for him and did not deserve his attention, and then move on. Melissa could not understand why he let the issue affect him so much. In her view, telling someone not to think about something was often enough to make them stop. Izuku answered with mild irritation that he was doing that and then asked whether she would help him cook or keep repeating the same thing for the 100th time. Melissa sighed, resigned to losing an argument against his stubbornness, and got to work. She changed the subject and suggested going out on Friday to eat with Uraraka. Izuku was surprised. Since the party he had not seen any heroes except Shoto. Melissa explained that Uraraka had messaged her proposing they go out that day and that Melissa had accepted for both of them. Izuku almost hit his own face in frustration, but he was cutting mushrooms and had a knife in hand, so he simply asked why she had agreed for them both without asking. Resigned, he agreed to go. Melissa asked cautiously if he was sure, and he confirmed, adding that he liked Uraraka and it would be nice to see her again. With that the conversation ended and they focused on preparing dinner. 3 days passed. Neither Izuku nor Melissa brought up the messy apartment or the hero's vacation again. How Melissa had learned the hero was on vacation remained a mystery to Izuku, but he chose not to ask. They made sure to arrive on time at the modest place that served traditional food. Once there they learned it was a gift from Uraraka to her parents so they could have a more comfortable life. It was the shop's opening day and they had to wait around an hour before they could sit down. Izuku admired the gesture and the decorations, moved by the kindness behind them. Melissa agreed enthusiastically. Uraraka, modest, said she had to do it and smiled with a touch of melancholy. Melissa praised the action again before hot food arrived, and attention turned to the freshly made katsudon. Uraraka asked about Izuku's work, and he explained that they were developing equipment for Todoroki, Monoma, and Shinso. There had been some delays due to wasted materials, but nothing they could not handle, and he hoped to finish in less than a month. He then asked how things were at Uraraka's agency. Uraraka set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and looked thoughtful before answering that things had changed a bit after the party, though the last week had been calmer in terms of crimes. Melissa asked what had happened, genuinely curious. Izuku diverted his gaze, sensing the inevitable. Uraraka sighed and admitted that Mina had confessed her feelings that day. Uraraka had rejected her, which made things awkward. Mina had asked for time to heal and their friendship had frayed. Uraraka sounded quietly sad but steady, saying she preferred being honest even if it had hurt their friendship. She then accepted the outcome with the resigned calm. Melissa said out loud that it was better Uraraka had told the truth, and suggested that if Uraraka's heart belonged to someone else, it was still the right decision. Uraraka denied belonging to anyone and said firmly that she did not need anyone else to be happy. Izuku admitted that at first he had been sure there had been something between Uraraka and Bakugo. Uraraka laughed for a long, slightly awkward moment at the thought, and Izuku covered his mouth with both hands in embarrassment. Uraraka then lowered her head to the table, suddenly regretting the assumptions she had made. Melissa, aware of what had happened, tried to escape the situation by sipping her juice with such an affected air that it only increased the awkwardness. Izuku, of course, felt every hair on his skin stand up at the unexpected display and his heart flip in his chest. He vehemently denied that anything romantic had been going on, insisting to Uraraka that it was not like that. Uraraka reminded them that she had noticed all their interactions during the investigation and had also seen them at the party. She had even told Melissa earlier that she suspected they had a past romance when Melissa confirmed they had known each other before. Someone else interjected, calling to Melissa, and Izuku replied defensively that it had been Uraraka who had brought it up. A few murmurs and curious glances from the other diners made the small group fall suddenly quiet with embarrassment. Melissa clarified that she did not have that kind of relationship with him and never had. She admitted that she had once had feelings for him, but that it had never gone beyond that, and then, in a quieter tone, she added that things had fallen apart that same night after going to his apartment. To avoid Ochako's curious gaze, Izuku picked up another piece of meat from the platter, this time cooler. Uraraka confessed that she had had no idea about the details and had thought everything had gone well between them, as both of them had seemed genuinely interested in each other. Izuku said that he had thought the same at one point, which was why he had ended up confessing and then acting impulsively at the party, though he did not go into specifics. He said he later discovered that the whole situation involved a bet made with Mina, and that realization had ruined everything for him. His tone carried complete discouragement. Despite telling himself many times that it should no longer hurt, he had spent the past 2 weeks trying to substitute sadness with anger and resentment in the hope of getting over it faster, but his conviction was gradually losing strength. Melissa exploded in anger at the idea of a bet. She called the person responsible a disgrace as both a hero and a person, declaring that if he had meant to apologize he should have done it from real regret, not because of a stupid bet he could not lose. She said it made her sick to think someone would toy with another's feelings and then publicly enjoy it while calling himself the #1 hero. Uraraka frowned at Melissa's words and put her chopsticks down once more. She asked why anyone would make such a bet, trying to piece things together. Izuku began to explain, but Melissa started to list his faults. Izuku cut her off, insisting that this was his story to tell, and then addressed Uraraka directly. Uraraka nodded as she murmured a brief apology. Izuku explained that he and the other person had known each other since childhood and had once been very close friends who shared many things. He said that in their final year of high school the other person had begun to taunt him for being quirkless and that the friendship had broken apart, and that the recent apology had been meant to mend that old rift. Uraraka observed that, even if Katsuki Bakugo might have done something like that in the past, she did not think the Bakugo of now would place a bet simply to hurt someone. She acknowledged that he could be irritable and rough, but she did not believe he was truly malicious. After all, his values as a hero were. Melissa snapped in outrage, demanding to know why he would make a bet at all. Izuku answered calmly that he had not let the other person finish explaining because he had lost his head in the moment, but that the person had mentioned something about being unable to say something to a certain important person. Uraraka listened in silence for a moment as she digested Izuku's words. Then, with wide eyes and flushed cheeks, she realized the misunderstanding and nearly shouted that the bet had been intended to make someone confess their true feelings to their important person, not to play with Melissa's feelings. The short trip had felt just that short, and in the blink of an eye they were forced back into their routines. It was May 24th and Katsuki had not yet had a chance to regain the energy spent returning to society and hauling his luggage up to his apartment. The night before he had barely managed a quick drink from the fridge and a hurried shower before preparing to cover a night shift at the agency in order to catch up. He had to speak with colleagues to fine-tune the details for the raid scheduled for the 25th. That same day he had only returned home for about 5 hours of sleep and a light meal before heading straight back to the agency. Working in a rush was not his preference, but if he did not do it then his schedule would not stabilize, so he forced himself to focus only on fulfilling his duties. It worked to a point. Although he was physically exhausted, he felt calmer than he had in the weeks before the trip. After so many mentally draining days he finally felt clearer and more centered. Fortunately, his shift passed without major incident, and with crime rates still low he was able to remove his suit quietly when the clock showed 8 p.m. and head out with the intention of going straight home to sleep, since he had the feeling the next day would be demanding. He had barely crossed the curb outside the agency when his phone lit up with a call from All Might. He looked at the screen and noted how unusual it was for All Might to call, so he answered after a few rings, expecting an emergency. All Might apologized for troubling him so late and asked if he was busy. Katsuki wondered aloud what the matter was and saw a hint of noise in the background on the call. All Might said that he was wondering if Katsuki could come to the beach because there was something he wanted to consult with him, and when Katsuki asked if he meant right then, All Might confirmed that he did. He said he knew it was sudden but that he was already there. Katsuki demanded to know what the other person was doing waiting there without warning, passing a hand over his face in irritation. The response was that he would understand when he arrived and that he was in the part of the beach full of trash and scrap. Katsuki finished by saying he was on his way, his sigh making his annoyance clear. All Might murmured apologies. Katsuki did not pay attention, and before long he turned on his heel to go the other way. He could not tell if the old man was getting senile for calling him out like this, and he could not imagine what he would be doing in that forgotten part of the beach at this hour, but he had to make sure everything was all right, so he kept moving. When he reached the shore, the cold night air made him pull the hood of his brown sweatshirt up to hide his hair and part of his face. As he headed toward the more neglected stretch of sand and the tourists thinned, his heart began to race for no apparent reason. It had been a long time since he had been there, he told himself. That must be why. He stepped carefully over the first barrier of debris. He noticed out of the corner of his eye that some of the discarded items were syringes, probably used by addicts, and for a moment he feared a trap and that somehow All Might had been drawn into it. His tension eased when he spotted, near an oddly neat pile of tires, the gaunt figure of the older man. Toshinori stood with his back to him. Katsuki could see him better as he approached and noticed that this particular area looked cleaner. Then he froze when he glimpsed a second figure and felt his heart kick harder. Izuku sat with his red shoes slowly being soaked by the tide as it came in and receded. He was not wearing a hoodie, and the white tank top clung to his body, wet. Katsuki could not tell whether it was from sweat or from having gone into the water, but the sensation that stirred in his chest did not go unnoticed. Izuku's hair, as messy as ever, drifted in the salty breeze and, to Katsuki's irritation, caught the moonlight in a way that made the green stand out. Katsuki swallowed, abandoning the idea of leaving before being seen, and came to stand a couple of steps behind All Might and a few meters from the freckled boy by the water. He resolved to face whatever this was. Katsuki asked All Might why he had called him, trying in vain to focus on the waves forming and fading on the water's surface. He could not avoid noticing, even by the corner of his eye, every small movement Izuku made, the way he toyed with his hair, the slight turn of his head as if concentrating on something invisible out at sea, the pattern in his foot movements. Katsuki registered it all. All Might turned toward them, calling out to the young Katsuki and celebrating that he had arrived, saying that they had been waiting. The older man explained that he had offered Izuku Midoriya the role of his successor and that they had been cleaning the beach for that reason. Katsuki's mind barely processed the words before a jumble of emotions swirled in his chest. He interrupted, disbelief spilling out as soon as he could form the thought, asking why All Might would choose Izuku and reminding him that the boy did not have a quirk. Izuku stood at that moment but did not move from his spot. He watched both of them, his green eyes serious. All Might replied that he truly believed the two of them could make a good team. Katsuki snapped back, turning his back on Izuku because he could not bear to be seen so clearly by those intense eyes. He demanded how Izuku could become a hero without a quirk and how All Might expected someone without powers to stand alongside those who had trained for years. His voice wavered and his palms prickled with nerves. His heart hammered and his thoughts raced faster than he could control. Izuku interrupted, saying he did not intend to diminish Katsuki's effort. His eyes shimmered more brightly than before, not from moonlight but from the tears he seemed to be holding back. Then Izuku approached with measured steps and declared that, despite his earlier doubts about accepting the offer, he would accept it. Izuku told All Might to calm down as well. Then he said that he would become the next symbol of peace and reach places that even Katsuki, with all his strength and power, had not reached because he lacked charisma and empathy. He turned away from All Might, announced he would call in the morning, and gave one last cold look before walking over to an abandoned refrigerator. He grabbed a denim jacket from its top with a rough motion. All Might tried to explain that he had not meant it that way, but Izuku raised a hand to silence him and made it clear that he did not want to hear it. Katsuki, spinning to face him once more, told Izuku that he already knew what he was thinking. Katsuki's eyes reflected a fierceness like the night they had argued. He told Izuku that he should reconsider whether he deserved to call himself a hero. Leaving a sepulchral silence in his wake, Izuku moved through the rubble at a speed that seemed impossibly fast for someone who had been sitting for so long on the edge of the frigid sea. Katsuki went rigid, torn between chasing after him and staying put. He knew his words had been terrible and his reaction explosive. He understood he had made a serious mistake, but he had not intended to humiliate Izuku or to deride him for not having a quirk. He had spoken before he'd properly processed everything. Katsuki swore under his breath that he would go after him and took a step, but Tashinori's bony hand stopped him instantly. When Katsuki looked at him, the man with blue eyes shook his head. Tashinori insisted that Katsuki give Izuku space. Katsuki admitted that he had not meant it that way, his voice betraying his anxiety as he said there was so much he wanted to talk about and that he needed to fix what he had ruined right away. Tashinori tightened his grip on Katsuki's wrist and, despite his age, still had surprising strength. He reminded Katsuki that Izuku was angry and that it had taken effort to convince him to accept that Katsuki had come there. Katsuki argued that he had more reason than anyone to follow him, that his words had been wrong. Tashinori explained that Izuku's life had been difficult because he did not have a quirk, and only Izuku truly knew how much he had had to cope with as a normal person in a world of the gifted. That reality still affected him. Katsuki already knew that, even if it had taken him a long time to recognize it. Tashinori repeated that Katsuki needed to give Izuku space and finally released his wrist. He warned that nothing Katsuki said right then would change anything because Izuku was angry. He did not forbid an apology, and he said quietly that Katsuki owed Izuku a sincere one, but he should wait until the next day to try. If necessary, Tashinori offered to arrange a meeting somewhere without Izuku knowing Katsuki would be there. Katsuki sighed and looked up at the moon, which for his ill luck had slipped behind a pair of clouds as if even it wanted to hide. Adrenaline still pulsed through him and he felt the urge to run straight to find the freckled boy, but he had to admit that, like Mina, Tashinori was right. He needed to respect Izuku's space and decisions, and yet he felt infuriatingly frustrated. The relaxation he had hoped to get from the trip had been ruined. Katsuki muttered that he could not go tomorrow. He had to raid a group of weapons traffickers. Tashinori suggested that maybe giving Izuku a little more time was for the best and told Katsuki to call if he needed help. Katsuki took that as an invitation to leave, murmured a farewell, and walked away from the mound of rubble left by time. At the beach exit, he considered going to Izuku's apartment to beg for a chance to be heard, but Tashinori's words kept echoing in his head. In the end, he followed his usual route home instead. He could not pretend otherwise. He felt so overwhelmed that the night he had planned to relax and prepare for the mission was completely ruined. He barely ate and fell into bed unable to sleep until exhaustion took him after midnight. His alarm, set earlier than usual, went off at 4:30, reminding him of work. Despite having only slept a little over 4 hours, he forced himself up, cursed quietly and dressed. He had a proper breakfast, put on his hero costume, and by 5:10 he was at the rendezvous point where everyone involved in the raid, both from his agency and others, would gather before the operation. Inesa, a hero from another agency, noticed how pale Katsuki looked and asked if he was all right while adjusting his hat. Katsuki sighed inwardly. He did not usually share his problems with his colleagues, and he would not start on a mission of such importance. He told Inesa that he was fine and ordered the team to move. They had to be in position before dawn. Katsuki cut off any further questions and focused on the task, aware that they were not friends and that there was no time for personal talk. No one pressed him after that, though he felt people glancing his way, and by the time the first rays of sun rose over Japan, everyone was in their assigned positions. He forced himself to work up enough sweat to charge his gauntlets and then, in an instant, he and a select group of heroes burst into the condominium complex they had been investigating for months. Throughout the raid his heart pounded, but he pushed the feeling aside and led the squad as he should. His only concern in that moment was ensuring the mission succeeded. Izuku, meanwhile, had been restless all morning. He regretted yielding to Toshinori's request to call Katsuki the night before, though he had found it impossible not to after it had been suggested so often. That same day he had learned more about the incident at the party that Shoto had mentioned. He had seen police at the research center and his curiosity had driven him to ask David Shield for details. David had declined to give specifics about the ongoing investigation but had explained why Katsuki had gone to the other location and described the quirk that, by accident, a hero had copied and activated during the disturbance at the event. With that, more things became clear to him, and he ended up wanting to talk to Kaken once more. His heart, however, broke when the blonde, without even greeting him, had practically lunged at his childhood hero because the hero had mentioned his plan to choose him as successor. Both of them had been studying the power passed down from Yagi Toshinori, and he had even started training a little by cleaning the beach of trash to clear his mind and better prepare his body in case he decided to accept the power. The matter was anything but simple. The secret of One for All was as impressive as it was terrifying, and at his age he could not make that decision lightly because it would mean changing his whole life. In a flash of anger he had shouted at the current number one hero that he would accept and become the best. Now, with a cooler head, he regretted what he had said and needed more time to think about his actions and how to make amends. That morning he had called All Might to apologize for leaving so abruptly and to promise he would give a definitive answer soon, asking him to forget the last things he had said before leaving. All Might had been understanding and granted him more time, though he knew that the veteran's patience had limits. Meanwhile, they would keep researching and compiling information from predecessors to better understand the power. That part eased him, but his heart kept pounding against his ribs and he could not understand why. The feeling was so strange and overwhelming that he finally cleaned all the mess in his apartment to occupy his mind and shake it off. The sensation persisted. By late afternoon his heart still insisted that something was wrong, that something he was not paying attention to was happening right then. At one point he even thought he might be sick and delirious. He wiped the already clean wooden table surface for the third time and when anxiety threatened to rise, set down the cloth and went to the kitchen to make a cup of tea to calm his nerves. With the cup in hand he returned to the living room, sat at the low-heated table, turned on the television and flipped through channels until one caught his attention. It was the news. The reporter announced that earlier a group of heroes had stopped a large gang of criminals involved in weapons trafficking and money laundering. Behind her, a condominium burned fiercely on screen. According to police information, the criminal group numbered around 50 people, men and women between 18 and 40 years old, who had been hiding in the building for a couple of months. The raid had started at 6 in the morning and had grown complicated, requiring reinforcements and taking the whole day. As the reporter spoke, aerial footage showed the chaos in the area, buildings on fire, partially collapsed, strange debris scattered everywhere, some of it appearing to be the result of quirks, and a swarm of paramedics running to assist the many injured. The images were intense. He had not seen anything like that in a long time, and seeing others in pain made him shiver. In one shot he saw a lesser-known but reliable hero shouting urgently to the firefighting squad that had just arrived. Izuku worried aloud that Vendaval might be okay, watching as the hero pointed desperately toward the more unstable part of the building. Part of Vendaval's outfit was singed, but his fear was what caught Izuku's attention. It was rare to see such genuine alarm in a veteran, and Izuku almost changed the channel to cartoons to escape the bad feeling. The reporter then reported that some heroes had been injured and that the situation had spiraled out of control to the point of causing a few fatalities, leaving many heroes on the brink of defeat. She added that most of the wounded were receiving medical attention. However, the current number one hero, Dynamite, was still inside the building and unconscious. Izuku's heart lurched. He could not believe Kaken was on that mission. How could he be the only one remaining inside a burning, collapsing building? Why had he not come out? What could have happened to delay him? Why were there no other heroes with him? The reporter continued, saying that Dynamite had been the only one to stay and confront the final threat and, although he had succeeded, he was now critically injured. A team of paramedics and firefighters had entered the building to rescue him, but any wrong move could cost lives, not only of the rescue team but of the hero as well. The reporter warned that their number one hero might be close to dying. From that announcement, Izuku stopped hearing. Sound narrowed to a high, insistent ringing, and the reporter's face blurred. The cup slipped from his hands and spilled across the heated table, soaking his lap. The tea had cooled enough to avoid serious burns, but he barely noticed. Minutes passed as he sat frozen, staring at the television. People running back and forth looked tiny, and at one point even the media crews were forced to clear the area completely, giving a more distant view of the building weakened by flames. He did not know how long he sat there, stunned, with tea spilled across his table and on his clothes, but suddenly he felt himself breathe again. On the screen, the firefighters emerged from the building carrying the hero in their arms, appearing barely as a distant speck thanks to the aerial shots. He recognized that it was Kakin because one of his gauntlets was still on, though the rest of the suit looked badly damaged. Seconds later the structure collapsed, but he did not care. In the same shot he watched paramedics receive the hero and load him into an ambulance that left the area within a minute. The reporter announced with a trembling voice that, based on what had been seen, Dynamite had been rescued and that the ambulance was heading to the hospital. The reporter added that they would keep covering the scene until more information about Dynamite appeared on the air and urged viewers not to change the channel. The images continued, but he could not bear it and turned off the television immediately. In the silence of his home he thought for a long time, then finally rose unsteadily and went to his bedroom to retrieve his phone. He had an urgent call to make. He thought he had died. It was absurd. One moment he had been fighting the most irritating of foes, and the next he was in that gray void where there was nothing but himself. The last thing he remembered was pushing his power to the limit and hitting his head on a concrete pillar from the shockwave of one of his explosions in such a confined space. And now he was dead. He had never been especially afraid of dying. He had known from a young age that it was an almost inevitable consequence of his profession, yet some people claimed that souls remained trapped in the world of the living when a person died with loose ends to settle. He did not want to be a restless soul. He still had unresolved things to fix with Izuku. He could not be at peace without making things right and apologizing from the heart, but there was nothing left to give him that chance. That thought gnawed at him even though, in theory, he was already dead. It only gave him more time to think. He also found it ridiculous that death felt like a cheap joke. He had imagined something more dramatic, a blinding light, an omnipotent being, angels, or, given his record, even hell. At best he expected to be unconscious and unaware, but never did he expect simply a gray, lonely space lost in the universe. He complained that it stunk and sat on the ground with nothing better to do. He remained there, looking at a void that had no beginning or end, no directions to follow, no up or down, only an absolute gray mass that isolated him with his thoughts. Time passed like an eternity, or at least that is how his human sense of time interpreted it, since there was nothing but his own mind to measure how long he had been there. Just when he began to think that perhaps he had not died after all, everything went white and shapes began to form where gray had been. He heard a distant, agitated voice he did not recognize announce that the patient had woken up. The light hit him suddenly, making his eyes ache, and the blurry forms sharpened until he could focus on his surroundings. He was in a hospital. He had not died, and relief flooded him more than he had ever imagined possible. A second voice told Hina to move aside so the doctor could check his condition. Soon more figures appeared in his field of vision. A doctor examined his pupils and stretched the skin of his face as if it were elastic, while a nurse assisted. He was likely under the effects of a sedative, because he did not feel much pain, at least not until he tried to sit up. The doctor warned him not to force himself, addressing him as Mr. Bakugu, and explained that his condition was delicate despite being out of immediate danger, so he should be careful if he hoped to recover quickly. He croaked a question about what had happened. His voice was hoarse and his throat dry. The nurse noticed and helped him sip room-temperature water, and though he felt ashamed at needing help for something so simple, he decided to ignore the embarrassment for his own good. The nurse explained that on May 25 he had faced a criminal group and had remained to confront the group's leader when his colleagues evacuated at the start of the fire. Nobody knew exactly what happened in those minutes, but somehow he had managed to defeat the villain, though he had pushed himself to the brink of death. The doctor then listed his injuries in a calm, professional tone. a couple of broken bones, a severe bruise, some burns, harm caused by quirks, and poisoning from inhaling toxic gases. The doctor added that he had been unconscious for 7 days. He listened quietly, aware that he had been lucky to survive. He tried to sit up again but failed and was assisted by the nurse and the doctor, who adjusted the hospital bed so he could find a more comfortable position. When he felt steadier, he examined himself from that new angle. One leg was in a cast and bandages wrapped one of his arms where he remembered being hurt, but surprisingly the sight of himself in that state affected him less than he expected. Perhaps the relief of being alive dulled the despair and disgust he felt toward his injured body. Maybe it was only the years as a hero that had desensitized him. The nurse asked what about the others, keeping the conversation light to distract him from thoughts he did not want to face. The nurse added that there had been some casualties, but the media said they had all been criminals. The nurse also told him that the police would come to speak with him soon. The doctor recorded his vital signs in the chart. He nodded, too weak to answer, and then allowed the staff to run the necessary tests and analyses. That same night his parents visited, and their relieved tears and worried words made him realize he had never been happier to see them after a fight. The next day his friends came by with bad jokes and attempts to cheer him up. He noticed Mina behaving slightly oddly for a moment, but he had enough on his mind to ignore it. That afternoon the police came to go over details and take his statement. The days continued with visits from his parents, friends, colleagues, and even All Might. All Might did not speak much, but he made the hero feel comfortable and brought fruit, which was enough. He often tempted himself to ask about Izuku but never did, feeling he had no right. On the 5th day things changed. The day before he had become more mobile and regained energy, his recovery lifting his spirits. That morning the doctor had said he might be discharged soon, and the day seemed to be going well. Mina placed a basket of homemade bread beside him and said she needed to talk to him. She explained that Midoriya had contacted them, and the news sent a chill through him. He had thought of the young man several times every day, but he had never imagined that Midoriya would reach out to their friends. Mina said that Midoriya had been contacting them since the day of the incident and had even visited a few times while the hero was still unconscious. They had been waiting for the right moment to allow the meeting. His heart raced. He could not deny how eager he was to see Izuku and finally talk about the things that had been stealing his peace. The news left him both excited and intimidated. He told Mina that he wanted to see Midoriya, that he needed to and wanted to say everything he felt. Mina looked surprised, then smiled in understanding and said she would arrange it. He asked when Midoriya would come, and Mina replied that he was outside now. He confirmed he wanted to see him right away, unable to wait. Mina left the room to fetch him. While she was gone, each tick of the clock made his nerves heavier. He tried to make himself presentable, fixed his hair as best he could, adjusted the hospital gown, practiced calming breaths, and fidgeted with the edge of the sheet, wondering absurdly whether he looked okay after a week in the hospital. When the door opened, Izuku entered carrying a bouquet of white and green flowers. His hair was as unruly as ever, his cheeks freckled like constellations, and his eyes shone in a way that made the hero shiver. Izuku greeted him timidly, using the nickname that had been missing from his ears, and the sound reached him in a way that stirred old feelings. The hero smiled wryly, words caught in his throat. Izuku, nervous, explained that he had visited a couple of times while the hero was unconscious and hoped it had not been a bother. He said he had brought flowers and clumsily noted he thought those were the best colors for someone in the hospital. Izuku bowed slightly and offered the bouquet, his hands trembling and the paper damp with nervous sweat. The hero, moved, accepted the flowers with care, feeling the tremor in Izuku's hands and realizing he was not the only one whose heart felt like it might burst. He told Izuku sincerely that he liked the flowers, turning his gaze away to hide the blush he was sure he wore. Izuku breathed a small, relieved sigh and the two sat in a brief, comfortable silence. Izuku sank onto the visitor sofa to cope with him and looked at the bread basket with little interest while his attention wandered over the green and white bouquet that had been brought in. He suddenly felt like he was receiving more than he deserved and the urge to break down into tears rose, but he held back and no tear fell. He told himself there was something he needed to do before crying. Katsuki offered a simple, sincere apology, and Izuku stared at him with wide, surprised eyes. Katsuki apologized for everything he had done wrong. He apologized for being an idiot during the last year of high school, for humiliating and ridiculing Izuku over something that had never been in his control. He admitted he had not known how to express himself or consider how Izuku had felt then. He paused to breathe and look up at his counterpart, then continued solemnly. He regretted telling Izuku to jump from the rooftop and also regretted burning something of his that had been very important. He acknowledged that Izuku had every right to resent him and that it would be fair for him to hate Katsuki, even if he believed otherwise. By the time Katsuki stopped, his voice had dropped to almost a whisper, but Izuku had heard every word. His posture remained tense and his eyes were rimmed with moisture. The silence began to stretch, and Katsuki, unable to stand the charged atmosphere, kept speaking. He insisted he had never meant to gamble with Izuku's feelings or behave cruelly out of pride but had been too cowardly to say how he felt, which made things worse. He understood why Izuku had perceived him that way and did not blame him. He admitted that nothing he could offer would make up for his stupidity and lack of tact, but he asked Izuku to tell him if there was anything he could do to make amends and promised to do everything possible to fix the damage. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and gripped the bedsheet in his hands because the emotions were overwhelming. Katsuki had never apologized so fully, never shown such vulnerability, and had never opened his heart like that to anyone. It made Izuku uncomfortable and out of his element, but he knew it had to be done. Katsuki was an adult and a hero and had to act responsibly. Minutes passed in heavy silence. A couple of birds fluttered near the window. Izuku wiped his eyes with his shirt sleeve, took a loud breath, and finally answered. He said he had once dreamed of an apology but did not know how to react now. He accepted Katsuki's apology and forgave him. He said he had never understood why he still cared for Katsuki after they had separated following graduation. He suggested it was because Katsuki had been the first boy he had fallen for and because they had known each other since childhood, so those memories were valuable. He admitted he had tried to forget Katsuki's existence, but when they met again and some of those feelings returned, he had been unable to handle them well. He should have healed his wounds first, learned to cope better with being quirkless, and dealt with the underlying resentment before letting his hormones guide him. In the end, even if outside factors had influenced him, it was his responsibility to treat his own wounds so he could grow and move forward. Izuku explained that he had only been sweeping his feelings under the rug, not confronting them, and that eventually he had exploded and said things he regretted. He acknowledged that Katsuki had been cruel to him but that he had also been thoughtless when Katsuki had tried to approach him properly, and those were things he needed to apologize for as well. Izuku looked up and, meeting Katsuki's eyes, admitted he had been in love for a long time without being able to accept it. He felt foolish for it and said he needed to make that clear. He then stated there were things he did not regret, though he might have reasons to, and one of those was that he still liked Katsuki. He recalled a moment at that party as significant, but he also made clear that he now understood his limits and knew what he would not allow. Katsuki's cheeks flushed at the confession. He felt a sudden, strong urge to ask for more, but he restrained himself. He said he would not pressure Izuku or force anything on him. Izuku responded that the only obligation he felt was to do something to remedy what he had done. He added that he did not want anything material, what needed to change were behaviors that hurt both of them. If they were going to repair their friendship, or whatever they wished to rebuild, they had to do it properly and discard habits that caused pain. Otherwise, Izuku would accept nothing and remove himself completely, even if it meant breaking his own heart. Izuku's expression shifted to one of determination and a touch of courage, and that change began to alter the atmosphere between them. That drove him crazy. He liked the genuine, sensitive, sometimes tearful Izuku, but a determined and strong Izuku was 1,000 times more captivating. Izuku nodded and smiled with pride, determined to do things right from that moment. It was a vow to himself that he would never forgive himself for breaking. Izuku asked if they had a deal, and Katsuki replied that they did. The freckled boy rose from his seat and walked over to Katsuki to seal the agreement by clasping hands. There was so much to talk about and many things to mention, but they could not say much more because the nurse announced that visiting hours were over. Izuku had no choice but to say goodbye, though he did not want to, and left the room dragging his feet. Before he left, Katsuki made sure Izuku took one of the breads Mina had brought earlier and made him promise to visit every day until discharge. The nurse remarked that seeing him had put him in better spirits as she arranged the flowers in a jar by the window. She added that she had seen some photographs a couple of weeks ago and was glad to be a front-row observer of how well they looked together, noting that it was clear they had been through a lot to reach that point. The comment made Katsuki uncomfortable in a not entirely unpleasant way. Watching the woman set the jar by the window and bring the room to life with flowers, a solid idea came to his mind. Katsuki asked to be left alone for a moment because he needed to make a call. Later, Masaru told Katsuki that his mother insisted he stay at home a few days after discharge and had thoroughly cleaned his old room. Masaru looked at the flowers with interest while speaking, smiling at the thoughtful detail in his son's hospital room. He did not know who had brought them, but he thought it was a nice gesture. Katsuki said he would be fine at his own home and that he did not want to interfere with their work. Masaru replied that he knew firsthand that Mitsuki could be difficult to live with but that she had good intentions and urged them to let the family take care of him once more and not to worry about anything. Katsuki sighed and reluctantly gave in to his parents' request while eating slowly. The soup was the blandest he had ever tasted, but it was better than nothing. Masaru asked who had brought the flowers, and Katsuki admitted, averting his gaze, that it had been Izuku. Masaru reacted with a pleased expression and noted that Izuku had good taste in flowers, then moved to sit at the foot of the bed. He also mentioned casually that Katsuki had never explained those photographs to them. Katsuki tensed. He had not talked about it with his parents and did not know how to respond to their opinions, especially his mother's. He remembered that after talking with Mina he had called his mother to say he was okay and had promised they would discuss that topic later, when he returned from the trip. When Masaru asked what he wanted him to say, Katsuki bristled inwardly at his father's easygoing nature and wondered why it was so hard to argue without feeling guilty. Masaru explained that Mitsuki had been emotional when she saw the photos, that she wanted to know how they had reached that point and how long he had been hiding it. Masaru emphasized that she had been excited, not angry, though she had not expressed it in the best way. Katsuki blinked in surprise. Either his father was being unusually kind or he had imagined the whole reaction in his head. Masaru suggested organizing a meeting with Mrs. Midoriya to celebrate since they had not seen her in a while. Katsuki admitted he did not know how she would feel about it, confessed that he had not been good to her son in the past, and acknowledged that although they had made amends there was still a way to go. Instead of scolding him, Masaru smiled, stood, and joked about arranging a barbecue when they were ready. He offered to teach Katsuki his secret recipe and how to choose the best ingredients, recalling how his mother had fallen for him more after he cooked it for her early in their life together. Masaru winked, and Katsuki could only look away in embarrassment. Gestures of affection were unfamiliar to him, and the conversation left him flush. He wondered what his father's intention had been in bringing that up. Masaru left the subject with a casual TSK and then asked about the notebook Katsuki had requested over the phone the previous afternoon, mentioning that he had trouble finding a model and colors so specific. Katsuki explained that he had a few things he wanted to write. Meanwhile, Izuku worked energetically in the lab, moving back and forth like flowers swaying in a breeze. His mood had improved dramatically since clearing the air with Katsuki the previous afternoon, and he channeled that energy into finishing his outstanding tasks at work, including final touches on equipment for Shoto, Monoma, and Shinso. Melissa sat beside him drafting the instructions. Melissa observed that they had made up and that the situation had been resolved. He had told her what had happened about an hour ago, but the girl had taken her time to respond. He nodded happily, with a smile that had been missing for weeks. After seeing the events on television, he realized he could not keep living the way he had, and that, dramatic as it sounded, he could not imagine a world without Kaken. His story was complicated. They had had many problems and misunderstandings, and he had even pretended the blonde did not exist for a long time, but deep down he had always known the blonde was there and that his feelings went beyond a simple adolescent crush. It was thanks to Shoto that he had been able to contact Uraraka, since he did not have her number, and through her he reached out to Ashido and the blonde's closest friends. At first he feared they would think the hero had to be at death's door for him to find the courage to face things and make amends, But to his surprise they were all very kind and never refused information. They treated him with the trust they would give any longtime friend. 3 days later, after he had proposed and insisted on the idea a couple of times, the group talked with the hospital staff and were allowed to see the blonde even though he was still unconscious. Seeing him like that was worrying. He cried alone in the shower that night, but he found comfort in knowing the blonde was alive and would recover in time, so he visited whenever he could. When the blonde finally woke and Ashido informed him, his heart flipped. The others offered to let him speak with the blonde and bring him into the room, but he insisted on giving the blonde space until he felt better both physically and emotionally. Every day he asked after him and kept abreast of his health and mood improvements. He also used those days to reflect and came to the conclusion that if he wanted to move forward and be by the blonde's side, he needed to let go of resentment and heal wounds he had been denying. To his surprise, the first part was easier than he had imagined, and within days he felt no trace of bitterness. He had already settled scores the day of their argument by saying things that, in hindsight, did not feel like him. As for dealing with his nature, not having a quirk still affected him in the deepest part of his being, but he worked to make that feeling shrink until it disappeared. He was quirkless and perhaps there was a chance to stop being so in the blonde's presence, but he had lived with that identity his whole life and, like it or not, it had become part of who he was. Erasing that mark would mean letting go of an important part of himself. Changing everything would require becoming someone else. He liked being Izuku Midoriya, flaws and all, so he chose to make peace with himself and embrace everything that made him the man he was. With that acceptance growing in his heart, he went to visit the blonde with his head held high. He could not deny that he was extremely nervous and was not even sure buying flowers had been the right choice, but he refused to back down. He was no longer willing to get stuck in the past even if taking the first steps made things uncomfortable. When Ashido said the blonde was ready to receive him and he finally saw him awake and tense, he felt that everything that had happened in the past weeks had led to this moment. Seeing him in a hospital bed was not his favorite image, but it was infinitely better than not seeing him at all or learning he had died, and that was enough to make him happy. When the blonde accepted the gift and suddenly apologized, everything inside him stirred. In the past he had avoided that uncomfortable conversation because talking about it meant reopening a painful part of his life, but now he understood that touching the wound was part of healing it. The blonde spoke with a tone he had never used before and showed genuine regret through his body language. That gave him the confidence and courage to forgive completely, banishing any ember of resentment and making room for understanding and kindness. He also apologized for things he regretted having said, and he clearly set his boundaries. Now he worked with joy, eager for the day to end so he could go home and then straight to the hospital. This time he planned to bring a bento. He would prepare himself following the careful instructions the doctor had given him the afternoon before. Melissa added with a hint of displeasure that it was his decision, a remark that made him pause and remember there were still things to sort out. He affirmed that it was indeed his decision and that nothing would make him happier than having Melissa continue to support him as a friend. Melissa put the task aside. She told him that the blonde had hurt him, had gambled with his feelings, and perhaps worse. He sighed, accepting the truth of her words, then clarified that he was not trying to justify or sugarcoat the past but truly believed things had changed and felt ready to move forward. He promised that if he turned out to be wrong he would step away in time. Melissa's expression still held displeasure, her nose wrinkled and her lips in a pout, but the sincerity in his eyes softened her. Without saying anything, Melissa rose and gave him an embrace that felt like both an apology for her hostility and a promise to stand by him no matter what. The afternoon arrived and Katsuki was more anxious than he had been in recent days. All because Izuku would arrive soon. Katsuki was so excited that the nurse even mentioned Deku casually during the routine checks, as if she alone dared to tease him about it. The nurse became an accomplice, helping him get presentable and even giving him tips to finally get the other boy's phone number. Katsuki appreciated the gesture. The nurse hummed that he was here as she entered the room, looking pleased. She said the visitor had arrived a little late and could not stay long, but it should be enough. Katsuki did not reply aloud but nodded and watched the woman with bighorn-like horns record his vital signs in the chart. She announced she would return shortly, winked, and left the room without closing the door. Katsuki was about to shout that the door had been left open when the person he had been waiting for finally appeared. Izuku entered smiling gently and struggled a little to close the door because his hands were full. At the sight of him, every hair on Katsuki's skin stood on end and his heart raced. Izuku placed his items on the small table, moved the visiting sofa closer to the bed, and set down a little wooden tray used for daily meals. Katsuki asked what Izuku had brought. Izuku cheerfully explained that he had cooked a few things and that the doctor had given precise instructions so Katsuki could eat without problems. Katsuki watched as Izuku unwrapped boxes from a blue cloth patterned with all might, handling them with a care that moved him deeply. Katsuki lifted the lid of his container to find food that looked far more appetizing than the bland soup and sugar-free gelatin served every day. He took the chopsticks and, without waiting, ate the first bite. He forgot to say thank you, but when the flavor modest as it was reached him, it filled him with happiness. It lacked spice and many seasonings, but eating something different, prepared with such care by this special person, made his stomach flutter with joy. Izuku watched him tenderly, feeling joy as he lost himself in the sight of Katsuki eating with such pleasure. When Katsuki looked up and a flush of embarrassment colored his face, Izuku ate some of his own food to return confidence to him. Katsuki let out a laugh at the mild complaint about the lack of flavor, and the two ate in companionable silence. This time the quiet did not choke them, it accompanied them. When the boxes were empty and the last rays of sunlight painted the room orange through the curtains, Izuku gathered everything and pushed the visiting sofa back. The doctor entered at that moment and indicated that visiting hours had ended. Both men showed disappointed expressions, though the doctor seemed uninterested and began reviewing the nurse's earlier notes. Izuku offered consolation and promised to come earlier the next day. A small smile formed on his face as he picked up the empty bento boxes resting on the table. He paused, hesitated, and then remembered something important. He called Izuku by name and, in a bold but nervous impulse, took his wrist. The doctor, standing at the foot of the bed, gave them a few more seconds of privacy while pretending to look at her phone. Izuku felt a tingling where Katsuki had held him, a warmth that settled into his chest. He stepped closer and could see Katsuki's face go pink. All of Katsuki's courage seemed to vanish at once. He released Izuku's wrist and, flustered, produced his phone and extended it toward Izuku with a brusque motion. The Contacts app was open. Izuku understood immediately that Katsuki wanted his number. He entered his phone number shyly and returned the device. Before leaving, Izuku told him not to hesitate to write and promised he would reply quickly, then left the room with a wink and a trail of happiness behind him. The doctor cleared her throat and announced that everything was in good condition and that, if things continued as they were, discharge would be possible soon. Katsuki's joy at that news was surpassed only by the happiness he felt when he saw the name Deku at the top of the new contact. He suddenly had inspiration to keep writing. Days passed and Izuku did not miss a single visit. The day after the bento he brought fresh flowers, the next day he brought comics, and on other days they shared comfortable silence while Izuku worked overtime on his laptop and Katsuki browsed the internet. Those quiet, ordinary days became essential pieces in rebuilding whatever they had had in the past. They had talked more about what had happened, shared things that occurred during their time apart, and had also spent quiet moments together that felt comforting. All of that had affected Katsuki directly. He felt more motivated and every night added extra pages to the notebook he was working on with such care. He had accepted his true feelings and, little by little, was learning to cope with their intensity. After so much, he finally felt he could breathe easily again. The day of his discharge arrived. His friends and parents took care of him as if he were made of glass, which annoyed him, and they drove him back to his old home. A couple of reporters tried to approach him along the way, but his colleagues distracted them and handled most of the questions. He lay in his old room. He still had a couple of days left with the cast, so he could not move freely, but he could look around and notice the subtle changes his mother had made. None of it held his interest for long, so he ended up lying back and idly scrolling on his phone until his mother suddenly entered without warning. Mitsuki scolded him for not knocking, and Katsuki sat up abruptly despite the cramped feeling in his leg. Mitsuki laughed without remorse and then took the desk chair. She announced with a teasing look that his boyfriend was there, and Katsuki shivered inwardly but hid it well. Katsuki responded evasively that he did not know what she was talking about. Even though he was technically single, his mind registered in an instant that the person his mother meant was Izuku. He allowed himself a secret smile at the thought that Izuku felt the same way. Mitsuki replied that she was not naive, calling him brat in a teasing tone. Katsuki noted dryly that it showed. She said that, whatever the situation, Izuku had brought cookies and wanted to come in to see him. When Katsuki asked why she did not make Izuku come in, Mitsuki said she had given Izuku Katsuki's baby photo album and that he seemed to prefer that version of him. Katsuki muttered that she was the worst. Mitsuki shot back that he had been the worst by hiding what had really been happening between them. She demanded to know why he had kept it secret, and Katsuki realized he could no longer avoid the question when his mother confronted him so directly. Mitsuki teased that Katsuki must have thought they would not accept it, and Katsuki stayed silent. Mitsuki continued in a lighter tone that she had always appreciated Izuku, not just as the son of an old friend but that she could even imagine him as a son-in-law, which sent Katsuki's embarrassment skyward. Mitsuki repeated what Katsuki's father had told her about that night, dismissing it as a one-time thing and expressing relief that only photos had been taken and nothing more compromising had occurred. Katsuki grumbled that she was impossible to talk to. He crossed his arms and turned toward the window. The blinds blocked the outside view, and that was better than looking at his mother's teasing expression. Noticing his reaction, Mitsuki softened and told him she was glad it was Izuku. Katsuki glanced at her, looking for mockery in a face so much like his own, but he found none, and that confused him even more. Mitsuki explained that she wanted his happiness and that if Izuku made him happy she was fine with it. She admitted she had once joked about not wanting grandchildren but that, more importantly, she had been worried he would end up alone. She could not believe he had reached 23 without introducing anyone to them. Her tone turned serious for a moment as she added that Izuku seemed like a good young man. Katsuki could not find an answer. His mother walked over and gave his shoulder a couple of firm pats, the gesture more forceful than necessary but oddly familiar between them. Mitsuki offered to tell Izuku to come in, but Katsuki insisted he would go downstairs himself. Mitsuki reminded him he still had a cast, and Katsuki insisted he had been through worse and could manage. She made him lean on her as they headed down the stairs. When they reached the living room, Katsuki flushed noticeably, not just from coming downstairs supported by his mother, who laughed at the sight, but also because Izuku was poring over the photo album that Katsuki's father, Masaru, had excitedly brought out. Masaru greeted Katsuki warmly and continued showing the baby photos, joking that baby Katsuki had been quite ugly. Mitsuki chimed in with a teasing reply and Masaru retorted that she would do the same in his place. Mitsuki told them to stop teasing in front of Izuku and shifted Katsuki closer on the sofa so he could rest. Once Katsuki settled, his parents announced they would prepare tea to go with Izuku's cookies and left them alone for a moment. Izuku smiled at Katsuki and moved from his own seat to sit beside him on the couch, close enough that their knees brushed. Katsuki, a little stiff and embarrassed, asked in a gruff tone if there was something on his face, feeling unsteady at how Izuku's smile affected him. Despite that vulnerability, being open with Izuku did not feel threatening. Katsuki had been telling himself the same thing since the day he apologized to Izuku at the hospital. Izuku had answered that he was just glad to see him getting better, and for a heartbeat Katsuki felt the sudden urge to throw his arms around him. He quietly regretted that Izuku had not dared to do it. Katsuki decided he would be the one to close the distance. He found himself wanting Izuku to be a little more like he had been at the party, to come closer and act foolish again, or maybe to be brave and lean in. Katsuki said that he was glad Izuku was there in a lower tone, and Izuku flushed. Katsuki searched for Izuku's eyes. When he found them, he saw both embarrassment and expectation. A silent exchange began between them, full of meaning and yet somehow vague. When Izuku could no longer hold the gaze, Katsuki let his eyes drift over the rest of his face, rounded cheeks, scattered freckles, skin a shade darker than his own and full of life. He had known those features for as long as he could remember, But at that moment he felt as if he were seeing them for the first time, like waking to color after a lifetime of gray. Katsuki unconsciously moistened his lips, which made Izuku blush and smile in a way that felt almost conspiratorial. Izuku deliberately copied the little gesture. Izuku hummed softly, asking if something was wrong, and the sound left Katsuki a little dazed. Yielding to the temptation, Katsuki lifted a hand and caressed Izuku's freckled cheek with a gentleness he had never allowed himself before. The texture of the skin beneath his fingertips, imperfect yet warm, felt unexpectedly precious. Izuku offered a flirtatious reply, and the moment slid toward something tender and fragile. They moved a fraction closer until their breaths reached one another, and their senses, dizzy with affection, fluttered like bees around a hive. Katsuki answered ambiguously that it might be nothing or perhaps everything. They both closed their eyes as if preparing for what might come next. Just as they leaned in, footsteps in the hallway snapped them apart. Their parents had returned. Katsuki's father announced his arrival while carrying a tray with teacups, and his small smile showed that he had noticed the tension between them. Katsuki's mother stepped past him to stand in front of them and scolded him loudly, making it clear that the house was not the place for that behavior. The awkward, romantic atmosphere dissolved instantly. Izuku, mortified by what had almost happened at Katsuki's parents' home, lowered his head and clenched his fists in his lap, his face bright red. Katsuki, equally embarrassed, shot back at his mother that she had insisted on bringing Izuku there and that they had not been doing anything. A lively argument broke out for several minutes. It was not until both men noticed their respective partners slip away from the room to avoid the scene that the adults fell silent and sat down to eat. Days passed and spring edged toward its end. Neither of them mentioned the interrupted moment again, and neither tried to recreate it. Katsuki did not lie to himself. The memory of that near encounter bothered him, but he did not summon the courage to speak up. A week and a half earlier, Katsuki had finally been freed from his cast and had returned home. He still could not go back to work because of ongoing rehabilitation, but light exercise was helping his recovery more than he expected. His meetings with Izuku had become essential to his routine. He could no longer imagine his days without the freckled young man. One evening, Katsuki sat on his couch staring at nothing. The clock read 7:20. He counted the minutes until 7:30, when Izuku would arrive. After what felt like an eternity, the doorbell rang. Katsuki rose quickly, wincing at a small twinge of pain but not caring as he opened the door to find Izuku standing there with the kind of smile only Izuku could give. Izuku greeted him and asked if he was ready. Katsuki felt his heart threaten to burst from the force of his feelings but answered gruffly that yes, he was ready. Izuku knew him well enough to smile and take the lead. They descended the building together and headed to the supermarket with simple plans for the night: pick up ingredients, go back to Izuku's apartment to cook, and spend the evening watching movies. It was the perfect plan for a pair of young adults who wanted to step away from the pressures of grown-up life. At the small supermarket where Izuku had once been held hostage, they walked among curious stares from people who still recognized Katsuki even with his hoodie up. They chose a couple of instant noodle packs and several bottles of sake. Katsuki, more out of obligation than desire, spent a few minutes taking pictures and signing autographs for fans before they returned to Izuku's car and drove to his apartment. The night was calm, the city quieter than usual, and the weather was perfect. The perfect combination for a quality evening. They reached their destination and prepared instant noodles, spending the rest of the time swapping gossip about the day, talking about work and sharing a couple of drinks to liven the atmosphere. Soon they were sitting on the same side of the heated low table while an animated series about All Might played on the television. They shared quiet, lingering glances but kept their distance, and the rest of the episode passed with both of them distracted, thinking about each other while pretending to watch. Morning arrived at its own pace, and a few soft knocks sounded on Izuku's apartment door. The clock read 15 minutes to 10 when the freckled young man forced himself up with complaints of discomfort. He stumbled through the living room. He had in his stubbornness fallen asleep on the sofa and left Kakin in his bedroom making more noise than he liked as he knocked over empty bottles and bumped into the dining chairs. After blinking several times to clear his vision, he peered through the peephole. All color drained from his face and any trace of sleep vanished. His mother stood on the other side, waiting patiently with an expression that didn't quite match the small smile she soon offered as he opened the door and welcomed her in. She stepped into the apartment as he stepped aside. From the moment she crossed the threshold he felt her observant gaze, but it was only when she looked at the bottles on the floor, the blanket carelessly tossed on the sofa, and the 2 half-eaten packets of instant noodles on the low table that a new fear washed over him. For a moment he had forgotten that Kakin was in his home, and now he could not bear for his mother to see him. His mother wrapped her hands together with concern and asked whether he had been drinking the night before. Izuku stammered that he had had a little, growing more nervous as she walked toward the sofa and then to the door that led directly to his bedroom, the room where Kakin was sleeping. He tried to offer a weak explanation about the noodle packets being on sale and his hunger, but his mother's skeptical frown made clear that she was not convinced. He pressed himself against the bedroom door in a vague, clumsy attempt to keep her from entering. She sat on the sofa and sighed, then told him that earlier that morning she had been shopping and met a neighbor by the train station. The neighbor had said she had seen Izuku and Katsuki shopping together the day before, and had shown a photograph of them in the liquor aisle, Katsuki taking pictures with a fan while Izuku examined the drink prices. When she asked flatly if he had never stopped seeing him, his panic rose. He leaned back against the door to block it, and for a moment thought it would hold, but then the pressure made it give way. He fell backward, but before he hit the floor someone caught him by the shoulders. Katsuki stood behind him, hair tousled and clearly just awake. The sudden quiet in the living room was overwhelming. Izuku found himself pressed against Katsuki's chest, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Katsuki looked uncomfortable as well. Their proximity, unplanned and awkward, left Izuku mortified while their mothers stared at the scene in stunned silence. In a sharp movement, Katsuki told Izuku he would be right back and ushered him into the bedroom, closing the door behind them. The next 30 seconds were agonizing for Izuku as his mother voiced scandalized remarks and concerns from the living room. When the door opened again, Katsuki emerged properly dressed and with his hair more presentable. He cleared his throat and offered a firm, respectful greeting to Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku, who knew Katsuki well, noticed the nervousness beneath that composed tone. Their mother did not answer. The normally kind woman, Inko, looked at Katsuki with the sternest expression she could muster. Izuku, the freckled young man, immediately knew that his mother was far from pleased and that he was about to endure one of the most awkward moments of his life. Katsuki rose and admitted that the situation was uncomfortable and that he understood Inko would not be happy about him and Izuku living together again. He asked if they could sit down and talk to try to resolve their differences. Katsuki then asked Inko for understanding. He bowed his head while Izuku could barely believe what was happening. After Katsuki stepped out of the room for a moment to ask his mother to join them, Inko had reluctantly agreed, and the 3 of them ended up sitting around the heated low table that still showed signs of the previous night. Inko remained silent while Katsuki explained the situation on both their behalf and offered an apology to Izuku and to her. He admitted his past mistakes and humbled his pride in a way that left Izuku unable to intervene. Inko listened without speaking, judging sternly at first before softening a little by the end. Katsuki, surprised, dared to place a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Katsuki asked to be allowed to prove that he could become the best partner for Izuku, just as he had worked to become a better hero. Inko finally replied with a cold, serious tone, reminding them that Katsuki had hurt her son and that she knew people like him did not usually change. She questioned why she should believe him now and why she should entrust her son's well-being to him when there were others, even heroes, who would treat Izuku well from the start. Katsuki understood her concern and promised, solemnly, that he would never do anything to hurt Izuku again, accepting whatever consequences would come if he failed. He kept his head bowed while Izuku felt the tension in Katsuki's shoulders through the touch of his hand. Inko fell silent again for a moment, looking at her only son's hand on Katsuki's shoulder and then studying Izuku's uneasy, sincere face. She sighed, mentally exhausted. She reflected that she might have suspected this eventual outcome long ago, since her little boy had shown an intense fascination with his friend even as a child. She regretted not intervening earlier during difficult times in high school. Inko then called Izuku and asked him, in a calmer voice than she had used with Katsuki, to tell her firmly and clearly what he wanted. Izuku hesitated and said that he had already mentioned it before, but Inko pressed him, saying he had only skirted the issue in the past with excuses and empty promises. She warned that if he did not speak plainly now, she would walk out and withdraw her support. Startled and sweating slightly, Izuku stood straighter as Katsuki watched him with concern. Izuku declared that he wanted to be with Katsuki and that he was choosing to give him another chance, this time with a commitment to do things properly. Inko considered his words, closing her eyes briefly as she weighed her response. Those few seconds felt endless to the two young men. Inko confessed that she had not fully restored her trust in Katsuki and that rebuilding it would take time, but she also said that if her son trusted Katsuki enough to be with him, she would support that decision. She made it clear that supporting Izuku did not mean she would automatically like Katsuki. Katsuki acknowledged this and accepted the consequences of his past actions, even if they meant the continued distrust and displeasure of Izuku's mother. He placed a hand over Izuku's and tried to offer some reassurance with a small smile. He then added that he intended to work every day to earn back Inko's trust and to prove he was the right person for Izuku, that he was no longer the reckless kid who acted without thinking. Inko responded that she wanted to see that. Katsuki smiled at the challenge and, when the conversation drew to a close, offered to get something for breakfast so he could step outside for a little while and leave Izuku alone with his mother. After the door closed, Izuku sighed and began clearing some of the mess from the heated table to move slightly away from his mother's stern gaze. Inko interrupted him, took his hands, and told him to trust her and come to her if Katsuki ever caused him harm. Izuku assured her that ever since they had reunited, Katsuki had not been rude to him and that he would be fine. Inko shook her head and then rested her hands on his, asking him to be honest with her if anything changed. She then gave her blessing, and the tense atmosphere finally eased. That conversation was far too serious for its own good. It was probably the same for his mother, because after a moment she spoke again and admitted that, in part, she was excited to see him happy with someone. He nodded, and his mother said that she had told him that many years ago but could not help bringing up the old bee and flower story. Katsuki protested that they would not have that talk again, which made the older woman laugh. She teased that she had never told him the alternate version of the two little bees, saying it as a joke. Katsuki thought aloud that it was unnecessary, that he was reserved, not innocent. His mother's smile faded at the comment. She asked what he meant. He answered the same question, and by then his cheeks were burning with an unbearable flush. That same evening they left Izuku's apartment and headed to the beach. Izuku had said he needed to give something to the former hero All Might, and because Izuku did not want to go alone he had offered to accompany him. Katsuki never asked what the item was, not even as his feet crunched the sand, but he wondered whether it had to do with the succession. He kept that worry to himself and followed Izuku toward a quieter part of the shore. Katsuki admitted to himself that he was impressed to see the area recently full of trash and rubble now almost completely cleared, but he did not ask about it. They reached the place where they had first and only met All Might before. The older man stood with his back to them, watching the vast sea while the breeze stirred his blonde hair streaked with gray. Izuku ran up to greet him. All Might watched him and let a smile slip onto his face when he saw his attitude, then noted that Kaken had come along. All Might greeted both young men politely and said it was good to see that their problems had been resolved. Katsuki muttered an indifferent agreement and stepped closer. Izuku confessed that it had not been easy, swung a backpack off one shoulder, and began to rummage inside. Curious, Katsuki moved near enough to see that Izuku pulled out a black folder stamped with gold letters reading OFA. Izuku explained that the folder contained all the information and his additional analysis and that gathering so much material had taken him a long time. He handed the folder to the older blonde and repositioned the backpack on his shoulders. All Might nodded and began to leaf through the documents. His expressions shifted from confusion to surprise, which made Katsuki wonder what was in the folder. Katsuki asked plainly whether the contents had anything to do with Izuku being his successor. All Might closed the folder and looked at Katsuki before turning his attention back to Izuku. The question directed at Izuku was obvious. Izuku silently shook his head. Katsuki pressed for clarity, crossing his arms and insisting that he needed to know more if Izuku still wanted his help or his opinion. All Might sighed, motioned for silence, and said that since this was something Katsuki ought to know from the start, he would reveal the secret behind his power. All Might sat down on the still warm sand and gazed at the vast blue expanse. Izuku and Katsuki took seats at his sides to listen. All Might recounted the secret he had kept for so long, the details he had revealed to Izuku when they had reconnected and when he had made his offer. He recalled past events, especially the encounter with the mud villain, and emphasized how different things would have been if Izuku had not taken that detour the day he returned home. He explained his motives and, finally, his reasons for becoming a teacher at UA. Katsuki understood everything at once. He grasped why All Might had placed such strange confidence in Izuku, why he had asked him to contact Katsuki, why he wanted him involved, and most of all why he had never considered giving Katsuki the most powerful quirk. Contrary to how his younger, school-era self would have reacted, he did not become angry. Instead he leaned forward, resting his forearms on his bent knees and laying his head upon them, and looked at Izuku with eyes fixed on the water and an unexpectedly soft expression. He wished he could read Izuku's thoughts. Katsuki saw the same qualities All Might had seen, the reasons to choose Izuku as a future symbol of peace and to seek him out after that inevitable incident and when he reappeared. He remembered Izuku's kindness and selflessness. He agreed with All Might that he himself could never be the symbol of peace that Japan and the world needed. He was too abrasive, and the reassurance he provided to society came from his reckless strength rather than his character. Rather than resenting that verdict, he thought that if anyone was worthy of the role, it was Izuku, with his big heart and radiant smile. Katsuki asked why Izuku had rejected the offer then. He began to argue that enlisting Izuku to UA would be complicated and would require moving many threads, but then the green eyes of Izuku fixed on him and, for a moment, it felt as if All Might had vanished and it was only the two of them. Katsuki remembered that Izuku had wanted with all his might to be a hero, even spending recent time cleaning that area of the beach to train his body. Katsuki asked why. If Izuku now had the chance to have a quirk and fulfill his dream, he would reject it. His voice dropped, sounding tight and strained, and he had to force himself to swallow. He did not want to dwell on how his past words might still trouble the freckled young man, but for a moment it was unavoidable. Izuku responded calmly that people changed and reminded Katsuki that he had said as much that day, that his freckles were part of who he had always been. Izuku explained that although he had once wanted to be a hero and walk beside Katsuki as the best, that did not prevent him from walking beside him in a different way now. He said he enjoyed working with Melissa at the research center, studying and analyzing quirks in depth, training in his free time, visiting his mother, and living a quiet life. He had accepted that giving up or changing dreams was okay, and he liked where he was. Izuku winked, and Katsuki nearly choked on his own saliva. The negativity that had been clouding Katsuki disappeared at the sight of such sincere, bright eyes. A knot formed in his throat as he listened to the confident, composed voice of the green-haired man. Katsuki inhaled deeply and decided that if Izuku had chosen to move forward in this way, motivated or not by the past, all he could do was be at his side and support him. Katsuki admitted to himself that part of him was saddened by the knowledge that seeing Izuku fight at his side as the greatest hero he could be would never happen. Still, years of resilience training had prepared him not to let that thought stop him. He told himself that perhaps in another life or another universe, Izuku would be the great hero he had once wanted him to be, maybe even greater than him. After a while, Toshinori shifted and reminded them both of his presence. Toshinori asked what would happen to One for All. Izuku explained with pride that this was where he used his investigative skills. In his indecision, All Might had offered him the chance to study One for All to decide, and once he did, it allowed him to track the predecessors of the quirk and better understand how the power worked. That was why he had been working extra lately. Dedicating himself to another sweep of quirks had allowed him to find the best candidates at hero schools who might be worthy successors. He said that the boys and girls on his list were young, strong, and remarkable, and that in the future they would be great heroes, just as Katsuki had been in adolescence and still was now. Katsuki pointed out that Izuku had been spending his extra hours on this instead of company matters, and Izuku confirmed it. Katsuki asked how he had obtained information about students at the hero schools. Izuku said he had spoken with David Shield, who knew All Might's secret. David had helped him coordinate with school principals and secure government permissions. Everything was legal, Izuku assured him. Katsuki told Izuku that his work was amazing and that, thanks to it, Katsuki would be able to find a successor worthy of carrying the legacy as a symbol of peace before his time ran out. Toshinori remarked at how unexpected it was that Katsuki's obsessive traits would serve a bright future for the country. When someone called out Kaken's name, Katsuki laughed, and Izuku joked that he was only teasing. Katsuki acknowledged Izuku's intelligence with genuine admiration. All Might noticed the exchange, felt slightly out of place, thanked Izuku for his research, and left, giving them privacy on his pale pink cloud. Once the older man had gone, the empty space filled until the blonde shifted over the sand. Izuku noticed and smiled quietly as he kept looking ahead. They remained silent for a while, and only when Katsuki cleared his throat did they break the quiet. Katsuki told Izuku again that he truly found his intelligence incredible. Izuku looked back, emotions reflected in his emerald eyes. Katsuki moved closer and held him briefly. They shared a quiet, meaningful moment before stepping apart. Weeks passed quickly and spring gave way to summer. Since his reintegration, Katsuki had been in high demand at work, so seeing Izuku had become extremely complicated. In the last 2 weeks he had managed to see him only 3 short times for no more than a few minutes each, and that began to wear on his mood. Mina complained to Katsuki that he was being too harsh, tossing her mitts onto the gym mat in frustration. Katsuki admitted he might have been a little rude, watching her rub her palms. Mina asked what had him in such a bad mood this time. Katsuki scoffed with a teasing remark about her mouth and then confessed that he was annoyed because he hardly saw Deku lately. She rolled her eyes, annoyed, and said she barely saw him either. Uraraka moved away to grab her water bottle and cool off, glancing at Uraraka training with Todoroki in the distance and sighing without meaning to. Katsuki explained that he was swamped with work and responsibilities after being absent for so long due to incapacity, and when he had the time to see Izuku it was Izuku who had work or matters to attend to. The few times Katsuki had seen him since then, there never seemed to be enough time, and the last meeting had ended with paparazzi rushing them. Katsuki remembered bitterly how, a couple of days before, he had had to leave with Izuku clinging to his back and his freckled face hidden beneath the hood of his sweatshirt. He had barely gotten them to the restaurant when the photographers had swarmed. After that, Katsuki had been called away to handle an emergency and could not return to pick Izuku up after leaving him safe at a flower shop. They kept sending messages to each other, but it was not the same. There were days when Katsuki only wanted to hold him all night and forget his responsibilities. At the gym, Uraraka asked, looking at her hands as if trying to distract herself, whether Izuku's birthday was coming soon. A noise on the other side of the gym reminded Katsuki that his friend still had unresolved tensions with the zero-gravity hero. He admitted that the birthday was that weekend and complained that he had been so busy he had not had time to find a proper gift. Uraraka echoed his gesture and said that anything would make him happy, watching with interest as the pink-haired woman easily dodged Todoroki's towers of ice. Mina's face brought a hint of nostalgia to Katsuki's eyes. Uraraka suggested taking Izuku to the Matsuri. Katsuki checked whether the festival was really that weekend and, when confirmed, cursed under his breath that he had been swamped. Uraraka suggested he request the afternoon off and assured him he would only be called if something truly severe happened. He agreed and, wanting to change the subject, asked why the two women remained so distant. Uraraka explained that their recent interaction had been strictly professional, like helping any other citizen, and that they spoke as heroes rather than as friends. Uraraka fell silent, then stood to leave. Katsuki added that she should invite Mina to the Matsuri. Uraraka hesitated, worried someone needed to stay on duty, and Katsuki reminded her there were many heroes available and that Mina probably missed the friendship too. He challenged Uraraka not to be cowardly. She admitted she had been the one to ask for distance and feared she might not be able to fix things. But when he asked whether there was anything left to lose, she shook her head. With that, both stood and left the gym together. Saturday arrived and Izuku rushed about. After receiving a message from Bakugo asking him to keep the afternoon free for the Matsuri, he rearranged his plans, moving his celebration with Melissa to Sunday, his lunch with Uraraka and Todoroki to Monday, and squeezing in a quick visit with his mother. His mother had been the least pleased but forgave him and showered him with hugs and congratulations during the short time they shared. Izuku waited impatiently in his living room, fussing with his green yukata for the 10th time but still checking it every few seconds. Before he could adjust it again, Bakugo knocked at his door. Izuku sprang up and practically ran to answer, grabbing his keys, wallet and phone on the way. Opening the door made his mouth go dry. Bakugo stood there in a black yukata with orange accents and looked very attractive. Bakugo asked if he was ready, then took Izuku's hand and gently pressed his lips to the back of it in a brief, tender gesture. Izuku felt his stomach flutter. He said they should go. Bakugo smiled with pride, held his hand, and led him into the festival. Bakugo had planned everything, and Izuku followed, tasting the treats Bakugo bought him, trying the local games they found along the way, and admiring the traditional decorations scattered throughout the path. At some point they met Mina and Ochako, both in beautiful floral-adorned kimonos, Mina in purple and Ochako in pink, who immediately handed Izuku a pair of gifts. The two women seemed to have grown closer again, just as Uraraka had hoped, and Izuku felt glad for them while enjoying the night that much more. The four of them ended their route among the crowd that awaited the evening's finale. Ochako expressed how happy she was and thanked Bakugo for organizing the outing. They all fell silent as fireworks arced across the night sky, bursting into brilliant colors and shapes. For Bakugo, the display was meaningful not only for its beauty but because watching Izuku's face lit by the fireworks, smiling in wonder, brought genuine joy he would remember. After a while Mina and Ochako waved goodbye, wishing Izuku a happy birthday and leaving with a friendly farewell to Bakugo. The two of them smiled and threaded their way through the crowd to leave the festival. Once they were far enough to escape the noise and intrusive fans asking for photos, both breathed out in relief. Izuku stretched and declared it had been the best night. Katsuki watched him for a moment and decided it was time to take the next step. Without announcing it, Bakugo took Izuku's hand, looked into his eyes with determination, and asked him to come with him. Izuku replied that he wanted to change first. They agreed they had had enough of the traditional outfits and headed straight to Izuku's apartment. Izuku went to his room to change while Katsuki waited impatiently on the sofa. Taking advantage of the quiet, Katsuki sent Mina a message saying he was going to do it and would formally ask Izuku to be his boyfriend. Mina replied with surprise and encouragement, telling him to tell her how it went tomorrow and joking that maybe he needed to rebuild from what he'd lost. Katsuki closed the chat as Izuku came out of his room with damp hair and an All Might Special Edition sweatshirt. Katsuki smiled. Izuku led the way out, and together they traveled to Katsuki's apartment. Traffic delayed them a little, but they were too busy talking to notice. Once inside Katsuki's place, Izuku waited in the living room while Katsuki went to change. He didn't know why Katsuki had wanted to bring him over, but he didn't mind. Katsuki moved around the large apartment, which lately felt warmer to Izuku, while Izuku tuned the TV to the news and watched a report about Katsuki. The anchors were preparing to announce the new top hero ranking, and polling suggested Katsuki would top the list again. Izuku smiled with a quiet pride at being the one who could be close to the country's most admired hero. Katsuki took his time coming back, so Izuku grabbed a snack from the kitchen and wandered through the living room, pausing at the vase that had once disturbed him so much. Katsuki asked what he was doing from behind, and when Izuku turned, he found himself speechless. Katsuki's face was slightly flushed, his eyes shining, and his hands were hidden behind his back. Curiosity spiked. Katsuki walked over and sat on the sofa, gesturing for Izuku to sit beside him. Izuku's heart raced, but he obeyed, sitting with their knees brushing. Izuku said it wasn't necessary, he thought maybe it was just a birthday present. Katsuki replied that it had been necessary for him. He admitted he had been working on something for Izuku since being in the hospital. With as much shyness as he could manage, Katsuki produced a thin gift wrapped in smooth aquagreen paper from behind his back. Izuku examined it and found it flexible, like paper. He looked to Katsuki for permission to open it, and when Katsuki nodded, he carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a notebook titled Analysis of Heroes for the Future. Number 13, the same brand, model, and color as the one that had been burned years before. Seeing it brought tears to Izuku's eyes. The pages were filled with analyses of past heroes, written in the same kind of pen Izuku had used in those days. The information stirred memories and offered perspectives Izuku had not been able to gather on his own. Katsuki murmured that he could never match Izuku's way of compiling information, but that he had done his best. Warmth flooded Izuku's chest as he turned through the pages without hurry. Near the end, he found the last 5 pages were not about other heroes at all but about him. The section was headed Reasons Why Izuku Midoriya is the greatest quirkless hero in the world and listed observations and small facts Katsuki knew about him, each one a reason for Katsuki's admiration and affection. A tear slid down Izuku's chin and fell onto the final page, which contained a 3-word line. That's why I love him. He set the notebook aside to wipe his face with the sleeve of his sweatshirt. Katsuki stopped avoiding his gaze and looked at Izuku directly. For a moment he seemed startled by Izuku's tears, but he quickly composed himself and hugged Izuku tightly. Katsuki said the notebook might not be the best birthday present, but he had only just finished it and thought Izuku would like to have it. Izuku protested and then returned the hug, voice breaking as he expressed how much it meant to him. It was, without a doubt, the best birthday present. Izuku clung to Katsuki's back and hid his face against the other's shoulder, seeking refuge in the man he had come to consider his safe place. They stood in silence, embraced, feeling each other's warmth and listening to their breathing slow and fall into the same rhythm. Katsuki suddenly pulled away and admitted that he no longer wanted to keep things as they were, startling Izuku. Katsuki cupped Izuku's cheeks, looked into his tearful eyes, and gently wiped away the tracks of tears with his thumbs. He asked Izuku to let him finish before he cried again, then stroked the rebellious hair falling over Izuku's forehead. Katsuki explained that enough time had passed for them to take the next step. He confessed that he had come to regret his past behavior and, after finding Izuku again, realized he could not let himself remain a JRK. He told Izuku that he had faced his own mistakes, even confronting Izuku's mother and others, and now wanted to face himself honestly. He asked Izuku to be his boyfriend, to move in together, and to let him try to make Izuku the happiest person in the world. Izuku had to steady his breath before answering. He reminded Katsuki that he had already told Izuku's mother directly and asked if that confirmation was still needed. Katsuki looked at him with hopeful, questioning eyes. Izuku enthusiastically agreed to be his boyfriend, said he wanted them to move in together, adopt a pet, and be very happy. Without waiting for a reply, Izuku moved closer and pressed a gentle kiss to Katsuki's lips, expressing the torrent of feelings in his chest through the embrace and the way he held onto his shoulders. Katsuki responded in kind, and they shared a quiet, affectionate moment that lifted them both. Katsuki admitted that he had never imagined he could feel such happiness. He smiled, eyes bright, and then, with a playful glint, invited Izuku to show the results of his training at the beach, teasing him about how he had improved. Izuku blushed but nodded firmly and, encouraged, leaned in to show his gratitude with another soft, affectionate kiss. Their story had been complicated, full of highs, lows, and painful moments that had worn on their peace and planted seeds of resentment. They had each faced PRDS of reflection and detachment that, at one point, had broken the bonds between them because they did not know how to handle the pain. But where there had been destruction, life had offered the chance to build again. This time, the bonds would be stronger and steadier. Izuku understood that things had never been simple between them, but he also knew that events had unfolded the way they needed to and that he could face what came next. He finally recognized his worth, could set boundaries, and make sure they were respected. He did not know how long this new opportunity would last or how long the road ahead would be, but he resolved to enjoy it and face it hand in hand with the person he loved. The end.